Hi, everyone. We'll be getting started in just a minute. I'm just sending out the Discord notifications. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to more, at last, Ace Attorney Apollo Justice Trilogy. Last time we left off, we saved the entire company. We saved Trucy from a malicious magician who wanted to frame her for murder. This time, we're going to continue the story with the Rite of Turnabout. From what I understand, this is a case where we finally get to meet up with Maya again. Things can only go wrong from there. Considering who we're meeting with, it's never a good sign. She is a great assistant, but let's be real, something's going to go wrong. Let's get started. It's good to be back.
Wakey wakey, 201. Got some more questions. Sound the alarm! Prisoner 201's escaped!
Well, you know, with Dad's back on the streets, things will be on the up and up for us.
Keep your voice down. You want that rebel hunter to find us or something?
Come on, we're small fries compared to... Huh?
Oh dear. So we have a prison escape and rebellion and a rebel hunter hunting down and murdering them in cold blood. This is going to be interesting, isn't it? Another fine day in the kingdom of Kurah'in. I wonder where Albie is. It's so peaceful here. I can't believe it's been 2 weeks already, but this place is really starting to grow on me. Still. Ah, yes. Forgot how backwards this place is. Sure was a rough start. Now, to do what I came here to do. To see Maya. Her long aesthetic training is finally coming to an end. But before it does, she said something about one last rite she has to perform today. Mr. Right! I'll be Shadow! Hapiraki! Hey, Albie. Hapiraki. Oh, you messed with the traditional greeting and kurah'in! I don't know about that, but I guess all that practicing is paying off. Have you gotten used to life at the temple? I'm grateful they're letting me stay here, but the mornings start a little too early for me. Yes, well, morning prayers do begin at dawn. After all, you can never pray too much. Daily devotion is very important here in kurah'in. That's off to you guys. I don't know how you do it. And today's a special day, full of even more prayer than usual. There's nothing better in this world than being able to pray at your heart's content. I can think of a few things I'd rather do. So, what makes today so special anyways? You mean you don't know? Today's a purification rite. It's only performed once a year. That's what Maya must have been talking about on the phone yesterday. I wonder what her role in it is. So what exactly is Maya going to be doing at this purification rite? What? Didn't she tell you? It's playing the role of the Lady Kira. It's only the most important part of the entire rite. It's unprecedented to have a foreigner play such a key role. Wow, that really is something. It really is. Helping out such an amazing person. It's been the greatest honor of this humble tour guide's life. So who is this Lady Kira you mentioned? Allow me to explain. Once upon a time, hundreds upon hundreds of years ago, there lived a female warrior who fought valiantly. Let me stop you right there. Is something wrong? No, it's just, I get the feeling I'm in for a really long story. Yeah, I'd say it normally takes around 2 hours to tell. Dodged a bullet right there. Oh, right! You're supposed to finally see Miss Maya today! Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Pork! The story can wait then. In the meantime, you can read up on the right with this. An English guidebook? Where did you dig this up from? I found it just lying there in the temple library. I figured no one's using it, so I borrowed it. Hey, this book belongs to Maya. See, here's her name on the back. Guess there's no harm in keeping this for a while then. Alrighty. Miss Maya should already be at the site where this rite is to take place. Let's go to the Plaza of Devotion. I wonder if Maya's matured at all since I last saw her. Let's have a look at this real quick. See, under the full moon, the priestess must stand before the high priest in the staging area and circle the sacred flames to purify her soul. Okay. The purification rite is a 3-part ceremony held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Poniponi. It begins with a transformation rite. The high priest reads the scripture, while a priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira, which have been purified with incense. Next is the rite of water, in which the priestess enters the spring dressed as Lady Kira, and the high priest purifies both Lady Kira and her dagger. Okay, the ceremony ends with the rite of fire, in which the priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. The two then devote themselves to prayer until the rite comes to a close 2 days later at noontime. So basically the whole thing's a fancy way for Lady Kira to take a bath once a year. Must be nice to be her, lol. Alright. It's on a mountaintop, so it might get a little cold though. I think I can handle it. I've been in mountains before. Oh, Albie's our assistant this time. That's neat. I just love Shadow. It's adorable. Alright, let's move to the Plaza of Devotion. May 9th, Plaza of Devotion. Everybody's praying. It's so cold. The air itself is made out of ice. Look at all these people. Well, this is the day we come to offer prayers to Lady Kira, the protector of our land. It's amazing to see how devoted everybody is. Devoted. Right. You know, I figured it couldn't get any colder than that one time up on the mountain. I stand corrected. What do you mean, Mr. Wright? Couldn't they just as easily do all of this praying somewhere warmer? This too is a part of the religious training. It helps us build strength and spirit of will. Let me try that again. It helps us build strength of spirit and willpower. Further up, at the end of those stairs, is the inner sanctum. You gotta be kidding me! At the end of the stairway? Y'all are crazy! I respect the hell out of you and your religious beliefs, but y'all are a little crazy. I see. Everyone I've met so far seems deeply religious. Of course we are! After all, kurah'in is also known as the land of prayer. It's said that we Kurah'inese people spend an average of 15 hours a day in prayer. What? What? 15... From the moment we wake to the moment we fall asleep, our hearts are always in prayer. You see all the square flags around here? They're known as prayer flags. They contain the prayers of our people. Oh, he's talking about these colorful strips of cloth. Something written on each one. Such piety is the glory of our people, and I'm afraid that story's gonna have to wait for another time, Aldi. Maya should be here any minute now. Oh yeah, you're right. I can't wait to see Miss Maya again. Pardon me, O noble traveler. I got her voice wrong.
How do you fare, Mr. Wright? It's been many a day.
And who might you be? Maya?
It's Maya! Happy-raki! Happy-raki, Aldi. And you, Mr. Wright, may the Holy Mother guide you on your journey. Oh, thank you. Long time no see, Nick. Well, did I surprise you with my act? Yeah, you can say that again. This is Maya Fey. She's a spirit medium for kurah'in village back home. She was also my assistant for quite some time. But that was many years ago. Her ability to channel spirits saved me more times than I can count. I sure miss those days. It was a ton of fun being the real boss of Wright & Co. law offices. Now she's here, training to be the leader of kurah'in village and the master of her craft. Apparently, to become the master of the kurah'in village channeling technique, you have to train here in kurah'in, since this is where the technique originated. Didn't I sound just like a pious nun when you saw me just now? Too bad that's all about I learned from all the training I did. You haven't changed at all, Maya. Huh? And what's that supposed to mean? You may look a little more mature on the outside, but inside, she's the same old Maya. I'm actually kind of glad for that. It's been much too long, Maya. Welcome back! And I think I got your voice down. I heard what happened, Nick. You ended up in court almost as soon as you got off the plane, huh? Yeah, well, that's kind of a long story. I was the accused! You should have seen Mr. Wright in action. He was amazing! I bet it was another one of your famous seat of your pants come from behind wins, huh? Well, I was almost found guilty any number of times. Okay, so it wasn't my finest hour. So sue me! I still won. You haven't changed a bit either, Nick. Ouch. That one definitely stings more when it's coming from her. So, I guess you finished the bulk of the training needed to become the master, right? Oh, you mean the special meditation course for increasing spiritual power? Yeah, I've completed the full 2 years. I can finally go home once I perform the purification rite today. Actually, I was wondering why they're having a foreigner conduct one of their sacred rites. Well, the High Priest's wife usually conducts it each year, but with her baby on the way, it's just more than she can handle. So, the High Priest practically begged me to stand in for her this year. Makes sense. Well, you may not know all their customs, but with your training, I'm sure you'll do fine. Great, even. You
You bet. Just you watch, Nick. I'm gonna be the best Lady Kira guardian deity ever.
I better throw in a few prayers for things not to end in a flaming disaster then.
Oi!
I mean, with the two of us together, when's the last time we could go anywhere without something blowing up?
Okay, fair point. Fair point.
So, about that guardian deity you'll be portraying today, what exactly are we talking about here?
Well, first of all, Lady Kira isn't really a deity in the way that we think of them back home. Check out this shit. She's a real person who fought to establish the kingdom of kurah'in a long, long time ago.
Okay, wow, so she actually existed, unlike the other deities.
Mm-hmm. And now the kingdom's people worship her as a guardian deity. They believe she appears to protect the kingdom whenever it's in danger. Cloaked in sacred robe, she's a champion of justice who defeats the kingdom's enemies.
That sounds like something you'd be into.
I know, right? Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes on evil with a wicked dagger?
Right. Whatever floats your boat. Still, Lady Kira must have been really popular deity if all these people are here for her.
She founded the kingdom, Nick. There's even more to it than just her popularity this year.
There's more? So why is this rite attracting such a large crowd this year?
Because there's been actual sightings. You know, the real deal? Allow me to explain. A mysterious figure clad in Lady Kira's robes appeared just like in the legends. And he began capturing members of the Defiant Dragons right and left.
You're kidding, right?
They say it's only a matter of time till she gets their leader, the revolutionary Dirk, too.
So Lady Kira is a rebel hunter now, huh? It's a bit hard to swallow, though. I mean, even if they are trying to disrupt the peace, I doubt the actions of a band of rebels can bring a legendary figure back to life.
I didn't believe it at first either, but check it out. There's been a real picture of her in the front page of today's newspaper. Sightings of her go back about 2 years now, but this is the first actual picture of her to ever be taken.
I can't believe someone was able to actually capture her on film. But couldn't this just be some Lady Kira fan? You know, like you, Maya?
You mean like a cosplayer? Those rebels are no joke, Nick. They're trained in combat stuff. You think some regular cosplayer can take on people like that? Dressed in a costume? Alone? That's why she has to be the real deal. It gives me chills just thinking about it. I bet Lady Kira's spirit possessed a sacred robe or something.
A spirit possessing a piece of clothing. Maybe you should cut back on all those action superhero shows, Maya.
Hey! What's that supposed to mean? It is just that I'm still young at heart. I've got a real office to run now, so I've got to keep it real. Right?
I don't know who you're talking about. That's definitely not me.
You really lost your edge since I last saw you. Those spikes of yours have grown really dull. There's even one that's drooping.
Can we leave my hair out of this, please? Why do people always come after my hair?
Anyway, I swear that the Lady Kira people have been spotting is the real deal. Besides, it's just so much more fun to believe it's true, you know?
I can't believe you're really buying all this. Though, I do wonder who's under that robe.
But, Mr. Wright, she's the talk of the town. He's even given me this great new food idea. It's gonna be like a soul bun but based on Lady Kira. I'm calling it the Kira bun.
Talk about Kira business strategy. Come on, Maya. Just admit it's you're running around. Come on, Maya. Just admit it's you running around dressed as Lady Kira already.
I guess the jig is up. What? It's really true, Miss Maya? Indeed, it's I, Lady Kira. After hundreds of years, I have returned to this lovely young lady's body.
What?
Don't let me fall! Ow! Only a minion of the Defiant Dragons can see through my disguise. Now, feel my wrath, foul lawyer. Hi-ya! Ow! Mr. Wright! Just kidding. I mean, come on. I may be dressing up as Lady Kira for the ride today, but there's no way I could ever beat up one of those rebel types.
I don't know. That was a pretty solid left hook you just threw. Ow.
Oh, you were just trying to be funny. You had me going there for a second.
No one can be that naive. Right? Well, I hope you enjoy playing superhero at the right today.
Oh, when you play that way, it makes me even more hyped about how... let me try that again. Sorry, Nick.
Yeah.
I'm even more hyped about it now than I was already.
Bells?
Oh, I hear the sound of the High Priest's footsteps. I better get going.
His footsteps?
During the rite, he wears these really big bells on his ankles. That way I know he's coming. Pretty handy, right? Oh, I'll see you later.
I doubt they're actually meant to be a stop slacking warning system for you, Maya.
Miss Maya is always so bright and cheerful.
Yeah. I'm glad to see that she hasn't changed. As in, at all. I wonder if this means her training's been all for naught. I hope not.
Ah, it's Acolyte Zealots!
Alkalite Zealot? Zealot? Really?
Oh, these puns. Look, he's the one praying in the red and saffron robe. He's a disciple of the High Priest, Abbot in me.
Abbot in me. Okay.
And lives and trains at his house. Can he prays in the cold without moving a muscle?
Yeah, I could never do that.
It's Abbot Indy. The purification ray is about to begin.
So that's the sacred robe Maya will be wearing during the rites. Looks almost exactly like what that figure in the newspaper photo was wearing. Whoever it is must have worked really hard to copy it.
Please, sir, it's not a good idea to stare like that. You could be struck blind.
Just give me a few more seconds. I mean, this isn't something you see every day. Oh, those bells on the High Priest's ankles. A lot bigger than I thought they'd be.
Mr. Wright, it's time to enter the prayer pose like everybody else. Those who don't will suffer the wrath of the Holy Mother. And I'll make Maya hurt you too.
Okay, let's see. First I kneel down and cross my ankles, and then I bow forward. Oh, great. Now all I can see is the ground, and my back is killing me.
You really should have trained for this, sir.
Wait a sec. How long are we supposed to stay like this, Albie?
The rite requires that we stay like this until the day after tomorrow.
That's 2 whole days. I don't feel so... black.
Mr. Wright, are you okay, sir? Hey, somebody help! The foreigner screwed up!
Ouch.
Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright! Please, you have to get up!
Albie? Oh, my aching. Albie? Where are we?
The High Priest's house at the foot of the Plaza of Devotion.
I guess I passed out from that back pain. Ow! To put that into perspective, it's very, very rare for you to pass out from pain. It's possible, but it is incredibly rare. So that whole spiel about beating someone up until they fall unconscious, that's not really a thing. But I guess maybe something happened? I don't know. But Phoenix, you should go see a doctor. Like, now. They must have carried me all the way here.
Something terrible has happened! It's Miss Maya! She's... Oh, just follow me to the Plaza of Devotion!
Something must have happened while I was passed out.
Miss Maya's... She's been arrested!
Again? Maya! What did I just say? What? It's just like us meeting her for the first time all over again. May 10th, 8 a.m., Plaza of Devotion. Where's Maya? Just take it easy, all right?
But I'm telling you, I haven't done anything wrong!
Talk all you want back at the station.
Let me go!
Maya!
I didn't kill him! I swear I didn't.
Quiet, you. Come on peacefully or suffer the consequences. Wait a second. What on earth is going on? I don't know who you are, but if you don't get out of my way... Hey, back off, officer! Emma? Emma Sky? What are you doing in kurah'in?
So sorry, Mr. Wright, but we're placing Maya under arrest. All right, take her down to the station, but with respect. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Nick!
Emma,
Yeah?
you have a lot of explaining to do. Also, tell Maya she owes me $50.
What?
She owes me $50. So, what are you doing in kurah'in, Emma?
It's a long story. Anyway, what are you doing in kurah'in, Mr. Wright?
Same here. It's a long story. We can get caught up later. Right now, I need to know what happened.
Maya's, well, under arrest for the murder of the High Priest.
Wait, the High Priest was murdered? Well, this is a fine wrinkle. What happened, Emma? What happened, Emma? Please, just tell me everything you can.
Well, basically, there was a murder during the rite as it was being performed last night. The victim is Trust in me.
Trust in me. Trust in me is his name. Trust in me. Okay?
The victim is Trust in me, the high priest who was presiding over the rite.
Wait, hold on. Last night? You mean to tell me an entire day has passed since the purification rite?
That's right, sir. You passed out for a whole day from your back pain.
I never knew my back's like a ticking time bomb. Better take care of it.
The murder took place at the inner sanctum where the rite was being held.
The inner sanctum. All the way at the top of the mountain, huh?
Uh-huh. It's the place where the spirit of the Lady Kira is enshrined. It's through that gate just over there and up at the top of the mountain stairs just beyond. But we can't go there, Mr. Wright.
Watch me. Oh, so that's why everybody is offering their prayers in that direction. Abbot Immi and Miss Maya went up to the inner sanctum to begin the rite. Just after they finished the prayer you fainted in the middle of. So, who do you think killed the High Priest?
Fortunately, Maya is our sole suspect right now. During the rite, the inner sanctum was off limits to the general public.
So then only the High Priest and Maya could have been there when the murder happened?
Right. Plus, the inner sanctum is on the side of the very steep cliff. The only way up there is the stairway that starts here at the Plaza of Devotion.
So that's why she's been arrested.
Also, the crime scene was only discovered after Maya came down alone. She's the one who told the worshippers in the plaza that the High Priest was dead. She made a police statement to that effect.
So she was the first one to discover the body. Well, that definitely doesn't help. It makes it even less likely that someone else was there at the crime scene.
Mr. Wright, sir, are you gonna defend Miss Maya?
Yeah, of course I am. There's no way she's killed anyone.
Yeah, I don't believe it either. She's been framed. This is really something else, huh, Mr. Wright? I mean, who'd have thought you'd have to take on that horrible court again?
Ugh, don't remind me. That means we'll have to take on her. I never thought I'd have to go through another trial like that. Where the divination seance determines all, and the defense lawyers are unwelcome. Ugh. Anything for Maya. So, what the hell are you doing here anyways?
Back in the US, I was working a case with an international prosecutor from kurah'in. He told me this is where I could see the latest techniques in international forensic science. I can't believe I fell for it. I mean, just look at this place. It's like we've gone back in time.
Yeah, I can't say that I've been impressed with the police work I've seen so far.
Still, he said he takes on cases from around the world. So maybe next time he'll have one in a major city somewhere.
Sounds like this prosecutor has taken a liking to you, Emma. After all, it's not every day a prosecutor takes a detective with them other people overseas.
I wonder. He's calm and kind and almost always has a smile on his face. But it's hard to tell what he's really thinking.
This international prosecutor. Is he the one who handled Trucy's case?
Yes, he is.
I take it he'll be the prosecutor on this one too, then?
Yes, Prosecutor Sadmati's already been assigned. Prosecutor Sadmati? Polkunka!
You know him, Albie?
Of course, everyone in kurah'in knows him. He's a highly revered individual, both as a prosecutor and a monk. If you go up against Prosecutor Sadmati, you'll incur the Holy Mother's wrath.
It's my job to, as a lawyer.
Oh, right, sorry.
Just great. A prosecutor is also a revered monk in a deeply religious country. This trial is shaping up to be even more uniquely Kuranese than the last one.
Not sure I should be saying this, but he's a formidable opponent.
Yeah, I heard Apollo had a really tough time, so I better give it everything I've got. Anyways, I'm glad you're here, Emma. They treat lawyers like criminals here.
Come to think of it, Prosecutor Sadmati mentioned something to that effect.
Which one, Doom? The one where the abbot's name is Trust in Me? Also, welcome to the stream.
Come to think of it, Prosecutor Sadmati mentioned something to that effect. I'm not sure how much I can help, but I'll do what I can.
Really? Are you sure you aren't going to get in trouble for helping the enemy?
He did come down on me pretty hard when I tried to help Trucy in that last trial. Let's just say I'll help where I can.
Thanks, but don't go getting yourself in trouble on my account, got it? Prosecutor Sadmati sounds pretty strict.
So first things first, let's start with this. Hot off the press, it's the High Priest's autopsy report. No Edgeworth shenanigans this time.
Thank you, Emma. Let's see. Cause of death was blood loss from an abnormal abdominal wound delivered by a bladed weapon. Stabbed in the gut. Got it.
The victim bled to death from a deep stab wound to the abdomen. The murder weapon is believed to be Lady Kira's Warbad dagger. It's used during the rite, however the dagger is yet to be found.
Lady Kira's dagger, huh? I think Maya mentioned something about a dagger.
Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes on evil with a wicked dagger?
Right. Whatever. And isn't that rebel hunter posing as Lady Kira also armed with a dagger? Of course, hers must be a replica, right? Right? Would it be okay for me to go take a look at the crime scene, Emma?
The police have already wrapped up their investigation. The location itself is off limits to the general public, so I'm not so sure.
Emma, please, I'm begging you here. Just like the police, I need access if I'm going to mount a viable defense.
All right then, leave it to me. I'll explain the situation to Prosecutor Sadmati and the police later.
Thank you, Emma.
You have quite a climb ahead of you, though, so be sure to watch your step. I can't help with that.
Damn. Wait, you're not coming with me?
Oh no, I am not climbing up there again. No way.
Is it really that bad? I wonder if my back can handle it.
You get to go to the inner sanctum? Oh, you are so lucky, Mr. Wright.
Why don't you join me, Albie?
That's crazy talk, sir. If a commoner like myself were to set foot in there, I'd surely be cursed for all eternity.
Because inner sanctum is off limits for you, huh? Oh well, I guess I'll just have to face this all by my lonesome. By the way, what about all the people still praying here? Are they gonna go home?
The customs of this rite require that they not move from this spot until tomorrow afternoon. It doesn't faze them to have police milling about. Some of them are even off-duty cops.
Okay, wow. I guess this is what it's like to live in a deeply religious society, huh? Let's see.
Thick white ice that froze the ground near sanctum the plaza of devotion held yesterday has melted. The right can now go on as planned. Police are asking the kingdom's subjects to be on the lookout for a male insurgent who escaped from the Royal Penitentiary number 4 yesterday. Okay, let's present that. It's been ages since you presented evidence to me. Remember when we worked on that one case together? I seem to recall a thin layer of fingerprint powder on every piece of evidence then. Well, I guess they get that way from time to time now, too. As enthusiastic as ever, huh, Emma? "2 a.m. to 3 a.m. Okay. So late in the night. Well, sorry, Nick. Time for you to suffer. May 10th. Inner Sanctum. So many steps. Who the hell are you? Wait. It's really high up and really cold. What did I do to deserve this? At least I made it. I got started while I can still feel my fingers. Who the hell is that? Kinda looks like... excuse me? I knew it! You! Ah, it's you. Do you even know where you are? Barbed head? Of course I do. May I ask why you're here, your benevolence? I came to pray for the High Priest's soul. But what are you doing here? This is one of our most sacred spots in kurah'in. Unscrupulous lawyers such as you have no business being here. But I'm not unscrupulous. Quiet! You dared to find fault with my insights at every turn the other day. You still sore about the trial? Whatever. I don't need to talk to you. I just need to look around. Huh? Why do you keep looking away? I was thinking about investigating the crime scene. Well, you can do so later. You're speaking with me right now. As you wish, Princess. I guess the investigation will have to wait until she's done talking to me. As you know, your benevolence, a murder has occurred, and I need to investigate. But we know the killer is one of your own. In my country, suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Plus, she is a serious student of spiritual channeling who has come here to study. So can't you at least give her a chance to explain what's happened? All practitioners from overseas are big phonies. And her wish to train in the homeland of spirit channeling is but a bid for prestige. It seems like nothing I say will convince her otherwise. Thanks to that last trial, Tweedledum and Tweedledee really did a number on her impression of foreigners. As the defense attorney on this case, I really need to investigate this crime scene, and I need to do it now. I've even been authorized by the police, so... What's this? You intend to make a mockery of our sacred hall of justice once more? No, I simply want to defend my client. Which means you have come to forge evidence then. I knew all lawyers were criminals. I must now redouble my vigilance. Ouch. Okay, that's unfair. Who taught you to demonize a whole group of people anyways? My mother and father. You have an issue with their parental guidance? No. I would never dare criticize the royal couple. But I still can't imagine what the lawyers here must have done to garner such hatred. Uh-huh. I just had the most wonderful idea, Barbhead. Why do I have a bad feeling about that glint in her eye? So what's this most wonderful idea of yours? If you are to investigate this murder, then I shall oversee your every move so as to prevent any misdeeds naturally. What? You want to follow me around this entire time? Of course. Not that I want to, mind you. And I will not tolerate any objection. Understood? She can't do this to me. Only Maya can do this to me. What was that, Barbhead?
Oh, no, it's nothing. It's nothing. Fine. I'll let you. On one condition.
And that is?
You stop me from forging evidence. But you also don't get in the way of me doing my job. Otherwise, you're not allowed in court.
Very well, then. Let's get this investigation over with. You mustn't stay here in the inner sanctum a moment longer than necessary.
Please don't rush me.
It is not without reason that I insist on a speedy investigation, Bardhead. I am a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, you see, who guides the people of kurah'in. As such, I must not sully myself with the blood of battle that Lady Kira bears.
Blood of battle? If it's that big of a problem, why don't you just head on down now? I won't do anything, I promise.
No, lawyers are never to be trusted. Now make haste so that we may leave here soon.
Oh,
And one more thing.
what now?
Your victory the other day was but a stroke of fortune. But this time, my insight shall reveal the absolute truth. So brace yourself for a defeat most bitter, lawyer.
Fine, I will. Now, can I get on with my investigation? You've made me so angry I'm not even stuttering from the cold anymore.
As long as you know where we stand.
Better hurry up and poke around for clues before she changes her mind. Rat! That lantern looks broken. But it's hard to make out the details from this angle. I'll take a closer look when I'm in a better spot. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Here's the robe. Hey, isn't this Lady Kira's robe?
Oh, Holy Mother. Lady Kira's robe is...
Hello, Rabbit Dude. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. So, take a while, guess what's happened? Maya's been arrested again. We've met her for all of a half an hour, and she's already been arrested. Again! What is this, the third or fourth time? I know how you feel, but we should leave it as it is to preserve the crime scene.
You imbecile! This is the actual robe Lady Kira once wore!
It is? And what the hell is it made out of? I mean, nothing should look this good after a few hundred years.
Enough! If I say it's the actual robe, then it is the actual robe. Foul murder shall not get away with this.
It is tough to see a piece of history sloppily tossed on the ground like this, though. Oh, she's been arrested and charged with murder. So yeah, just like always. Let me just open up the court record real quick. So, Maya Fey, who is back by the way, has been arrested for the murder of Trust in Me, the high priest in charge of the rites of Lady Kira, who was killed during the purification rite. And yes, his name is actually Trust in Me. Trust in me. The pun is not lost on me. Also, Emma's here for some reason. So now, Maya Fey has been arrested for his murder, and we're facing Nayuta Sadmati in court again. Oh, and also, Rafa Padma kurah'in is also here. Even looks like it's been mended a number of times. Huh? This robe kind of smells...
How dare you insult such a sacred piece of clothing like that?
No. I mean it smells like incense.
Oh, I see. The scent you detect is from the sacred incense used to purify Lady Kira's robe.
Yeah, I don't trust him either. With a name like Trust in Me, you know something's going down. But...
Whenever a rite is to be performed, the robe is first scented with the sacred incense.
this is still smelling like incense now. The scent must have been much stronger than last night when the victim was killed. Hello there, Doom. Hold on, let me make sure you're unmuted. Oop, you're not unmuted. Let me fix that. There we go. Whoa. This is blood on the statue.
It's the statue of Warbon, the bird of which Lady Kira based her appearance.
all this blood is from the High Priest, huh?
He no doubt embraced the statue in the hope that Lady Kira would save him from death. May his soul rest in peace.
Considering the amount of blood, he must have been stabbed with considerable force. But there's no way Maya would be strong enough to deliver such a blow.
That's a lot of blood.
That is a lot of blood. It's even more blood than you think. Look at the water.
Oh, more than is actually possible in a human body. Oh yeah, there's water there probably, isn't
That's
there?
not a carpet. That whole thing is water.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that
I
reminds me. Let me just...
I'm unfortunately on my Xbox at the moment, so I'll be
okay.
watching through
Either
YouTube.
way,
Yeah, I know. Just in case
it's been stained red by the High Priest's blood.
The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return.
What's that one from?
An old legend.
Wait, does that mean that the rebel hunting Lady Kira in the newspaper was a real deal? Nah, that's crazy talk. Alright. It's a lantern. And it's still lit.
Of course it is. Sacred flames in the 4 lanterns here have burned for centuries. Anyone who extinguishes even one of them would be put to death immediately.
So that's why they're outfitted with glass wind guards. Still, I better keep my distance. Just in case. So the moon and these lanterns were the only sources of light up here last night?
The rite is performed by the light of the full moon because moonlight is a purifying force.
I see.
No touching!
I wasn't going to! Jesus, lady. What's this? A blood-stained scrap of paper. Looks like some kind of a note or a letter, maybe? It's written in kurah'in, so I can't read it.
Let me see that. Once the flame is lit, then... will be... This is simply impossible to read. Wait,
What is it?
this stamp in the lower right, it's the mark of those insurgents, the Defiant Dragons.
The rebel group? What's this doing here? Is there some kind of a connection between the High Priest and the rebels? Looks like that about does it for this area. Oh my! It appears this lamp is broken. That lantern looks broken. Oh, come on, Phoenix. It's right there. Fine. I think I better go and take a closer look at that lantern. By the way, I heard something online the other day that apparently this is a bad game. I don't get it.
What, Apollo Justice?
No, it's not Apollo Justice, it's Spirit of Justice. I don't understand. Anyways, there's no snow here. Maybe it was removed because it would interfere with the rite?
The day before the rite, the temperature in this area plunged below freezing. Even the Plaza of Devotion was covered in a layer of white frost.
It must be the elevation. It wasn't all that cold back in town as I recall. So did someone dig up the snow or what? Anyways, this lantern is damaged. The wind guard is completely broken.
Damaged? Was this your doing?
No, I didn't even touch it. We just got here. Stop blaming everything on me.
Huh. Perhaps a falling rock struck it. I'll request it'll be repaired when we are finished here. Of course, I doubt you will live long enough to see it restored.
I'll be back to take a look. You'll see. Snow has obviously been cleared away here, and the lantern is broken. I still have that camera I brought to make pictures of the trip. I'll just snap one in this area here, just in case. Nothing else particularly interesting here. So what's with this hole in the wall? This rock must have fallen from higher up on the mountain. like the perfect perch for taking a peek over that curtain. Well, up I go. Yep. Okay, wow, that is an incredible view. It almost boggles the mind.
Get down from there this instant!
Right, sorry. I'm right down. Looks like the inner sanctum is just slightly higher than the top of that mountain. Guess that confirms that the stairs from the Plaza of Devotion are the only way up here. Statue of a bird, let's have a closer look at it. Look, the bird is missing its eye. I feel sorry for the poor fella.
Are you the one who took it?
Of course not!
Huh. The statue's been here for ages. As well, some damage is to be expected. I shall ask my mother to have it repaired.
I wonder there are no lawyers left. I'd leave too if I were always treated like this. I don't think I'll find anything else of interest around here. Huh? That's weird. Something hanging off of the ritual curtain here. These look like those prayer flags down at the Plaza of Devotion.
Except they are arranged like no prayer flags I've ever seen.
How so?
All of these flags have been sewn together.
Hey, you're right. It's like they're one big banner now.
There's something written on a piece of it. Donated by Trust in Me. It seems like this piece is from a donation Abbott Himby made at some point. During the rite, the inner sanctum was fully enclosed by this ritual curtain, making this case something of a locked room mystery. The purification rite is akin to a bathing ritual for Lady Kira. Therefore, it must be closed off from the outside world.
Oh, so the inner sanctum is more like her private bathroom.
Indeed. So see to it that you keep it clean.
This flap in the center acts as a ritual curtain door. That's about it.
And what was that shrill scream for just now?
It just... I'm afraid of heights. I didn't notice it as I was climbing up, but now I can see all the way down. I guess that flight of stairs from the Plaza of Devotion really is the only way up or down. And that's the Holy Mother, I presume? That is an amazing wall painting. So this is Lady Kira? It's beautiful.
You see that red mark on her brow? That is the character for death in kurah'in. It is a marker resolved to fight to the end. There are many different marks we make on our bodies, each with a different meaning.
Interesting. Come to think of it, you have marks on your face, Your Benevolence. So did the High Priest.
The High Priest's marks are those of a monk, while mine are of a royal priestess. All members of the kurah'in clergy have such marks upon them. The shape and location of the marks vary in accordance with conditions like status, age. And all records about them are kept in a temple.
It's kind of like a national ID registry, huh? Interesting. Is that a weapon in her hand?
Yes, it's Lady Kira's dagger, the very same one used in the rite. It is made to resemble a warbod, the bird Lady Kira fashioned herself after.
That dagger is the weapon that looks like the High Priest's life. I messed that up. May I try that again?
Fine, go ahead.
So that dagger is the weapon that took the High Priest's life.
If you wish to know more about Lady Kira, you need but ask.
I get the feeling she's going to be super relevant to this case. I should definitely ask the princess for more details later. What's all these? Mountain face is like a towering wall. There are characters carved into it, but I have no idea what they mean.
There's a prison at the apex of this mountain.
A prison? Way up there.
It is said that Lady Kira laid those she defeated to rest atop this mountaintop, so that their souls would not spawn evil spirits.
Feeling queasy just thinking about being all the way up there. Ugh. The fact that it's just a prison makes it even more painful. What am I not getting? Could you tell me more about this place, Your Benevolence?
I have nothing to say to you, lawyer.
Is that because you don't actually know much about it?
You ill-mannered. I am the Crown Princess of kurah'in. There is nothing I do not know. Nina.
Whoa, wait, where'd she come from? Hey, no cheating!
Silence, Barbhead. Nina's knowledge is my knowledge. End of discussion.
What is she, your pocket internet?
The spring is where Lady Kira came to cleanse her body of the blood of battle. And today's purification rite is a ceremony that traces its origins back to those days. Cleansing Lady Kira's robe in this sacred water lends one's courage for the next battle.
I see. Thank you for that excellent explanation.
Commoners are normally barred from here, except for the day of the rite.
Who normally controls the access to this place?
The High Priest and his family are responsible for that.
High Priest and his family. Could you tell me more about the High Priest and his family?
Abbot in me lived with his wife and his disciple, Acolyte Zealot.
Oh no!
What's the word thing?
His name is Acolyte Zealot. Acolyte Praise a lot. It's a double pun. His name is Pray and Zealot. Pray and Zealot. But together it says praise a lot. Son of a bitch!
Fun are these names at the moment, huh?
Puns! Too many puns.
The young man and the couple took into their home upon finding him near our kingdom's border.
Speaking of his wife, isn't she the one who usually plays the role of Lady Kira?
Yes, but as she is with child, the role was appointed to someone else. The killer no doubt offered to stand in, and she saw it as a chance to slay the High Priest.
No, you got that backwards. He was the one who asked Maya to stand in.
And that braggart must have embellished her qualifications.
I'm really not sure how she could. Besides, why didn't you stand in for the High Priest's wife then?
Did I not tell you before? As a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, the role of Lady Kira is forbidden to me.
I'm trying to make her a snobby brat as much as I can.
I mean, Snobby Brat fits her personality perfectly.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just trying to voice it.
For those descendants of her holiness must not defile their bodies with the blood of battle.
Oh yeah, you did say that, didn't you? We should probably talk about the High Priest's wife and Acolyte Zealot later, too. So could you tell me more about this Lady Kira?
As an outsider, I suppose your ignorance is all but unavoidable.
Whatever happened to you, you need but ask.
Nina!
Cheater.
Lady Kira was the Holy Mother's younger sister. But unlike her older sister, she lacked the ability to channel spirits. However, it is said that none could equal her skill with a dagger.
A dagger. This became relevant fast.
The Holy Mother's guides our souls, and Lady Kira keeps the peace with her dagger. Lady Kira was prepared to die for her people. She cloaked herself in a sacred battle robe, and then sealed her face as her sister did.
Okay, but who was she fighting against?
Throughout our history, we have been set upon by rebels. Now is no different.
Fuck.
For our enemy is now the Defiant Dragons, led by that Surgeon, Dirk.
Lady Kira played a role akin to the police, huh? So what's with the bird imagery?
Lady Kira's robe is fashioned in the likeness of a warbird. It is a fearsome bird that is unique to kurah'in.
I see. And what about the recent rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Who do you think she is?
I have heard about her, but I have yet to ascertain the truth. However, I believe her to be a vigilante, or more precisely, a patriot.
Even the Princess Rafa doesn't know the true identity of the rebel hunter then, huh? Alright. That about does it for the inner sanctum. I should probably head back down to the Plaza of Devotion and let Emma know that I'm done. After all, she's the one putting her neck on the line for me to investigate this place. Newsflash, your benevolence. I didn't do shit and I'm done. Later. No forgeries for me. Stuck it. May 10th.
Suck it, bitch.
May 10th, Plaza of Devotion. Okay, wow. They are still praying.
The religious devotion of our people is the pride of our kingdom. Come what may, they will continue to pray until tomorrow afternoon.
Well, I will say this. The level of devotion is certainly to be respected. Now, to find Emma. You there. Wait, I want to ask you something. Okay. Do you know me? And do I know you? Well, I'm Phoenix. Phoenix Wright. I'm a lawyer. No. I want to know if you know who I am. Huh? How should I know? Never even seen you before. This guy's acting really strange. I wonder if he has amnesia or something. I should talk to him a little more, just in case he's connected to the case somehow. Who are you? Are you having trouble remembering who you are? Ah, I'm sorry if I offended you. Ugh, I thought he was gonna pull a weapon on me. He's just pulling some snacks, one after another. I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to do. I know it's something important.
You know this man or something, Barbhead?
No, I just said I've never seen him before, didn't I? Are you Lady Kira?
You know Lady Kira? You are Kurah'in, I take it.
Baby? Wait, are those lizards he's eating? What? You want one? No thanks, I just ate. Ah, now I remember. Get a load of this. Why? Well? Well, what?
I believe he suffers from a far more serious malady than mere memory loss.
No good, huh? Guess I'll try somebody else. Bye.
So, who was that man? And what did he want, Barbhead?
I wish I knew.
Hey, Mr. Wright!
What now?
Hey, what's wrong? I didn't surprise you that badly, did I?
Oh no, it's nothing. Actually, I've been looking for you. I wanted to tell you I investigated the crime scene. I hope it wasn't too much trouble getting my investigation of the inner sanctum approved.
Oh, it was fine. Prosecutor Sadmati gave these pay straight away.
He seems rather fair-minded, prosecutor.
He said that you would probably give up once you saw the crime scene for yourself. And moving on before the trial began would be the smart thing to do.
I stand corrected. You must be feeling really, really confident about this case. Well, just so you know, I have no intention of giving up.
I figured. That's why I prepared a little gift for you. I thought it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools. They were confiscated at the airport.
Luminol testing fluid, huh? This might actually come in handy.
Also, I made a copy of the crime scene photo for you.
Thanks. All this will definitely come in handy. So this is what the High Priest's body looked like after the murder, huh? I'll keep this along with a picture I took of the crime scene.
Oh yeah. You're done questioning Maya.
Really? I should go pay her a visit then. Poor Maya, she must be feeling pretty lonely. I should let her know that I'll be defending her too.
Oh shoot, look at the time. I have to get going.
You sure seem busy.
That's because His Imperial Holiness is a real slave driver.
His ephemeral holiness?
Prosecutor Saad Mahdi. He's like the world's hardest riddle, wrapped in a flowy sash. I keep wondering if it's just a clash of cultures type thing, you know? Like, he'll ask the most insane things of me without batting a single long eyelash of his.
This prosecutor Saad Mahdi sounds like he's used to holding some serious clout.
Why do I have to have such bad luck with prosecutors? First, it was the glimmerous fop, and now that I'm finally rid of that infuriating feeling living Europhile, I get this guy. Oh no, I'm gonna really be late. They'll probably make me listen to one of those really long sutras again. See you later.
He makes her listen to sutras? That sounds like Emma's got it pretty rough too.
She
I wonder if she has his work. You first.
She does not appear prosecutor Saad Mahdi's sutras? What ingratitude.
Alright, your turn.
Now, does she have it worse than poor Gumshoe, or...
I don't know.
It appears that she too is lacking in religious devotion.
I don't think that's what the problem is here. Besides, Emma's not even a Kuranist. Anyways, to the detention center! Away! Oh wow, they got the old iron bars and everything. Look at this shit! May 10th, detention center!
Nick, I knew you'd come.
Maya, she sure looks tired. How are you holding up?
Wasn't me, but no one will believe me.
I have to admit, I'm still a bit in shock. Who'd have thought you'd get caught up in something like this? Again. And so far from home. What is this, the third or fourth time?
Are we counting the whole debacle with the Dahlia?
I'd say no.
In that case, third.
But I'm going to defend you, so just hang in there. We can do this if we work together. Maya...
This is all my fault. I mean, you came to kurah'in just to visit me. We haven't seen each other in ages, and then this happens?
I haven't seen her this down in ages either. Come on, remember who you're talking to! Besides, I thought you'd be used to being the usual suspect by now.
I guess you're right. You save me each and every time.
Yep. So just tell me everything you can and let's go from there.
Barbhead, stop stalling and go straight to the matter of the true cult, of the true import. We know she is the murderer, therefore it is time for her confession. Your benevolence? What brings a royal priestess to a place like this? I am watching over this lawyer to keep him from tampering with anything in this case. Now, out with it. Confess to your crime.
Please, your benevolence, could you please just take it down a notch? Or 3?
Huh.
Maya, please, tell me what you can. I know this must be difficult, but anything you can remember might help.
Sure. All right. Let's see. I didn't kill the High Priest. I wouldn't even dream of it. I mean, he has always treated me so well. Abbott in me was an important figure with tons of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind, even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions. How could I ever kill someone like that?
He sounds like a really good person. I think I would have liked him.
It was so much fun. I got to enjoy meals with his family and everything. His wife was a master of Kurah'in's cuisine. I've never eaten better in my life.
Like they were her family, and home away from home in this foreign land. It must have been a source of comfort, with her being here for training all alone. But what?
I can't completely deny the charge either.
What?
As I suspected, the snake had shown her true colors at last.
Your benevolence, please! I'm trying to figure out what happened here.
Huh.
So what did you mean you can't completely deny the charge?
Well, during the purification rite, I suddenly got really, really sleepy. The next thing I know, Abbott in me was, well, you know.
You suddenly got sleepy? So then you didn't actually see the High Priest get murdered?
No, I didn't, but if I was possessed by some crazed spirit while I was asleep, then... What an excuse. How dare you pin your crimes on another person's soul? Huh. Be honest. What you call training is but an extended vacation in reality. And that training here is simply for prestige. No, it is not like that at all. I'm training to become the master of the kurah'in channeling technique. A neophyte practitioner such as you becoming a channeling master? I think not. Spiritual power required is beyond the means of an outsider like you.
Rafa seems to really hate fakers. Maya does actually have the power to channel spirits. We know this for a fact. Hell, we've seen it happen multiple times. I should let Rafa know. Your benevolence. I wouldn't call Maya a neophyte because she can already
Wait, Nick, no.
What?
Can I talk to you for a second?
Why is she whispering all of a sudden?
I want to keep my spirit channeling ability a secret while I'm here, Nick.
What? Why?
I'll explain later. Just keep it a secret for now, okay?
You say so. What's that all about?
What is all that whispering about over there?
Oh, it's nothing, really. I'll have to ask about this later when Princess Rafa's not around.
Oh, I almost forgot. Nick,
Yeah?
about Abbott and me's murderer, there was something I noticed that I thought strange.
Oh? And that would be?
Well, you probably won't believe me, but
Why don't you just let me be the judge of that? I've believed some pretty insane things. Like, remember that one chick flying? Hello, Shu! Welcome to the stream! Thank you for tuning in!
okay. So you know that spring?
The spring? You mean the pool in front of the Warbod statue?
Yeah, that. The water in there was dark red. And when I say dark red, I mean blood red.
Oh, that? Yeah, I saw it too.
You did?
Yeah, the High Priest's blood turned it red.
What? No, that's not what it meant. That's not what I meant. The spring was red before he was killed.
Wait, what? Wait, so it was already red? Even before the High Priest was dead?
Yeah, I noticed it during the purification rite, just before I passed out. It's just like the ancient legend says.
Wait, what ancient legend?
The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. That's how it goes anyway. Hold on. Yes, there is a legend about the inner sanctum that says just that. But the water runs red this time thanks to the murder. The police investigation confirmed it. Perhaps your eyes were deceived by the lantern light reflecting off of the water. I don't think that was it, though.
An ancient legend, huh? Wonder if it's connected to the murder somehow.
So, actually, there's one more thing.
What's up with Maya? She keeps looking over at her benevolence, like she's worried that Rafe will think.
There's something I want to show you.
There is?
I found this at the inner sanctum after I came to.
Is this a letter? It's in Kuranese.
See that stamp on the far left at the end of the letter? Does that look familiar?
This red stamp here?
That's the mark of Lady Kira.
Oh, right. It looks just like the mark on her forehead.
Lady Kira, you say? Let me see that! Why, this is...
What? What does it say?
Do not perform the rite. I know what you're planning. Lady Kira.
That sounds like a threat. Or a warning. Whoever's pretending to be Lady Kira was pressuring the High Priest to stop the rite.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me too, Nick. You think...
Wait. First, there's that ancient legend.
Spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return.
Now, there's also Lady Kira's warning. Plus, with the Warbot dagger being eyed up as the murder weapon. Don't tell me.
So she has to be the real deal.
Don't tell me. You actually believe that the real Lady Kira has returned to kill the High Priest? Don't be silly, Nick.
Historical figures don't come back to life. I mean, give me a break.
But you were saying only yesterday how it was more fun to believe that she's the real deal.
Yeah, yesterday. Wish I could keep an entertaining fantasy too. The fact is, we're dealing with a murder here. Thus, my days of dreaming have come to an end. I'm going to keep it real from now on. And you should too, Nick.
I thought you said I was the boring one because I was keeping it real.
Sorry, I guess I've outgrown that stepladder argument we always have.
I think you mean ladder, Maya. So, what do you mean by keeping it real?
Oh, so, you know how someone is dressing up like Lady Kira and capturing the rebels, right?
Oh, you mean the rebel hunter in the papers?
Yeah, that one. I think that's who probably sent this warning. What nonsense is this? You dare to suggest that Abbott Inmee was slain by Lady Kira? You nincompoop! The rebel hunter is sure to be a vigilante who loves his kingdom. And it is that patriotism that led them to cloak their identity in the guise of Lady Kira. Such a patriot would never slay the High Priest!
I guess it's only natural for Princess Rafa to see it that way. I can't let it go with that.
Besides, why would such a vigilante want to stop the purification rite in the first place?
I haven't figured that one out yet.
I rest my case.
Still, this rebel hunter had a compelling enough reason. I'd have killed the High Priest after he ignored their warning.
You big dummy, you can't fool me! It was you who forged that warning letter! You were trying to shred your guilt into our most sacred Lady Kira! Admit it! No, I'd never do such a thing!
Now, your benevolence. Try to remain rational about this, shall we? Maya, did you show that letter to the police?
No. I was afraid that it would anger everybody needlessly. So I was waiting to show it to you, Nick.
Judging by her benevolence's reaction, that was the right choice. Wait, what are... There are a number of places on this letter with 3 holes in a row. Are these supposed to be some sort of a message, too? That we'll find out anytime soon, I suspect. Alright, accused. Wrap it up.
Guess I have more questions for me.
Yeah. Let's have a better idea of what we're up against now.
Nick? there's something I've been meaning to say. I don't need a lawyer this time.
What are you talking about?
It's just, you know they have that Defense Culpability Act here in kurah'in, right? Well, if I'm found guilty, you'll be charged with abetting a criminal.
Maya. Thanks for thinking of me, but don't worry. We'll pull through this together somehow. We always have, haven't we?
Yeah, but we're not in Kansas anymore, you know?
True, but I've been through one trial here already, so I know what I'm getting myself into. We're going to win this one, no matter what, because I believe in your innocence.
Yeah, I know. You've always won because of your faith in me.
That's right. So it's all aboard the Phoenix Freedom Express.
Thank you, Nick. Well, I'll see you later. Bravado will not save you tomorrow. And by then, it will be too late to ask for mercy.
We're going to beat the charge. You'll see.
I don't care to understand every single word that was spoken. But I don't like the sound of that Phoenix Freedom Express one bit.
Wait. Don't tell me you don't know what a Freedom Express refers to.
Of course I know. Do not presume to know that I do not know.
Well, I am no closer to understanding why someone would want the High Priest dead. But given the use of the Warbod dagger and the existence of the warning letter, I say the Rebel Hunter disguised as Lady Kira is a real prime suspect. It might help if I knew a little more about this modern-day Lady Kira. Wonder if anyone has any info on them. Maybe the first thing I should do is to go someplace where locals like to gather. Oh, this'll be good. Guess the bazaar is a good place to start as any. Now, who should I...
I see. So that is what a Freedom Express is.
Just looking at pocket internet again, I see.
Mr. Wright!
It sounds like...
Is Miss Maya okay?
I believe her, Mr. Wright.
I know she didn't do it. You now. Polgunka! Your benevolence! You mustn't trust in lawyers, you. Are you not the accused from the last trial? Oh,
What's wrong, Albie?
Your benevolence speaks with the, You may speak in the vernacular, little monk. Now, what is your name? Yes, your benevolence, I'll be your guide, your benevolence. Know this, Albie. Your soul is only as clean or filthy as the company you keep.
I wish you would stop insinuating that all lawyers are trash.
Please forgive me, your benevolence, but Mr. Wright is a very trustworthy man. And I trust him as a lawyer. What is this? I'm sorry. Forgive my insolence. If a common boy such as he can place his trust in lawyers, it can only be because of my failure at the Hall of Justice the other day. Oh. Mr. Wright, her benevolence is sucking to the ground.
You must really feel responsible for what happened in court that day. Let's give her some breathing room for now. I'm sure she'll be back on her feet in no time.
In the meantime, do you mind if I ask you some questions? Of course! Go right ahead. I'm always glad to help. I'll be your guide. Is at your service.
Alright. Alright, so, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a drink, and then we'll power through the rest of this case as much as I can. I'm hoping that this won't take any longer than 6 hours, but knowing this game and how it likes to, well...
Screw over your schedule.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be like 7 or 8 hours. So...
Well, we know this could be 9 hours.
I'm probably not gonna be streaming tomorrow in that case. I'll be back in a bit. I leave and come back, and there's a bot on Twitch I need to go smack. So give me just a second, everyone.
Oh, already you have bots? That didn't take long.
Yep. Now then. Let's see here. And report for bots.
Bonk.
Yes. Hold on. Where's my bonk button? You know, I really need to go get myself another one of these things.
Well, on a soundboard where you can switch
No,
faster
it's
between them.
called a stream deck. It's basically a bunch of little buttons.
Ah, I see.
Let's see, and it is a stream boo bot. Submit report. Block this user and ban. And there we are. And also, I will get rid of them on Restream. Be gone! Shit.
Be gone to the shadows.
Alright.
Okay, that was a pretty back in position what I tried to do.
Now we're back, and I have just the most amazingly fitting drink for this.
Oh, yeah?
Yep, it's a mixture of a beloved flavor and a well-known soft drink. Orange Cream
trying to
Coca-Cola,
think.
not sponsored. Ah, that's good shit.
Not gonna lie, I recently tried out a new taste of drink as well. Different taste of Red Bull. I really like
Energy
the
drinks.
Juneberry.
Energy drinks.
Nah, Juneberry Red Bull is fucking delicious.
Yeah, energy drinks. Yuck.
No, you don't like them?
Blech.
Why?
They taste disgusting.
Oh,
Along
they
with a
taste
couple of
delicious.
other reasons.
I'm wanting to try fucking Rockstar pretty soon as well, since a friend of mine told it's around the same taste as the Red Bull, but a bit more sweet. Anyways, I'll let you go back to the planned schedule.
But yeah, speaking of the schedule, next week is going to be kind of difficult for me. I'm going to try my best
Yeah?
to get more stuff out, but I think sometime during this week up to this Saturday, I'm going to be doing something kind of special. I'm going to be doing
yeah?
a charity stream, or being a part of a big
Are you
charity
serious?
event. I won't go into details right now, but I'm trying to work out the details. So, I really hope things work out there. For now, let's get back to this stream
You
so
send
that
me
we're not...
DMs after stream with the information? Sorry.
I don't know all the details yet, so no.
Yeah, alright. Just let me know when you have them.
For now, let's get back to the case before it becomes a 12-hour thing, shall we? The Rebel Hunter.
Yeah, we don't need a repeat.
So, what have you heard about the Rebel Hunter that was in the newspaper?
Everyone's overjoyed at her appearance. They say that she's the modern-day Lady Kira.
They're treating this Rebel Hunter like a mysterious protector of the people, huh?
People have been on edge recently, what with that jailbreaking stuff. I'm sure they can catch that escaped prisoner soon.
Escaped prisoner?
Yeah, he was one of the vicious rebels that Lady Kira had captured.
There's a hardened criminal on the loose? That is bad news.
Yes, but the modern-day Lady Kira is also super amazing. I mean, she takes down big scary rebels all by herself.
Yeah, that's not exactly something just anybody can do. Someone that strong would have easily overpowered and killed the High Priest. And what about that escaped prisoner, Albie? So, what's the escaped prisoner supposed to be like?
I see he's a vicious fiend who serves as Dirk's right-hand man.
Oh,
Dirk?
that's something.
As in the leader of that rebel group?
Yes! Escapee serves that dreadful master of the Defiant Dragons. They say the prisoner's a former soldier, and he wields a big, scary knife. Rumor has it, he's a cold-blooded killer to boot.
He sounds like a really, really dangerous man.
He is, but the police still can't find him, even after an exhaustive search.
Oh, look at the doggo! Aw. Wait,
I remember hearing about a prison. There's a prison at the apex of this mountain. The prison is at the top of the inner sanctums mountain, right? How did he even break out? No one really knows. He supposedly did it without any tools to speak of, too. Sounds like he must have fallen to his death. Personally, I like to believe he did. Otherwise, something like that terrible incident might happen again. Terrible incident? What was that about a terrible incident, Albie? It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. The music just kicked in. That's not good. And it was the rebel leader, Dirk, who did it. What? The previous queen was assassinated by Dirk? That's kind of unsettling. It was a terrible deed of a heinous sinner. I mean, to take the life of such a gentle queen? Only someone with a dark, defiled soul could have done that. They really take their queen seriously here. Like God-worshipping level serious. This whole thing about souls, they keep coming up.
Interesting.
It really would take someone pretty bold and blasphemous to assassinate. Defiant dragon rebels are not afraid to do anything to accomplish their goals. That's why, with that escaped prisoner on the loose, who knows what might be killed next? So that's why the people of Kurah'in are so afraid of that escapee. And why they want the rebel hunter to take him out, along with the other rebels. So, is there anything else that you can tell me about the rebel hunter, Lady Kira, Albie? I was just thinking there was something else, but what was it? Oh yeah, here! What is it? Shadow found it! Why, that's a warbat arrow! Feeling better now, your benevolence? This is no time to be feeling sorry for myself. I'm the crown princess of Kurah'in. Now, let me see that boy. Yes, your benevolence. It looks very much like one of the legendary weapons Lady Kira once used in battle. A three-pronged arrow? I could swear I've seen something resembling that arrowhead recently. Where did Shadow find it, Albie? Near Abbot Immy's house. Near the victim's house, huh? Something tells me I better look into this. Albie, can I ask you to take me to the High Priest's house? Yeah, of course. Come to think of it, he was married, wasn't he? And his wife is the one who usually plays the part of Lady Kira in the purification rite. I should probably talk to her too. Now, I have a sneaking suspicion that these three lines, if you fold the paper over each other, if you fold them over by the creases, they line up perfectly with the Warbot arrow. So, like, that message was shot with the arrow and pinned to something. I don't know what, though.
Probably,
We didn't see.
yeah.
I didn't see 3 holes in the wall anywhere in the shrine. In the meantime, May 9th, huh? Well, I can say this. The woman who is pregnant is absolutely not this rebel hunter. There's no way. Oh, wait. Maybe that's what the arrow hit? I don't know. Who knows?
Anyways, let's go to the High Priest's house now. May 10th, High Priest's house. So this is where the High Priest lived, huh? Wait a minute. This is where they brought me when my back gave out. And the woman in front of that altar, she must be the High Priest's wife. Yo! Okay, hold up. I gotta go on a little rant here. This looks exactly like my old TV. Oh my god. That looks almost identical to the TV I had as a kid. Oh, wow. Just, nostalgia waves are hitting hard. They're very real. God, I remember playing Naruto Clash of Ninja 2, I think it was, on a TV screen that was like a foot across. Nowadays, we have TV screens for like $100 that are like 36 inches or like 72 inches across for $500. Nah, man, I miss these days. One of these days, I promise you all that I'm going to stream a game from a console just so I can play on one of these again. In the meantime, let's talk to her. Excuse me.
Yes? May I help you?
I was hoping to speak with the High Priest's wife. Are you her?
Please forgive the intrusion, Lady Believe. Oh my, your benevolence. Please, be at ease. What a terrible time this must be for you. I owe much to your husband, and my deepest sympathies for your tragic loss.
Oh my god, she's not a brat.
You honor me with your kind word. Look, dear, the royal priestess has come to visit. Yes? That? Oh, of course.
She's talking with his funeral picture. Okay.
My husband, too, is delighted that the royal priestess has graced us with her presence. You can speak with Abbot in me? No, I don't possess the powers to speak with the dead, but I can feel his presence. What is that? No, that can wait till later.
She is definitely speaking with him.
So, your benevolence. What is it that brings you to my humble abode? This lawyer is investigating your husband's death, and I am watching him to ensure that he does not tamper with any of the evidence.
I know those must be difficult, but could I ask you some questions? A good friend of mine has fallen under suspicion.
A friend of yours? And you must be Maya's friend from the States, correct?
That's right.
Sorry, but I am still grieving. Isn't that right, dear? Yes, I know. Abbot Inmi and his wife were one of the closest and most loving couples in kurah'in. If she is not ready to talk, I will not allow you to press her any farther.
She did just lose a loved one. It would be incredibly insensitive of me to force answers out of her right now. But I need to talk to her if I want to learn any more about the High Priest. Plus, there's a whereabout arrow that I'll be found near the house. There's too much I need to find out for me to just believe just yet. Would it be okay if I stayed here for a little while?
Barbhead, have you not been listening to a word I said?
Look, your benevolence. I am sorry for her loss, but I'm running out of time. So what I will do is promise to leave if she doesn't change her mind.
Please, let me talk to my husband about this. Yes. I know. No, don't. Not in front of the royal priestess. Now, if you would excuse me.
What the heck were they even talking about?
You have but poured salt on her wound. This is precisely why you lawyers are so despised.
Just trying to help Maya's case. I didn't mean to hurt Miss Inmi.
Could it be that you are actually possessed a conscience?
Of course I do. But I'm also desperate for information.
So, what do you plan to do now?
Pass the time by looking around the room, I guess, and see if she changes her mind.
Just see that you do not touch anything you should not.
I guess I should watch what I touch then, just in case Princess Rafa gets mad at me. Oh, it's a wanted poster for the rebel escapee everybody's talking about.
What? Let me see that.
That's
A rebel. That's a rebel. Senior member of the insurgent leaderships and former paratrooper of a...
That's a rebel? Really? His name is That's a Rebel. This case.
Foreign land, wanted for crimes against the kingdom. Considered armed and dangerous.
So he's ex-military, huh?
His appearance alone exudes menace. Must be captured at once.
A sizable reward, you say? Is something wrong?
The bounty is 3 million damas. Money that comes out of the people's tax payment. Should have it lowered to about 1 million damas.
You seem unexpectedly concerned with the people's welfare.
Unexpectedly? How rude! Reina has always taught me that kingdoms that do not value their people come to ruin. As crown princess, it's only natural that I care for my people.
How about sending some of that kindness this way?
Well, I suppose I could. If you quit being a lawyer and paid taxes to our kingdom, that is.
Oh well, it's worth a shot. Not on your life. So, what's with the scary-looking spiky thing?
It's a floor cushion for heightening a practitioner's mental focus. Your ignorance astounds me. There's not a soul in kurah'in who would not recognize this.
A floor cushion? You mean you're supposed to sit on this?
How else would you suggest it be used?
Looks like a torture device to me. Pointy! Those look like bullets! This looks like a wastebasket. There's an envelope sticking out. There are 3 holes in a row near the top. Where have I seen holes like these before?
Lounging around in other people's garbage like some stray dog. You are a pitiful creature indeed.
What does it say here? Do what you will, but I've got a job to do.
It says to the high priest. Huh. You cannot even read? You're even more pitiful than I had thought.
Thanks, and I will keep your words of wisdom in mind, your benevolence. I should have studied some of the kurah'in before I came over. The envelope was addressed to the high priest, huh? But it's empty. So there's something about it. I better hang on to it. So... Wait, that means that it got into their house somehow. TV! What show is this?
It is the Plum Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. It is based on Lady Kira and the #1 action hero show in kurah'in.
The Plume Plunderer, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm? Wait a minute.
Yes, it is an entirely original show created right here in our kingdom.
I'm not so sure about its originality, given its overall look in the theme song.
Is something the matter?
Well, it's just... we have an action hero show back home that is really similar to this. I'm guessing this show is why Maya is so into Lady Kira. Honestly, the theme song is exactly the same as the one from Maya's favorite show. Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. The popular action hero series filmed right in LA. Set in a city known as Neo Old Tokyo, it pits the Steel Samurai in mortal combat against his nemesis, the Evil Magistrate. I've collected DVDs and merchandise from that series as long as I've known her. The Plum Punisher seems awfully similar to the Steel Samurai.
The Plum Punisher originated here in kurah'in. Is that clear, Bardhead?
Yes, your benevolence. Note to self, never suggest that again. What's this? A poster of the mountains? Oh, the Inner Sanctum Mountain is featured against those other towering peaks.
Those beautiful mountains are known as the roof of Kurah'in.
Bloomed. Bloom the Punisher. Hi, Astro Dude. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. Let's see. How's your day going?
Ah, and I see they even have included the Mount Pony Pony in that poster.
Mount Pony Pony. Is that the smaller peak to the left?
Known as the Little Sanctum, it is just west of the Inner Sanctum. Is it not also beautiful? But I suppose a lawyer with a defiled soul such as you cannot perceive such beauty.
That's not true. I think it's absolutely stunning. Oh, nope, turn that off. So, what's this orb thingy? Is this a piece of art of some sort?
What a beautiful orb.
Huh? Is something the matter?
Barbhead, take one step back.
Okay, done.
Did you spot
something?
Yes, your dismal reflection. It was ruining the orb's beauty.
Did you just have to put it like that, your benevolence? Ow! This game looks kind of like checkers or chess.
You mean to say that you've never heard of Katu Demal? I have heard people describe it as Kurah'in's chess.
So two players take turns moving their pieces in a bid to capture the other's king?
Not quite. In Katu Demal, the object is the utter annihilation of your opponent. Furthermore, each piece has a special move that can only be used once per game.
Special moves? Sounds like a game right up Maya's alley. That sounds like shogi. There's a steel samurai patch on this bag. I guess the bag must be Maya's. She probably left it here while she was performing the rite.
Lady Believe has not a change of heart, and simply waiting shall not change that.
Can't we wait just a little longer? I wonder she'll leave her if she'll ever open up.
Oh, you're still here? Lady Believe.
Miss Inmi, do you think you're ready to talk?
Is it okay with you, dear? Yes, I will let him know. Lady Believe, you don't have to speak to this lawyer if it is not your wish. No, it is quite all right. If my husband were still with us, he would say...
As much as it pains me to have my lovely wife speak on such matters, if it would help find the truth, then ask whatever you may. Okay, I'll take you up on your generous offer. Wait, did Miss Inmi call herself lovely just now?
Well, whatever are you waiting for? Ask your questions quickly so your departure may be just as swift.
Yes, of course. Hold on, what's her name? Is she another goddamn pun? Believe in me. Trust in me and believe in me. Oh, these puns! I swear to God, these better be the worst these puns get. Do you have any idea as to why your husband might have been killed? Was he acting different or doing anything out of the ordinary lately?
No, I don't recall anything of the sort.
This is really... Did anybody have a grudge against him?
He was a kind man, and a one of peace. He would never do anything that would cause someone to bear a grudge against him.
Cyclops? Here? These are Cyclops. This means Miss Inmi is trying to hide something from me. This is the Magatama that Maya gave me all these years ago. And it is a really amazing power. It reacts when someone is hiding something. And it allows me to see the Cyclops that are holding that person's mind shut. Whenever I see any, I only have to present my Magatama to try and unlock them. Unlocking them all usually allows me to coax the truth out of someone. Before I do that, I want to ask you about this arrow. Excuse me.
Yes, dear? That's right.
So focused on her husband, she couldn't care less about this.
Why, that is the escaped criminal who has all of her innocence. When I think how he might still be lurking about, I get so scared I can't sleep at night.
I don't blame her, considering she just accidentally lost her husband.
Yes. Really, dear. My husband says that he would protect me if that escaped criminal shows up.
I protect. Does she mean that she'll pummel the escapee with her husband's portrait?
Take that!
Cyclops. They appeared when I asked her whether anyone held a grudge against her husband. That must mean that Miss In Me thought of someone who just might have such a grudge. Let's just stir the pot a little and see what happens. Miss In Me, I have an idea of who your husband's real killer might be.
That would be Maya.
No, of course not. It has to be someone with motive to kill him. This is who I believe had a reason to kill your husband. I believe the escaped prisoner killed your husband. He probably thought that your husband would get in the way of his escape plan.
But were that the case, Maya was slain as well.
It was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Everybody's talking about her.
I know not of what you speak.
Really? Because she even made the front page recently.
I am but a humble servant of Lady Kira. What reason would she have to kill someone as insignificant as I?
Actually, I have something that just might show why Lady Kira was kill Abbott hid me.
Take that!
This is a letter of warning from Lady Kira. Maya found it. It was in the inner sanctum, and only Maya and your husband were there at the time. This letter reached its intended recipient, your husband, the High Priest, didn't it?
And how do you know Maya wasn't lying to you? Because I've never seen that letter before. I doubt my husband ever did either.
Sorry, but I have evidence that proves this warning was meant for your husband.
Take that!
What's that?
It's an envelope, addressed to the High Priest. The warning letter was delivered to your husband inside of this, wasn't it?
What nonsense is this? How can you prove the warning was delivered in this envelope?
There's gotta be some way to prove it. Wait a minute. Don't the envelope and the warning letter have something in common? I think there just might be something that links the envelope to the warning letter.
There is?
Yes, and the proof is right here on this warning letter.
Take that!
The 3 holes in the envelope are in the same shape and arrangement as the holes in the warning letter. And if you fold the letter in thirds and place it in the envelope, the holes line up. As for what made the holes, I believe it was this.
Take that!
They were made by the Warbot arrow, one of the weapons favored by Lady Kira. The warning was folded in thirds, placed in the envelope addressed to the High Priest, and delivered to your husband on the points of this arrow. So, explain yourself. Are you ready to tell me the truth now?
I admit the warning was sent to my husband, but he was not an insurgent.
Then why did you keep it a secret?
Because the authorities might have suspected him of being one if I hadn't.
I guess that makes sense. If the rebel hunter was after him, I can see how people might at least suspect.
We are in a Kernist kingdom. As such, rising up against the monarchy is the same as blaspheming Kernism itself.
Your husband was a devout priest of Kuranism, and you learned and feared that his good name would be tarnished if the warning went public.
Yes.
That makes sense. But is that the honest truth? What if the high priest really was a rebel? The rebel hunter would have had a motive to kill him. Still... This just doesn't feel like the right time to ask her about it. Could you tell me a little more about the warning?
I arrived about 3 days before the purification rite. When we woke that morning, it was already there by the side of our bed.
It was by the side of your bed?
Yes, and the whole house locked up tight. And yet someone still managed to slip in. Oh, it was so frightening, wasn't it, dear?
But you didn't contact the police, because you didn't want them to suspect your husband of being a rebel.
That's right. If only we had told the police, maybe Rust would still be alive today. Oh, lovely one. No need to fret, my dear. My only regret is that I left you all alone.
Barbhead, that is quite enough! Yeah, you're probably right. Miss In Me, I'm sorry to have bothered you at such a difficult time.
Don't be silly. I'm happy if I've helped.
Your benevolence. May you swiftly shrine the light upon the truth. Barbhead, you seem bent on casting suspicion upon Lady Kira. Wrong button. And by doing so, you seek to deflect the blame from the real killer, Maya Fey. That is the only logical conclusion. I'm in no position to disprove her at this point. Only I could find something to support my theory that the High Priest was a rebel. The only other person who might know more about Abbott in me would be Maya. I might have be done questioning her by now. Maybe I'll stop by the detention center. My mother has said what? It seems I must go. Did something happen? Yes, my mother has decreed that a rite shall be held for the high priest's passing, and that she shall conduct a prayer of the lament therein. Her Eminence has decreed, has she? Oh, but she should not concern herself with a humble priest like my husband. No, it is only natural, considering that his meritorious service. The rite will be held at the palace. You are to accompany me there at once, Lady Believe. Thank you, your benevolence. My husband is most delighted, too. How wonderful for you, Miss Inme. A direct decree from the Queen. That must be quite an honor. Barbhead, you are coming as well. Huh? But I don't have much time left to investigate. As the one charged with your monitoring you, you must remain within my sight at all times. Besides, it will take but a moment. Now come along. Arguing the point will probably just make things worse for me. I better let her have her way this time. Ooh, are we gonna get a cutscene? May 10th, Garan Palace. Audience chamber. Garan, as in Garand. Wait. Welcome back, Rabbit Dude. Welcome, I believe. This is the Queen of Kurah'in. What is wrong with you, Barbhead? Show some respect! Huh? Oh, should I bow or prostrate myself? No, it is quite all right. Stay as you are. Mother... I would like to give thanks to you. You honor both me and my husband.
His exemplary service deserves to be honored. Oh, but what a terribly trying time this must be for you, Lady Baloo. May my prayer comfort your soul, and that of your dearly departed husband. Nothing would please me more. Oh, Your Eminence, your words are wasted on my humble husband and I.
Now that's what I call a commanding presence.
So, you are the lawyer of whom my daughter speaks.
Yes, Your Eminence. I'm so very honored to make your noble acquaintance. I'm humbled to bask in your resplendence. Do it. I gotta talk to the Queen.
May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. Now then, Lady Believe, let's go to the Chamber of Prayer. Rafa, you are to accompany us too. Yes, Mother.
Wow. Okay, the Queen is seriously something else. The Prayer of Lament, huh? Don't you see how that'll do? I don't see how that'll do any good. It's Justice Minister Inga. Who are you, buddy? Nice to see you again, Minister Inga. Again? Have we met? I'm Phoenix Wright. We met in the accused lobby the other day. Oh, right. Blue suit, jagged hair. You're that lawyer who brought my daughter down a peg or two. Your daughter? Yes, Rafa. He's the princess's father? So he's Queen Karan's husband? You planning on sticking your fat nose in this mess too? The accused is a good friend of mine. Like I said the last time, you better watch yourself, see? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? You want to question me? That would be great. You've got balls for a lawyer. I guess I can play along for a bit. But I've got things to do, you see. So we'll have to talk while I work. I wanted to let you know that I'll be the defense lawyer on this case as well. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. You only won last time because that idiotic prosecutor filed false charges. But it's gonna be different this time. We got kurah'in's top prosecutor on this one, you see. I don't care who I go up against. Don't do that. Sorry, it's a habit of mine. Just don't do it again. I'm going to prove my client innocent. You haven't forgotten that little thing called the Defense Culpability Act, have you? Blow this one and you'll suffer the same fate as the accused. How could I forget? You lawyers are all the same. You strut your stuff until the DC Act comes down hard. Then you start begging and pleading for your lives. It's really hard to watch, I tell you. Well, I don't plan on letting it come to that. I've been meaning to ask, were you the one who wrote the Defense Culpability Act? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. What's it to you? Either way, as Justice Minister, I'm gonna enforce the thing. It started as a way to counter the dirty tricks of your trade like falsified evidence. But it turned out to be quite handy. Efficient even. Handy? Efficient? Yeah, made my job real easy. Any goons who cross me or the Quran administration are gonna get just what they deserve. Especially those rebel scum. You can get away with that here? You better watch your mouth, lawyer. I enforce the law in kurah'in, see? And being that I'm the queen's husband, that makes me the king. No. I'm pretty sure the queen is the boss around here. It just makes you a consort. Royalty is fucking confusing. Don't ask me. Go on, say what you're thinking so I can charge you with lese majesty. Get myself arrested now. Listen up, lawyer. We've got a low crime rate and a populace that lives in peace. And that's all thanks to the DC Act, so I don't want to hear any more lip about it. but I can't defend my client unless I can speak my mind. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days, they're numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dudes. Say, right, you know what these are? No, what? Orders of execution. I was literally about to ask you guys to see if you could translate all that, but it looks like that really pile up if I start slacking off. What? And tomorrow, I'll have even more work to do, processing the one for your little friend. And if you really do defend her, I'll have to add one more to the pile for you. But you're not stupid enough to waste your life on that criminal, are you? Don't worry. I'll make sure to lighten your workload, Inga. I won't give you a single execution order to sign tomorrow. Not on my end. I've returned, Bardhead. Your benevolence. Are you done with the rite? Yes. It was performed flawlessly. I do love the animation that he does. And I do like the voice I came up with for him. I really do. Lady Believe stay behind to speak with Mother. I hope this will help ease her sorrow, even if just a little. So, you have been speaking with my father? Yes, you could say that. My father is a great man. He works tirelessly to keep the peace in our kingdom. Kurah'in, as it stands today, owes everything to the efforts of my mother and my father. You should feel deeply honored. Under normal circumstances, they would have never spoken so readily with a lawyer. Yes, of course. Seems like Rafa doesn't know what her father is really like. Well, now that we're done here, I'm gonna go see if I can talk to Maya now. May 10th, Detention Center!
Oh, it's you, Nick.
Maya, doing okay? The questioning wasn't too harsh, was it?
No, I'm alright. How about you? Make any progress?
Well, I haven't found any conclusive evidence that proves your innocence. But I have a small lead.
Really?
Right now, I'd like to ask you about the High Priest.
Sure, ask away. By the way, what's the princess doing with you still, Nick? Doesn't she have anything better to do?
Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I heard that! How rude! Of course I have many other things I could be doing.
Uh-huh. It's just a thought, but do you think the High Priest could have been a rebel?
A rebel? Why would you even think that?
Because if he was, then the rebel hunter Lady Kira would have had a motive to kill him.
What?
Princess Rafa overheard me.
What idiocy is this? Albert in me, a rebel! It is beyond the pale. My mother has offered the prayer of lament to his soul. That is the sort of person he was.
All right. I was just raising a possibility.
I will not listen to such tomfoolery.
Oh, good, she's gone. She stormed out. Oh, well, nothing we can do about that. You recall the High Priest doing anything suspicious?
Come to think of it, he seemed unusually restless during the rite. He kept glancing up the sky. Oh, I have no idea why.
He was restless and kept looking up at the sky. That doesn't really tell us much, does it? Anything else come to mind?
Sorry, that's about it.
Guess this is all I'm gonna learn about the High Priest right now. Oh, but there is one thing I should follow up on. Oh yeah, this. With Princess Rafa gone, this might be my only chance. Maya, about what you said earlier. Why can't you tell anyone you're able to channel spirits?
Oh, that. You know how all the queens are also spirit mediums here?
I heard. It was kind of a shock at first.
In kurah'in, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it.
I see. So spirit channeling is a symbol of power or authority. Then, in that sense, I can see why it would look bad if a nobody from another country were able to do it too.
Spirit channeling in the Kurah'in temple, in the kurah'in tradition, was developed from a kurah'inist style that was brought to the U.S. via Japan. But it seems like my clan's spiritual power is greater than that of the average Kurah'inese. Maybe it worked due to how our styles diverge, but I don't really know.
So spirit channeling is a power possessed by only the queens of kurah'in. It's a power that somehow made its way down the line to Maya. Then I guess that makes Queen Garan and Princess Rafa distant relatives of Maya?
Anyway, it's not like there's some kind of rule about it. It's just, I'd rather not have it become an issue or anything. That's why mediums who do come here to train hide the fact they can channel spirits.
I see. I had no idea this was so complicated.
Either way, training here is a must to fulfill the qualification needed to become the master.
And what is this qualification to become the master anyways?
To be able to channel spirits of one's own volition and without fail every time. Like, remember how my spirit channeling was always a hit or miss? I only ever succeeded about 30% of the time.
Yeah, and it was more likely spirits possessed her as opposed to her channeling. So you can do it every single time now, whenever you want?
Yeah? At least, I think.
You think?
Well, I haven't actually tried channeling anyone since I completed my training here. Once I get back home, I plan on taking the final spirit medium test. I have to try channeling one spirit after another, in a marathon channeling session.
Only those who pass the test are worthy of becoming the master, huh?
Yeah, but I know I can do it. I'm gonna ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down.
Right. Maya is the next big hope of Korean village. It's already a lot of pressure. So, speaking of similarities, I noticed another similarity between our countries besides spirit channeling. I saw a show on TV earlier that reminded me of the Steel Samurai.
Oh, you must mean the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. So you've already seen the Plumed Punisher? You really don't miss a beat.
Actually, it was her benevolence who told me all about it.
There is not a single person in kurah'in who does not know of it.
Oh, your benevolence, you're back.
As the royal priestess, I am charged with monitoring your movements. Though I have changed my mind, for in order to fulfill my duty, I must not avert my ears, not even from your blasphemous theories.
Your sense of duty is commendable, but I wouldn't mind if she backed off a bit.
Great timing, your benevolence. There's actually something I wanted to show off to the both of you.
Show off? I sure seems excited all of a sudden.
Yep, ta-da!
Whoa, what is that?
It's an ultra-rare Plumed Punisher strap. There's only one of them in the whole world. It was specifically made to promote the TV show. You're the owner of this strap?
Don't tell me you're a Plumed Punisher fan too, your benevolence?
No, of course not. Only little children watch that show. I have no interest in such things.
Right.
No, I am telling the truth.
Sure. Let's just leave it at that. So, how did you get your hands on that, Maya?
I found a kindred spirit and a Plumed Punisher fan here in Korean. It resulted in an exchange of cultures transcending national borders.
And by cultural exchange, you mean you'd swap TV show promos merchandise?
You bet! I traded my Steel Samurai watch for this strap. It's a super rare watch that plays a Steel Samurai theme when the alarm goes off. My newfound Koreanese friend was so happy, I got this one-of-a-kind strap in return.
I guess there are people like that wherever you go, even here in kurah'in.
Watch this! When you press the Magatama on her belt, it plays the show's theme song.
That sounds just like the Steel Samurai theme song.
What are you talking about? Can't you hear the folk instruments in the intro and the exact tones throughout? Plus, the Steel Samurai has Japanese taiko drums that go dun-dun-dun in the intro.
I love the taiko drums. Hee. Right. I guess my ears just aren't as good as yours.
Anyway, I have this amazing idea for a new show. The Plume Punisher versus the Steel Samurai. I am going to totally go pitch this to some TV stations when I get back home. It's going to be a huge hit. Right, Your Benevolence? I have no interest in such things.
Well, if nothing else, talking about the Plume Punisher has thankfully seemed to cheer Maya up a bit. It's getting late. Try to get some sleep, okay, Maya? And leave tomorrow to me.
Okay. Thanks, Nick.
I think I've covered just about everything that I can. Time to head back to the temple and go over everything I've learned so far. Come on, Your Benevolence. May 10th, Temple! It's getting late. Won't be long till sundown.
Mr. Wright, Your Benevolence. Are you done with your investigation for today?
Pretty much. I thought I'd go over what I've learned so far. Care to join me?
Yes! Please allow me to help.
Alright. First, we know that the High Priest received a warning 3 days ago. It was from someone claiming to be Lady Kira, and it told him to not perform the rite.
That's right. It was in that Rebel Hunt. It was that Rebel Hunter, but what of it?
That's not what I'm sure of yet. That's what I'm not sure of quite yet. Why would Lady Kira want to stop the rite?
If you could solve that mystery...
Right. I can figure out her motive for threatening the High Priest. Might be the break I need, but I just don't know enough right now to act on that lead.
How unfortunate for you, Barbed Head. Your only hope is pure speculation. Do not stand up in the Hall of Justice. You have no actual proof of Lady Kira's involvement in this crime. After all...
Yeah, the warning letter alone can't prove who killed the High Priest.
I'll give you one last chance to withdraw before you are charged under the DC Act. Your Benevolence! While it is true that you do not forge or suppress any evidence, that is perhaps a product of my careful monitoring of your every move.
I wasn't planning to do anything like that in the first place, Your Benevolence. But I am going to prove Maya's innocence within the confines of the law.
How can you be so sure that you will?
Because of my undying faith in my clients. That is a lawyer's greatest weapon.
What nonsense.
It may be nonsense to you, but it's more valuable to me than your faith is to yourself.
Fine. You have chosen to dig your own grave. When next we meet, it shall be in the Hall of Justice. And as a royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that the insights I glean thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headman's axe.
Tomorrow, I'll be defending Maya in that so-called Hall of Justice again. Hell. That whole seance thing makes trials here completely different from those back home. Plus, I don't have a shred of conclusive evidence. On the other hand, I've got plenty of confusion and anxiety to spare. I'll have to think of something. After all, I'm the only lawyer in all of kurah'in. I have to do this. I will do this. I'll prove Maya's innocence if this is the last thing I do. Because it will. Finally! It's been what? 2.5 hours? Oy vey. On to the next chapter. Away. May 11th, 9:40 a.m. The High Court of Kurah'in, accused lobby. I wasn't able to find any conclusive evidence yesterday. If I can figure out Lady Kriya's motive for threatening the High Priest, then maybe.
Nick, today well...
Don't look so down, Maya. I'm gonna defend you with everything I've got. You would do well to cease this insanity while you still can. As I said yesterday, I'm gonna defend my client in court.
Well, know this. You shall not witness a miracle of the sort that occurred last time. The moment she is found guilty, you too will be found guilty of abetting the accused.
I never claimed to be a miracle maker, but I am good at discovering the truth. And unlike miracles, the truth is always waiting to be found.
The truth, you say? Huh. And it seems you have chosen your fate. This shall be your very last trial. Nick.
I'm going to prove you innocent, Maya. You'll see. After all, you have to introduce the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm to the folks back home, right?
Right! I may be a defendant this time. But I'll be by your side, like always, Nick.
Thanks, Maya. This place is tough on lawyers. I'll need all the help I can get. Plus, it's always good to have you on the team. Well, it's time. Let's go. May 11th, High Court of Kurah'in. Here we go. Court is now in session. All rise. Let the trial of Maya Fey begin. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. Nayuda, you're here. Quiet! Can't you see the prosecutor Shadmati is absorbed in silent prayer? Great. The trial's barely started and the judge is already mad at me.
He's very devout for a prosecutor.
Why is the accused standing over there?
Oh, well...
Your Majesty, in addition to being the accused, she is also my assistant. The accused is your assistant, you say? Very well, then. A criminal does indeed make a fitting partner to a lawyer with a defiled soul.
That wasn't very nice.
Ow, my pride. Yeah, well, bad-mouthing a lawyer seems to be a custom of sorts here in Kurah'in. I must say, I am surprised to see you are still here in Kurah'in, Mr. Wright. And even more so to find you in the Hall of Justice once more. I cannot fathom as to why you would willingly risk your life in yet another trial. The answer is simple, Your Majesty. I am a lawyer, and this is what lawyers do. Although, to be frank, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Such foolishness. Ah, Prosecutor Shadmati, are you ready to begin now? Yes, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. But first, I promise you both this. I will cast your wicked souls into the fires of hell. Thus shall be the soul of the victim obtain salvation. Splendid. I would expect nothing less of you, Prosecutor Shadmati. Please save the victim's soul, Prosecutor. Oh dear, here we go again. I think I'll pass on that whole fire and brimstone deal. But I'm not surprised by your words of stance, concerning what Apollo's told me about you. So, it was you who instilled that putrid lawyerly guile within him. Putrid what? He too must soon face the fires, lest his soul be lost to redemption. shall send you ahead, so that he will not be lonely with your crimes. Sorry, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. People say I never know when to give up. Nervous, Maya? Little. Feels like it's been ages since we stood side by side like this in court. Too bad I'm the defendant. Don't worry. We haven't lost a case together yet. You're right. Let's give this everything we've got, Nick. Now then, prosecutor, would you please explain the case at hand? Of course, Your Majesty. Let's begin with the last rites of the victim. Maya Fey has been charged with the crime of murder. The victim of her heinous crime was High Priest Tarustin. He was conducting the purification rite when he was brought a slave. And the cause of death? Let's review the victim's autopsy report and the crime scene report, shall we? The cause of death was blood loss from a stab wound delivered to the animal. The murder weapon was likely the Warbat dagger, which was used in the crime. However, the weapon has yet to be found. The scene was thoroughly searched. A sacred relic, used as a tool of murder. The Holy Mother's wrath shall be most severe. The murder itself took place at the height of the purification rites. The accused had donned Lady Creer's sacred robes, and the victim was there to offer prayers as a high priest of kurah'in. During the rite, the victim and the accused were the only two acting in the sanctuary. Therefore, the only person who could have slain the victim is Maya. This is not good already. I must say, that does cast a great deal of suspicion upon the accused. Indeed. Now then, allow me to submit this diagram of the case of the crime scene as evidence in this case. Thank you! In kurah'in, slaying a priest is a sin most grave and dreadful. Yeah, whatever, priest boy. I gotta look at the new evidence. How dare you? Shut up. So it is. As such, Maya Fey's soul shall be plunged into the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling. There, she shall be tickled without end for 500 million years. That is a terrible fate indeed. With a defense care to respond. And here I thought that the lowest pit of hell was the hell of back pain. I don't remember killing anyone, and I don't have that dagger or anything like it. As my client stated, she has no memory of the event as described by the prosecutor. But more importantly, she has no motive to kill the high priest in the first place. Objection! I thought you might say that. Nevertheless, the meaningless prattle of lawyers is utterly ineffectual here in the Hall of Justice. For all will be made clear by her benevolence, Refa Padma kurah'in's insights. Goody, goody. Here we go again. So it is, and so shall it be. The divination seance reveals the truth for all to see. Here we go again. Bailiff, please show the royal priestess in. As popular as ever, I see. Barbhead, your benevolence. I would like you to go on record for the court to state just how I forged evidence the other day. But you didn't. Exactly. I did not forge or fabricate or lie, as is said by the head priestess. You bastard! Rest assured, good people of kurah'in, I will defeat this murderer and her abettor.
They shall not escape on their Freedom Express today.
What a joy it is to have the royal priestess back in the Hall of Justice. May the Holy Mother grant us her divine favor. Dihara kurah'in. She sure looks pleased with herself. Especially for someone who didn't know what a Freedom Express was until yesterday.
Is there something stuck to my face, Barb Head?
No, nothing, Your Benevolence. Now then, Your Benevolence. The divination seance, if you please.
Very well. Nana, my robe.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Lovely dance. Now let's see what we can see. Okay, that was creepy. The victim's Mitama has spoken. The divination seance is complete. Great. Another clearly incriminating seance vision. It could not be any clearer, O foul defense. The accused donned the sacred robe of Lady Kira and then attacked the victim. Oh, how very terrible it must have been. The figure of Our Lady Kira lit against the dim lantern light. A scent of incense growing ever more potent as she drew near. One can almost sense the horror Abbot in me must have felt. Events as presented by her benevolence are indisputable.
But that wasn't me. Do something, Nick.
I'm working on it. That couldn't have been any clearer. Looks like I'm in for another uphill battle.
The accused committed this vile act during our ancient tradition, the purification rite.
Come to think of it, the Rite God explains it the multi-part purification rite in detail. Transformation rite. The High Priest reads scripture. The priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira. The Rite of Water. Lady Kira enters the spring and the High Priest purifies her along with her dagger. The Rite of Fire. The priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul.
Indeed. It would seem that the murder occurred during the transformation rite. The rite dictates that the High Priest stand in front of the spring. Therefore, the accused must have attacked him from the direction of the broken lantern. Well, Barbed Head, would you care to object?
Of course, because I know my client is innocent.
So you say. You truly do not know when you are beaten, do you?
Managed to pull it off last time with Albie. I'll just have to do it again. You intend to find fault with her benevolence's insights yet again. It would seem lawyers are the Polkunan creatures indeed.
Look at that Polkunan.
Polkunan, huh? Guessing that means foolish? What exactly is a Polkunan?
Someone who's a real piece of work, so to speak.
Ah, so they can call me anything they want. The only thing I care about is uncovering the truth.
So, Barbed Head, are you foolish enough to risk your life for your so-called truth? Because my insights are the truth. To deny them is to willingly dig your own grave.
Bring it on, little brat.
The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. As the first part, the transformation rite ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, he heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled their incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim felt an immense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. As his life's blood spilled over, his vision dimmed until finally he passed from our world. That is everything the victim experienced in his final moments.
Dressed in the sacred robes of Lady Kira, the accused rushed the victim head-on. The brutal stabbing she perpetuated could not have been any clearer.
Yes, it is plain for all to see. No, it wasn't me. A sudden drowsiness came over me during the transformation rite. I didn't even get a chance to put on Lady Kira's robes.
You waste our time with such meaningless statements, accused. You cannot explain away the truths revealed by the royal priestess's divine insight.
How did you end up finding contradictions last time?
The deceased's final memories include all 5 senses.
Oh, you mean those words that appeared in the Pool of Souls? Looks to me like the bigger the word, the stronger the sensation was to the victim, right?
Yeah, that's how it looked to me, too. Sensations themselves are never wrong, only their interpretations. That's why I tried to point out mistakes in Rafa's insights the last time.
So there could be contradictions between what Abbott Emmy felt and her insights then, huh?
You got it. And I'm gonna find them this time, too. Nah, I'm okay. I think I got this. Nah, I remember how it works. Still, sensations this time seem to fluctuate more than the ones from Albie's trial. In which case, I better keep an eye on the changes in their intensity as well. Alright, time to point out the sensations that contradict the insights. Alright. That's weird. Hold on. You all notice it, right? Watch the incense closely. See how it gets closer? But the footsteps don't. So let's try this one again. I'm gonna select the footsteps here. That one.
Objection!
The victim supposedly heard the accused approaching footsteps, right? But did he really? What nonsense is this? Is it not abundantly clear? No, it's not. Because there's something strange about those footsteps. Strange? Explain yourself, Barbhead. The footsteps are strange because they don't get louder. They're not getting any louder. And why exactly does that matter? Please, focus your attention on the incense the victim smelled for a moment. The scent grows stronger as the accused approaches. If the accused really had approached the victim, the sound of her footsteps would have also grown louder as the scent of the incense grew stronger. Why, that makes perfect sense. How can this be explained, your benevolence? Well, there must be a reason.
Objection!
It is as they say. Even a putrid worm of a lawyer will turn. What does that even mean? He's not exactly singing you praises, that's for sure. Still, we cannot discount this information solely on account of its lawyerly source. Your benevolence. Perhaps you must listen more carefully to the abbot's mitama. Listen more carefully? What is he talking about? Yes, it would appear so. I shall try to refine the sensation. Refine the sensation? I can more accurately gauge sensations by deepening my communication with the mitama. I didn't know you could do that. Have we never done this before? By refining a sensation, a clearer picture of the truth can be discovered. Then do so, please. Oh, blessed mitama, I beseech you, hear me now in response to my call. Bells? Footsteps changed into bells. What could this mean? Bells? But the only bells at the scene of the crime were... That jingling must have come from Abbot Inme's bells! You mean those big things he had on his ankles? Well, there you have it. The sound of bells was from the high priest's own footsteps. Then that means... If the footsteps belong to the victim himself, it means it was the victim who was moving, not the accused. The victim was the one who went running towards the broken lantern from the spring. A far cry from what her benevolence's insight would have us believe. But why would the victim have approached the accused? Maybe he was trying to defend himself? Please explain. He could have felt threatened by Lady Kira standing there with a dagger. If so, he might have thought to overpower her before she attacked. Still your voices! This is nothing but a theory, and a poor one at that. Be not led astray by this lawyer's obvious postulation. Well, his insolence is inexcusable. I would ask that you calm yourself, your benevolence. Is there something you care to say, Prosecutor Sadmati? Even if it was Abbot Inme who moved, it does not negate the accused's crime. What do you mean?
The accused was likely waiting for the high priest to approach. Ah! And as he neared, she plunged the dagger into him. It is as simple as that. Oh, right. It really doesn't change much, does it? Yes, it is as the prosecutor has said. In fact, as I meant to say all along as well. Right. And that's why you were so shocked when you first heard it. Understand now, lawyer? That contradiction you conjured up has come to naught. Once I hone my insights, it will vanish like the dying rays of the sun. Okay. Light her off by the broken lantern, alright? See, the fact is that it was the abbot himself who moved changes nothing. Ugh, come on, Phoenix, you gotta keep your cool. The contradiction I pointed out must mean something. One sensation changed after the Princess Rafa refined her vision. It stands to reason that something else might have changed too because of the refinement. I should focus on any new sensations that have changed. While searching for more contradictions between them and her insights. Okay. Water. Wait. Water? Hold on. Let me look at the court record real quick. Yeah, see, something stinks about that really, really badly. There's no water if he runs this way. So what the hell is this? Explain this! Hold it! How do we know the purification rite was performed exactly as it was supposed to be? That's easy. The customs governing the rite are very clear, and Abbot Indy would have adhered to them. Well, that's strange. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain just what is so strange? Yes, of course. I would ask you to consider the sound of the victim's footsteps. The sound of bells changes to the sound of water at one point. What's this? It's simple. The victim must have stepped into some water. Oh. Yes. And the only source of water in the inner sanctum is the spring. And therein lies the contradiction. What contradiction? I believe the rite started out as it should have. The victim stood with his back to the spring, and the accused stood right in front of him. But we now know that the victim then moved into the spring. Palkunka! That is absurd! This means that the accused's location differs from what her benevolence's insight indicates. Then, where do you propose the accused stood when she donned Lady Kira's robes? Based on the sound of the victim's footsteps, I believe that Maya was standing in the spring.
Take that!
That makes sense. Until this moment, we've all just assumed that Abbot Indy and Miss Faye were standing where they were supposed to be, as shown in this writ, as shown in the rights guide. In short, the victim should have been standing with his back to the spring and the accused in front. However, if that is how they were really standing, he couldn't have stepped into the spring as he approached her. The problem is the victim did step into the spring. This can only mean that Miss Faye had actually been standing in the water.
But if this is true, then their positions would have been completely reversed. What is going on here, Miss Faye? Were you really standing in the spring?
I'm sorry, but I barely remember anything about the rite. What on earth is going on here?
That's enough!
Be that as it may, this does not overturn my insight.
It doesn't.
Let us say the accused was standing in the spring. So what?
So what? This completely reverses their positions is what?
That their positions differ from what is customary is rather curious. However, what does that change? It certainly does not erase the accused's brutal crime.
Crap. I guess you have a point there.
You lawyers are an absurd breed. Never thinking ahead, you cling to the first insignificant contradiction you can muster.
Ow! Our pride as lawyers. Ow!
Sounds like Princess Rafa has a pretty good grasp of what lawyers are all about.
Oh, Maya, where would I be without your brutally frank commentary right now? I know I'd be feeling a lot better, but... Okay, is this contradiction really meaningless? But something really doesn't feel right. Did I take a wrong turn somewhere? Am I in Albuquerque?
I will now amend my insights to the account for this new truth. Now the contradiction is no more. But the truth of the matter still stands, no matter how stubbornly you deny it.
What do you have to say for yourself now, Mr. Wright?
Nick?
Your Majesty, this lawyer may have raised a trivial objection, but her benevolence and insights have no further inadequacies of any kind. Yes, so it would seem. Wait a second, but there is another contradiction. Still you flounder about, wretched beast. Though you rack that putrid brain of yours, nothing worthwhile will come of it. Maya, please tell me you remember something that might help us out here.
Sorry, I really don't remember a thing. Now that the place I was standing in has changed, who knows? That alone may cause new discrepancy with Princess Rafa's insights.
That's right. We now know that Maya was standing in the spring. A major change like that could very well produce a contradiction. I need to take another look at the inner sanctum diagram in the court record and confirm where Maya and Abbott Inmee were standing. And then I need to focus on finding any discrepancies between the positions and the insights. Anything, no matter how small it is. Alright, let's see here. So this is where they're standing, huh? Alright. That's not possible. Hold on. Look at this again. If this is what's really happening, these lanterns have wind guards. We saw this, but this is the only one that's broken. That shouldn't be possible. Also, hello Reserve, welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. We are defending Maya Fey again. This right here should not be possible. The wind blowing the flame shouldn't be possible. Yeah, it can't be. That's impossible. Because this is what's... Okay, so this is the perspective that we're looking at right now through this pool. He's looking this way. These lanterns all have wind guards on them except this broken one. But if that's the case... If that's the case, then the wind shouldn't affect this flame at all.
Objection!
What is happening? Your benevolence. I found a new contradiction.
You did? No doubt it is but another of your vile attempts to slander my insights.
Nope. Take a good look at what the victim saw. It just might change your mind. Hold on, I need to do this. Search. Nope, wrong voice. Damn. Search
your feelings. You know it to be true.
There we go. The lantern flame behind the accused was flickering.
There is nothing unusual about that, especially as the wind had stirred.
No, that's where you're wrong. If the accused had been standing in the spring, then what you see here should be one of the lanterns flanking the statue.
I fail to see your point.
My point is something is wrong here. The two lanterns flanking the statue were both outfitted with glass wind guards. Best part is that wasn't even Darth Vader. That was just
This robot voice that I have kicking around, I added this voice to it. Believe it or not, this is the voice of Solomon Means. Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
So, neither of Lantern's flames should have been flickering in the wind in the first place.
She seems pretty tickled, Nick.
I don't remember saying anything funny.
I fail to see what you wish to prove here, but... Very well. I shall refine the vision and reveal the truth for all to see. Oh, blessed Mitama, I beseech you, fix your sight upon the lantern there.
Oh, look! It's broken! Huh? That lantern doesn't have a wind guard on it.
And rightly so. For the wind guard was removed to reveal the sacred flame within for the rite of fire.
I can't do that. I'll get sued. Transformers are still around. Darth Vader is not.
Therefore, there is nothing odd about the flame flickering.
Say what? But when we searched the crime scene, those lanterns had their wind guards on. That's because the police put them back on. The sacred flames have burned uninterrupted for hundreds of years now. We could not risk them being extinguished, even during an investigation. That would never fly back home.
Well, Barbed Head, are you done quibbling? If so, then it is time to bow down before this testimony of the Mitama. Nick.
Don't worry, Maya. I'm just getting started. Alright, let's go over everything we know so far. Maya was wearing Lady Kira's robes and standing in the spring. The High Priest is thought to have been moving towards her, so I should look for sensations that stand in contradiction to this arrangement. I won't give up. I'm gonna find a contradiction that will undermine the accusation against Maya. Oh gosh, I hope you're okay.
Objection!
What could this possibly mean? That lantern clearly contradicts the insight. But this contradiction will overturn the entire case I've been building. Are you all right, Mr. Wright? One minute you shout out and the next you fall silent.
Perhaps it is like the bellow of one who is barreling down a hill with no way of stopping. Is that not right, Prosecutor Sadmati?
Don't get cold feet now, Phoenix. Even if this overturns the entire case you've built so far, the only way is to keep moving forward, because that's where we will find the truth. Sorry, but I'm not barreling down a hill. In fact, I'm in full control of everything with the indisputable contradiction I found.
Is that so?
The lantern behind the accused clearly, no, blatantly contradicts your insight.
Does it now?
One of the lanterns on the entrance side of the inner sanctum was broken. And if you watch what Abbot Inmi saw in his final moments, you will notice that that lantern behind the praying form of Miss Faye is also broken. The lantern behind Lady Kira, however, is still intact. In short, we are seeing two different lanterns in this seance vision.
How can this be? And even if it were so, how would that contradict my insights?
Let me start by saying the claim I'm about to raise will overturn the case I've built thus far. Will the defense please explain himself? Based on the broken lantern, we can tell Maya and Abbot Inmi's positions, where the accused and the victim were standing. But did you not just finish asserting that the accused was standing somewhere else? I did, and I built my argument on that faulty premise. But, thankfully, it has been led us here, to the actual spot where Maya Faye was standing. I must say, if the defense keeps changing assertions in such a capricious manner, its credibility may come into question. I'm willing to take that risk, Your Majesty, because I believe this will be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spot where the accused was standing. Very well. Show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing. Based on the location of the broken lantern, where was Maya actually standing? God. Well, let's stop and think. He first looked left, and then looked right to see the broken lantern. So, it has to be here.
Take that!
And you are sure it was there? Oh, my hand slipped. Sorry. Can we just say that one didn't count? Counting such baffling gaffes is my job, Mr. Wright. Well, it was worth a try. I need to think about the location of the broken lantern. Oh, Holy Mother of Kurah'in. Mr. Wright, you will remind us again why lawyers are reviled. This time, see that you point out where the accused was really standing. I'm gonna save here because that was bull. It should be right here. He looked right, then left. He looked left, then he looked right to see the broken one. I wasn't thinking straight before, but now it's all falling into place. We know the victim had stepped into the spring. That means Maya Faye had to have been standing in the water as he approached. However, his memory, which has only now become clear, reveals that Miss Faye was standing by the side of the broken lantern. In other words, she was standing where she was supposed to be according to custom.
Does that not bring us back to the very beginning?
No. This is where things take a different turn, and I mean that literally. The victim had to have been moving towards the spring. That means that while he was moving, he had his back turned toward the accused.
What's this? You mean to say that the victim turned around during the rite? But such an image appears nowhere in the seance vision.
Actually, it does appear. It's just that no one noticed until now.
No one noticed. How could no one have noticed something so big?
The sutra. It was blocking our view. There was a moment when the scripture the victim was holding was all we could see. Thanks to that, none of us could tell that he was in fact turning around in that moment.
Objection!
If it is as the defense asserts, and her benevolence insights no longer make any sense, how do you intend to explain
Objection!
that? I don't need to explain anything, because it's just as you said, Prosecutor Sadmari. Her benevolence's insights don't make any sense because they contain a huge error.
Such insolence!
A huge error, you say? Do explain.
The huge error is... I believe this is what happened at the scene of the crime. The victim was reading a sutra when suddenly he sensed someone behind him. He immediately looked back to see someone dressed as Lady Kira standing there. Wishing to see who it was, he approached the robed figure. That's when he was stabbed.
This cannot be!
Oh, but it can. And it is. The insight stating the accused stabbed the victim is wrong. And that is the real truth lying behind this testimony of the dead.
Oh.
Palunka! Polkunka! Whatever it is.
Are you suggesting that there was someone else at the scene of the crime?
I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be.
Thud. That was a close one. But I managed to divine the true meaning behind the seance vision. Somehow. I should add these new facts to the court record. Court record updated. Your benevolence. Please, allow me to take it from here. I will overturn the brash accusations of this faithless, putrid-minded lawyer.
Yes, I shall place my trust in you.
Are you sure about this, Prosecutor Sadmari?
My work as an international prosecutor has taken me to courtrooms around the world. And in that time, I have learned to perform last rites for souls in trials lacking a seance.
Yes, of course. Forgive my ludicrous inquiry.
Moreover, I have with me a forensic investigator overseas. I will show you all the most magnificent last rites you've ever seen. I guess he really does think highly of Emma and her forensic expertise. I'm impressed that he's come to understand their value. And again, he is an international prosecutor who solved tough cases around the world. Time to hunker down, huh?
Now then, let us continue with today's proceedings. Could the defense please tell us who the third party dressed as Lady Kira was? Your new claim has negated the insights of the royal priestess. So I trust you have some evidence to support it, correct?
Yes, of course. third party must have really wanted to kill the High Priest. I might be able to identify who it was if I had evidence of their murderous intent.
Well, we're waiting, Mr. Wright.
The evidence that can reveal the identity of the third party is this. It might be this. Who knows?
Take that!
Nope. Ow. Talk about opening up a can of worms. Alright.
Seems the worm is not with our spy. Very well. What other evidence do you have for us today?
Take that!
3 days before the purification rite, the victim received a warning letter from an unidentified individual.
He did.
Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the High Priest. The letter said, "Do not perform the rite." But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the High Priest was murdered.
Who do you suppose sent that letter?
A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself.
Peace. I don't understand. I heard the Lady Kira that has been on the news of late only hunted rebels. If so, why would she have killed the High Priest?
Excellent question. Maybe it would help to think of it this way. Excuse me, everyone. What if the High Priest had secretly been a rebel? The High Priest? He couldn't possibly have been a rebel.
The High Priest, a devout follower of kurah'inism, a rebel. Do you even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak? Well, do you?
I too found it hard to believe at first. But as I continued my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible.
Objection!
The third party was the rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the High Priest was a rebel. Well, mockery of kurah'inism. No. As the kingdom of kurah'in itself knows no bounds. Oops. Uh-oh.
I will have peace. But, as a faithful Kurah'inist, I take issue with these claims. And I am loath to admit them into today's proceedings.
I don't like where this is going. The defense's claims are but vile blasphemy, tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother. Is it really that big of a deal, Maya? Abbot and me was a distinguished monk and a very well-respected too, so... Yeah? Get kind of screwed up? Please don't let this turn into an international incident. You're not good people of Kurah'in. The rantings of this future-blind lawyer who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. The prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged. But the victim was stabbed in his abdomen. How is that possible when he had his back turned towards Miss Faye? Someone else must have killed him.
Objection!
Are you so sure about that? You may have invalidated the seance, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmic flow of this trial is, as yet, still in my hands. How can you be so confident? Something has occurred to me, you see. Your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy, and I shall prove that by calling a new witness to the stand. An eyewitness who will deliver a definitive answer that will dispel the defense's doubts. an eyewitness.
Very well. Let's call this eyewitness to the stand.
Oh, it's you! It's him again.
Well now, he has to be the shaggiest witness I've ever laid my eyes upon. Please state your name and occupation.
Oh, you know, that's so-and-so, whatchamacallit. Sorry, man, I still don't get it. Anonymous TBD. At least that's what they've been calling me.
TBD, as in to be determined. Can't you just tell us your real name?
The witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him amnesiac. Therefore, I named him Anonymous, TBD, in my report, but he thinks TBD is part of the name. Anonymous? Really? These puns.
Objection!
You are letting an amnesiac testify. Have no fear. I've already questioned him at length. While it is true he has utterly forgotten his name and his past, his memory of what he witnessed is still very much intact.
Considering the dearth of information, any new knowledge may be of help. Therefore, I will permit his testimony. Now, Mr. Immus, please tell us what you saw.
Your Majesty. Yep, currentest version of John Doe. By the way, Your Majesty,
Be quiet. Do not make me bring up the parrot.
the defense stays. That night, I was up at the top of Mount Ponpone, a mountain next to the inner sanctum. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it's the no-no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right of the inner sanctum. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. There is no way you saw Miss Face stab the victim with a dagger. I swear, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't remember at any rate.
Mount Ponipone, the beautiful mountain that is also known as the Little Sanctum.
You must be talking about that smaller mountain from the poster.
Mr. Immus, I was wondering.
What can I do you for?
The inner sanctum lies at a high elevation where clouds and fog can obscure the view. Are you sure you were able to see what happened from the mountaintop next to it?
Good point. His Majesty raises an excellent question. Well, Mr. Immus? On the day of the riot, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I had a perfect view. If you don't believe me, check the weather forecast in the paper that day. I bet. It doesn't look like it. Nick, don't we have the newspaper for that day? Yeah, let's take a look here. It does say calm, clear skies, doesn't it? Crap. See? I told you. This guy.
While it would appear the witness has offered testimony worth hearing.
Mr. Immus, I too have a question for you. Didn't he already answer the question of the witness? Well, that's what I'm here for, right? Shoot. How was the accused holding the dagger? Was she holding it underhand? Its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand. Yeah, I believe she was. It's called a reverse grip. Hold it! Hold it right there. What bearing does this have on the case? And stop summoning the butterflies. Please your interruption. You don't see the significance of how the blade was held. Why don't you enlighten me, oh enlightened one? I knew you were a fool. I can already picture you in your next life. Next life? Yes. After your soul rise for centuries in the pits of hell, you shall be reborn as a witless sea urchin, with globs limited to your new posterior. You shall live a short, inconsequential life, only to be brutally devoured by a sea otter. That was a bit excessive. I simply asked what the dagger grip had to do with the case. Now pay attention. How the accused held the dagger is of vital importance. With such information, we can infer exactly what actions she took. You were saying that the victim was killed while he had his back to the accused. Is that correct? Yes, I see what he's doing. As such, the accused's dagger grip tells us something very important. The accused approached the victim from behind, swung her arms around, and plunged the dagger deep into his abdomen with a reverse grip. What? This, Mr. Immis' testimony clears up any doubts that might remain. And it coincides with her benevolence's insights as well. This is a disaster. I thought I'd blown those insights out of the water, but now they're back to haunt me. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Time to press everything. Hold it! Are you sure you're not mistaken, Mr. Immis? Was it really Mount Puniponi that you climbed? Oh, I'm sure of it. It was really Puniponi-ish mountain. What does that even mean? You know, now that I think about it, it was a mighty fine view. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray and be— Hold it! If you hate crowds, why bother climbing to the top? Couldn't you have just as easily prayed at the bottom of the mountain? Wrong, bucko. This is a once-a-year epic event. I wanted to pray as close to the actual thing as possible. If you're so gung-ho about it, why didn't you just go pray at the Plaza of Devotion? Like I said, I hate crowds. I wanted to pray in peace. Oh, why do I only get the annoying ones? And my burning faith demanded that I climb up the mountain closest to the inner sanctum. Also, I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around— Hold it! Since nobody was around, there is nobody who can corroborate your action either. You're exactly right. In that case, Mr. Immis, let me ask you this. Was there a reason you didn't want to be seen? About that? You get caught climbing the surrounding mountains on the day of the ride, you can get in big trouble. That's it. Yeah, it's totally embarrassing getting yelled at when you're grown up. Yeah, you're a real grown-up, all right. And since nobody was around, I lost all inhibition and, Hold it! You had a pair of binoculars with you. That's pretty convenient. You weren't planning to spy on the right all along, were you? Actually, I just happen to have them for bird watching. Bird watching, huh? I see. You're not going to keep pressing him on this? He's sketchy as heck, but I don't really have anything that I can really sink my teeth into yet. Oh, alright then. I love the great outdoors. That's just the kind of guy I am. A guy called Anonymous. TBD. He's really starting to get on my nerves. As I looked through my binoculars, I couldn't believe what I was seeing unfold before me. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. Hold it! Did you really see what you say you did? Are you saying I'm lying about this? Well, I'm not.
is etched permanently into this old noggin. But I didn't do what you say I did. I didn't even get the chance to touch the dagger on the day of the rite. What do you know? What do I know of that? All I know is what I saw. I never even seen it before in my life. What possible reason could I have to lie? I didn't expect there to be any witnesses way up there. But I don't remember doing all of that. I know. I have a feeling the witness is lying. There has to be an inconsistency somewhere in his testimony. Alright, let's have a look at the court record. No. No. Nah. I don't see that. That would help. Oh! Oh, there's no way he could possibly see. Present the curtain.
Objection!
Your Majesty, I had my doubts about this bushy-bearded witness, but now I know we can't trust him. What? You ain't just judging me solely on my bodacious beard, are you? Not at all, Mr. Immis. It's much more than your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony.
It's testimony, you say?
Yes, recall how the inner sanctum was that day? Specifically that it was completely enclosed by the ritual curtain?
Why, yes. I believe you're right.
The curtain would have completely blocked the witness's view from Mount Ponponi. Therefore, he couldn't possibly have seen the murder happen. Ooh.
Mr. Immis, have you been knowingly making false statements to this court?
You got me.
The witness will lower his voice.
I didn't actually see the accused herself. You didn't actually see the accused herself? What's that supposed to mean? Let me set the record straight, I beg ya. Then do so. I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. She was just a shadow, but I could tell it was her, the accused, reverse gripping that dagger. Shadows? That's what you saw. That's right. I could see what was going on there by the shadows projected onto the ritual curtain.
In the future, Mr. Immis, I would rather you offer up accurate testimony from the start.
Forgive me, my main man, Mr. Magistrate. Chalk it up to my fuzzy memory. Though he saw but shadows, it is still a valuable testimony. You have got to be kidding me.
What are we gonna do now, Nick?
All I can think of is to look for more inconsistencies between the actual rite and what Mr. Immis says he saw.
Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness once more.
Hold it! So, what you saw were simply shadows? That's right. Those shadows figures on the bright white curtain. They showed up through plain as day. I could see everything that happened. But Miss Faye and Abbott in me were at the top of the mountain, late at night. The only light up there was coming from the 4 small lanterns. How could the shadows have been projected up that clearly onto the curtain? No wonder people harp on you lawyers. You're always so dang skeptical. The lanterns weren't the only source of light, you know. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. Hold it! You claim to have seen shadowy figures that were projected onto the ritual curtain. But did you really see them, Mr. Immis? Of course I did. The bright moonlight projected them onto that curtain. Clear as day. It was like watching a scene out of the horror movie from my front row seat on Mount Ponponi.
guess the moon does shine a bit brighter when you're way up there. Maya, do you recall how bright the moon was that night?
I remember there weren't any clouds, and that the moon was definitely out. I don't remember if it could cast any shadows.
Okay, thanks. We can't deny that the moon was really bright, which means it's possible that it was bright enough to cause shadows to appear.
I remember it just like it happened.
Hold it! Hang on. How do you know it was Miss Faye if all you saw were shadows?
It was that little bun on top of her head. She didn't need to see her face. That distinctive bob's a dead giveaway. Never underestimate my keen sense of observation. That's a funny haircut. It's not nice to make fun of a girl's hairstyle. I like my hair this way. Besides, you're one to talk, you Sasquatch. You're not into this wild manly look I'm sporting. Shows what you know, little girl. Nick, isn't there some kind of crime you can charge him with?
I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. Now he claims he only saw shadows.
His testimony is sketchy.
His testimony is sketchy written all over it.
And there must be an inconsistency in there somewhere.
Yep. Is he really watching everything from Mount Pomponia? If so, then I should see how his testimony lines up with the conditions of her rights. It's impossible. And I'll tell you why. Look at the guide. The purification rite is a 3-part ceremony that is held when the moon is directly over the summit. There's no way you can cast shadows like that. It would be like standing at high noon in the middle of a flat terrain. There would be no shadows.
Objection!
You saw silhouettes projected by the moonlight? Sorry, but that's just not possible.
What? What do you mean? How is that not possible? That was totally possible. That's impossible.
I think I'm going to need a logical ease in translation to that. Let's take a look at this rites guide, shall we, Mr. Immis? The rite is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. So if the moon was shining from the west, any shadows would have been cast eastward. But Mr. Immis was standing to the west of the inner sanctum on Mount Pony Pony. Oh, holy mother. That's right. Our witness here couldn't have seen any shadowy figures on that curtain.
No way!
Perhaps it was the sacred flames of the lanterns that cast the shadows she saw. I'm afraid not. I inspected them during the investigation, but the flames were too small to cast the crisp, distinct figures Mr. Immis claims to have seen.
But I did see those silhouettes, really! But how could he, Nick?
Maybe he was someplace where they were visible. Wait, don't tell me. Your Majesty, if Mr. Immis really did see those shadows, it brings a brand new fact to light. And that would be... the brand new fact that comes to light, if Mr. Immis really did see those shadows, was that he was somewhere else. He wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder. Oh, and where do you propose the witness was? Someplace where he could have seen the shadow figures, naturally.
Wait, you mean...
None of the mountains east of the inner sanctum are close enough for a good view. That leaves only one place you could have clearly seen the shadows from. And where might that be? This is where Mr. Immis was at the time of the murder. He was at the inner sanctum. Mr. Immis was at the inner sanctum, just outside the curtain on the east side. That's the only place from which he could have seen shadowy figures.
Really? I didn't even think of that.
Wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused? And the third party who was there, you... I get the feeling that's a subject Prosecutor Sadamadi would rather not touch right now. Ah, you mean... That's right.
This witness was at the scene of the crime, which means he is the mysterious third party that we saw during the divination seance. He could have been the one who dressed as Lady Kira and killed the High Priest. Objection! No one but the two participants were allowed anywhere near the inner sanctum. The only way up there are the stairs that start down at the Plaza of Devotion. So tell me, how do you propose the witness entered that sacred space? Must have, I didn't think that far ahead. The sanctum has sheer cliffs on 3 sides and a steep, towering rock face on the other. No one could have made it there by climbing the faces of those cliffs. His Majesty speaks true. But saying Mr. Amos was at such an inaccessible location is but a bit to tarnish his credibility. Is that not right? Right. I wasn't at the inner sanctum. No, sir, no how. At least I'm pretty sure I was. Then what about those silhouettes you claim to have seen? I'm starting to think I've been imagining things. What? This is insane. What? Peace. Peace, I say. This is impossible. Unless I can show how he got to the inner sanctum. It just looks like I'm trying to slander Mr. Immus. I believe in you, Nick. Rah, rah, 6 Moon Ba. Fight Phoenix right, blah, blah, blah. Has she no shame? What's your problem, lady? Phoenix Wright is very trustworthy, I'll have you know. Uh-oh. Please, Maya, you're only making it worse. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's probably best to just keep it to yourself for now. I would advise the defense to think carefully before making up any more sudden outbursts. Yes, Your Majesty. I was the bad guy before, I definitely am now. Now, Mr. Emmons, I would like you to think back carefully before you testify next about where you were that night. I was never at the inner sanctum, I tell you. That much I'm sure of, even with a fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place. Well, you boys sure are scary. Guess it might have been impossible for him to get to the inner sanctum as he claims, but... Now will you desist in trying to frame this innocent witness? You know what? Bet! Mr. Wright, is it not time to end these cross-examinations? A moment of desperation leads to 100 years of torment. It means that for each moment the sinner spends struggling to deny this, 100 million years of torment are added to that time in hell. Kurah'inism is the strictest religion I've ever heard. And just so you know, you've already accrued 200 million extra years. Sure, what's another 200 million, give or take? Well, it's a big deal on me. I can't keep saying that the witness was there at the inner sanctum if I can't prove it. The problem is, how am I going to do that? Hold it! Are you sure you weren't there? All I'm sure of is that you're deeply skeptical. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are all lawyers always like this? Most certainly. They always try to pin crimes on innocent witnesses without any proof whatsoever. They are no better than bacteria, viruses. Yikes, you mean he's contagious? He's gonna give me lawyeritis. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Whew, that was a close one. No one put me there at the scene of the crime even when I wasn't there. Hold it! You just said your memory was fuzzy.
I sure did. What's the big deal?
I'll tell you what, your testimony isn't very credible if your memory of the events is fuzzy.
Oh, no worries there. My memory may be fuzzy, but I'm very clear on one thing.
Here we go again.
If you ask me whether or not I remember what I did that night, I'd say I do.
In short, you are confident that your testimony is true. Is that correct, Mr. Emish?
Exactly. I guess you don't get to be the judge for nothing. So in closing, I can clearly say that I was totally not there.
Hold it!
I wonder if it really was impossible for you to get to the inner sanctum. If you have something to say, just say it.
Couldn't there have been another way to get there? A way that wouldn't attract attention?
No, there isn't.
Which means there is.
Perhaps the defense would share its theory with us.
I don't even have a wild guess, let alone a theory, though. I'm reaching into my bag of bluffs. To reach the inner sanctum without attracting any attention... We just proved that these two can't be true, so... Fuck it, why not? I'm not gonna lose any points. Maybe you fell from the sky? The lawyer thinks he's a comedian now! I was wondering what crazy theory you would propose next. Well, defense, let's hear it. Mr. Immis could have parachuted down. We already know the weather was clear and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I'd say. Now that you have been backed into a corner, your delusions grow even more delusional. The inner sanctum is on a tiny ledge upon a sheer cliff over 2,000 meters tall. One misstep, and a skydiver will soon find themselves in the twilight realm.
Yeah, I don't care how still the wind was. Even I could have made that jump.
Wait, what's this building on top of the sacred mountain?
That is Royal Penitentiary No. 4.
Oh, right. Princess Rafer mentioned there was a prison up top. How do you get your prisoners up there anyway?
By helicopter, but only with authorization from the Minister of Justice. He's the only one who can approve flights that pass over the inner sanctum. Might I also add that no parachute or any other equipment necessary for skydiving has been found.
Are you saying I flew down there by flapping my arms? I may be an incredible dude, but even I'm not capable of that. Well, please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Immis. Hold it! You wouldn't need to flap your arms if you had some gear.
As I have already stated, nothing of the sort was found in or around the scene of the crime.
I'd sure like to see some of that, so-called gear you're talking about. I know. Is there really nothing like that at the inner sanctum? I think there was something that could have been used as a parachute. Let's give the evidence another look.
You continue to claim that the witness was at the inner sanctum. That said claim still remains but a claim without any supporting evidence, Mr. Wright.
Yes, I realize that, Your Majesty. I can't find any inconsistencies. Guess I can always try to elicit some more testimony. Hold it! Hold on! Now, hold on. Lawyers aren't scary. But you're saying I was at the inner sanctum when I wasn't. Anybody who tried to frame an innocent man like that is scary in my book. Oh dear, here we go again. I am not trying to set anybody up. I'm going to provide evidence and explain exactly how it was done. The cowrie speaks truth. They know the depths of a lawyer's sin and the poverty of his virtue. There may be some bad apples, but we're not all like that, you know.
Don't worry, Nick. I'll still root for you, no matter how morally bankrupt you've become.
Thanks a bunch, Maya. Mr. Immis, your voice changed? You weren't at the inner sanctum? Or more precisely, you wouldn't get there?
Let's see a way out of this.
Yeah, these kinds of debates only get worse if you argue them the wrong way. Request some conclusive testimony out of them, then present some evidence.
Like when you're trying to catch frogs from a pond. If you got a grip on one, you better hold on tight.
Right, something like that. Alright, let's see. No. No. Nah. No. They've been sewn together in a long bed. Hit the thing.
Objection!
Mr. Immis is right. He couldn't have skydived down there without any gear. Well, now, finally come around, have you? Now you see that I couldn't possibly have been there at the inner sanctum. Right. If you didn't have any gear, that is. What on earth are you talking about? That overreaction is a dead giveaway that I'm on the right track. Take a look at this piece of evidence. Those are prayer flags, are they not? Yes, but they have been sewn together to create one big banner. A banner that could also function like a parachute. Oh, good God. The people of kurah'in are so used to seeing prayer flags that the police didn't even think twice about these flags during their investigation. No, this can't be. The witness landed at the inner sanctum by using these prayer flags as a parachute. Is that not right, Mr. Immis? There's no way out. I'm surrounded. Immis? All this talk's jogged my memory. I guess I was there at the inner sanctum after all. Surprise, surprise, oh gallery. Looks like I just proved me right. As I suspected, there were 3 people there that night.
You did it, Nick. You weren't wrong after all.
Thanks. Anyways, Mr. Immis, you were the one disguised as Lazy Kriya that night, weren't you? What? No way. No how. No, it's like this. Oh yeah. I was only there at the inner sanctum by accident. By accident. Exactly. And that thing's not a parachute. It's a homemade paraglider. Paraglider? Are you telling me that you can fly using that Patrick mess of material? It may not look like much, but it's sturdy as can be. I rode the wind like an eagle going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. Then something happened that forced me to land at the inner sanctum. So you just happened to land there? You expect me to believe that?
Now, please, calm yourself, Mr. Wright. However, the fact that the witness was at the inner sanctum is crucial testimony indeed, and it certainly warrants further explicitation. Therefore, let's continue with more testimony.
That evening, I was enjoying a trip through the night sky with my homemade paraglider. Just as Mount Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum. And as I landed, I banged my head, causing me to lose my memory. So as you see, I ended up in the inner sanctum purely by accident. Uh-huh. Mr. Immis, you failed to mention any of this during your pre-trial questioning. Can't be helped. I mean, I'm just remembering it now. Continue such a slipshod testimony, and you will be cast into the hell of hangnails, where you shall have hangnails grown and ripped out for 800 million years. No, thank you. Oh, I hate those things. I think I'll pass on that. Looks like that caught Prosecutor Sadmati off guard. This is my chance to rip his case to shreds. Good. Let's do it. Time to press every button. Hold it! You were enjoying a trek through the night sky with your homemade paraglider? You didn't go to pray. At the kurah'in like me can pray anywhere, even while flying through the sky. But I wouldn't recommend you try it. You're just bound to end up dead.
Paraglider? I didn't see anything like that.
That's because of the old ritual curtain. It blocked your view. You should have seen me majestically soaring between the mountains.
Really? What do you think, Nick?
Don't ask me. I really was enjoying that flight. At first, anyway. But just as Mount Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. Hold it! Something terrible happened? Exactly. And when I say terrible, I mean terrible. What? Was there something unexpected near Mount Pony?
What was it again?
Wait, you don't remember? Let's just say it was terrible. An accident forced me to make an emergency land. Hold it! What exactly was this accident you had? Good question. Now, what was it again? Wind? Oh yeah, it was a wind! Not just any wind, but a sudden gale force wind. It made me lose control. The wind was strong enough to make you lose control? You got that right. Okay then, add that to your testimony, would you? Sure. We all know he's lying. I can present this right now. Calm, clear skies. Hold it! Had the wind been blowing the whole time around the mountains? Yep, just the right amount of wind for paragliding. So that sudden gale force wind was a real shocker. I see. So a decent wind had to have been blowing until then. Right. A paraglider is not much use without a decent wind. Hold it! Where at the inner sanctum did you land? That's easy. Where the paraglider ended up. I guess that makes sense. So outside the ritual curtain, on the side where the moonlit shadows were cast. And that's right where as I landed, I hit my head on a rock. I lost both my consciousness and my memory. Something's seriously wrong with this guy. But then how did you see the shadows? Hold it! If you were unconscious, how did you see the shadows? You're lucky to be alive after an accident like that. Yeah, I'm just a lucky kind of guy. I can tell you're the same type. What do you mean? You look like you've been over a couple of cliffs in your lifetime. How? Ask Shackle here. Shackle! I couldn't help it. It's times like these that separate the men from the boys. Wow. I see you were incredibly lucky. Almost miraculously so. If you got something to say, just say it. Alright, Mr. and Miss. It wasn't an accident, was it? You landed at the inner sanctum on purpose. What the? No, it was an accident, I'm telling you. You don't even have any proof, so stop making things up about me. This testimony's like a moving target.
Okay, Nick. Time for some evidence. You know, really grab him by the scruff of his neck.
One thing at a time, Maya. First, I have to find an inconsistency. Where there is constantly changing testimony, there are bound to be discrepancies and other issues. Present the paper.
Objection!
We have a saying in my country, Mr. Immis. From one lie sprouts another. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It means someone caught lying will lie again in an attempt to conceal their first one. In other words, this current testimony is just a blatant lie you're telling to cover your tracks. What did you just say? You claimed gale force winds caused you to lose control, but this newspaper has a weather report from the day of the murder. It says, and I quote, "The area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today."
Why, I do believe it does say that.
From one lie sprouts another. That makes sense, but maybe a saying from back home? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I kinda made that one up, but shush. For real? Your Majesty, the witness's testimony contains another flaw. One that's even more fatal to his cause. More fatal, you say? The defense will explain himself at once. Mr. Immis claims that he was flying up around the inner sanctum with his paraglider. But it would have been impossible to get all the way up there without any wind. Why, yes, I believe you're right. But we know the witness was at the inner sanctum, so... Mr. Immis, how did you get there? And from where? Without any wind, he couldn't have flown up there from the bottom of the mountain. By process of elimination, the only starting point that makes any sense is... Your Majesty, I believe I have the answer to your question. There's only one spot in the world he could have reached the inner sanctum from. He must have launched himself from the prison. But that would mean he's the escapee. Take that! Are you insane? That's where he came from? If he couldn't have come from below, the only other option is from above. So you see, Anonymous came down from Royal Penitentiary number 4. From there, he could have easily reached the inner sanctum by parachute. And that means he might also have killed the High Priest. What? Mr. Immis, were you the third party at the inner sanctum? And the one behind the warning to halt the right that the victim received? Was it you that we saw in this final memory? Are you the rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sir, help me out here. You did it! You finally left him speechless! Oh, come on, Mr. Prosecutor, man! Quiet, you fool. You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. For a fate far worse than Hangnail Hill waits you now. Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you. The witness did in fact descend to the innermost sanctum from Royal Penitentiary number 4. He didn't even put up a fight this time? That's generous of him. But if you are so perceptive as you seem, then surely you've already figured out the riddle. The riddle of Anonymous's true identity. Oh, his true identity? I'm not sure if I know quite yet, but I guess I'll have to answer with something. It would seem I am the only one still in the dark here. Would the defense care to enlighten me? Who is this man that we've been calling Anonymous? The witness's true identity is... a former paratrooper of a foreign land, wanted for crimes against the kingdom. The escapee from Royal Penitentiary number 4, the male insurgent. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a rebel. Is our man. Is this really him? Only now do you realize the truth. Well, please do share with us your belated insight. What's wrong, Nick? Why are you holding back? Because this isn't going to be very helpful to our case. Really? Are you sure? Unfortunately, I've got no other choice. That scruffy beard and the shaggy mane completely threw me off. But it's all becoming clear now. The nighttime base jump from the mountaintop prison. A precision landing at the inner sanctum using only a homemade parachute. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely, a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is Dat Arebal, the prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group. What? Yeah.
The witness is an escaped prisoner!
Precisely. The police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail. Meanwhile, here he was under our noses the whole time.
Woo-ha! Didn't think anybody would see through my clever disguise.
But the witness's charade is not all that has been shot. Here's it, defense.
Boy, do I hate this guy.
Please recall the defense's own words.
Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the high priest. The letter said, do not perform the rite. The rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the high priest was murdered.
He claimed that the real killer was a rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Yeah, and what's your point? What if the witness's true identity? Oh no! He is a rebel and an escaped prisoner. He could not possibly have been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels. No! Now, perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth. After all, he has yet to refute any of this.
Hoo-ha! You got me. I'm the razor-sharp fangs of the Defiant Dragon. And I'm done using the voice. That's a rebel.
When did you get your memory back?
Around the time you guys were talking about being no win. Oh, about the time you guys were talking about there being no win. But you gotta give me some credit for making up all that testimony off the top of my head. Are you prepared to tell us the truth now? Well, it is true that I parachuted down to the inner sanctum, but I banged my head on impact and ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain. In short, all my eyewitness testimony was a big fat lie. Big fat lie? Oh, and by the way, long time no see, beauty. Wait, they know each other? Your Majesty, this filthy rebel belongs in a jail cell.
Oh, yes, of course. Bail, seize him at once.
Seems you really have forgotten the will of the dragon, huh, Yuri? And no dogs of the kurah'in regime are gonna lay a finger on me. Alley-oop. Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert. You'll never catch me.
The escaped prisoner has escaped again.
The police force has been placed on high alert. He will be caught before long. An escaped prisoner who's escaped the law again after giving a ton of false testimony. Talk about a troublemaker.
You really pulled a number on all of us. What's the point of all of that anyway?
Well, I can't help but feel that this entire episode was an enormous waste of time.
Your Majesty, perhaps it was not as great of a waste as you might believe.
What makes you say that, prosecutor?
That's a rebel dropped something as he made his escape from these halls.
The scrap of paper looks awfully familiar.
These appear to be direct orders from Dirk.
From Dirk, the rebel leader? Oh, but we only have a small corner of it.
Wait, I remember now. Your Majesty, I've seen that scrap of paper before.
You have?
The scrap of paper That's a Rebel dropped is part of this.
Take that! And this is...
I found it at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. Aribal dropped. If we put these two together, we should be able to read what the order says.
Perfect. Oh my. And just what does it say, Mr. Wright? I can't read Kuranese. Ah. Prosecutor Shadmari, if you would please. The ignorant lawyer has not bothered to learn our language. Very well, then. Boy, I'm only here on vacation. You're the ones who keep wrapping me up into this. Fine, fine. Hold on. I do not understand. Well, what does it say? Using the lamplights as a landmark, he was to parachute down to the inner sanctum. Upon the right's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robes and make his escape. What? This is how he was to escape from prison. So if I were to assume that Mr. Aribal was the one who killed the high priest, maybe it was because Abbot Inby tried to thwart his escape plan? Oh, foul lawyer. I'm afraid that is simply ludicrous. Huh? But I didn't say anything. Did you just read my mind? I know how your putrid mind works. Unfortunately for you, however, now that the rebels' escape plan has been revealed, it is clear that Dats Aribal was not the High Priest killer. How can you be so sure? If only you would use that putrid brain of yours every once in a while, Dats Aribal's plans could not have worked without the help of a certain individual. What do you mean? I am speaking of Abbot Inby, of course. Had Dats Aribal simply donned Lady Kira's robes and made his escape alone, he would have been far too conspicuous. But were he by the High Priest's side? The faithful citizens praying in the plaza would have no cause to suspect anything. It is therefore unthinkable that Dats Aribal was the High Priest killer. Ah, crap! So then, you're saying the High Priest was a... Oh, I cannot bear to say it. I'm afraid it is so. He numbered among the rebels who threaten our kingdom. How can this be? High Priest? A rebel? It must be some kind of a mistake. Let it go and move on. I'm not gonna let it go. Suck it, gallery! Accept the truth is the only way. That goes double for you, Venice. Cease your futile battle now. And why should I? Because I will now put the final nail in the coffin of the accused. Now that we have eliminated Dr. Ribal from our list of suspects, there's only one person that still remains. The accused, Hold it! Hold it right there. Aren't you forgetting something important? Something important? Please to explain, defense. We can't end this trial without looking into... the murder weapon, perhaps? What about the murder weapon? We haven't found it yet. What does it matter if it has been found or not? The fact remains that the victim was killed with it by the accused. I also fail to see how that would be important, Mr. Wright. This, however, is. It seems there is no need to continue this trial any longer. No, Your Majesty, there is still something important that must be brought to light. We can't end this trial without looking into the third party. I'm talking about the true identity of the Lady Kira we saw in the seance vision. If that wasn't Dats Eribal, then who was it? Objection! That matter has already been resolved. It has? What's he talking about? It is as I have maintained from the start. There was no third party in the seance. Objection! But there was another Lady Kira there besides Maya Fey. We all saw her. What the? Can't do my finger point. You bastard! This might hurt.
It's time to let it go and move on. Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm. This hardly seems fair. You can't stop the finger point. It is quite simple once you consider where the victim and the accused were at the time. The victim was near the spring with his back to the accused. What would he see ahead?
Besides the water shelf, there is nothing but a warbot statue.
Precisely. The Lady Kira we all saw in the seance is a warbot statue draped in her sacred robe. No way! The accused wanted to force Lady Kira to appear in the seance vision. Before she came in from behind and stabbed the victim with a dagger in a reverse grip.
But why would the accused want to do something like that to create a false Lady Kira?
Show it to the victim as he was being slain.
What reason would the accused have to fool the victim that she was about to kill?
It was not the victim she was trying to fool. It was this very court itself.
Come again?
Suspicion would not fall on the accused if it looked as if another Lady Kira was there. And the defense was foolish enough to fall for it and claim it was a third party in disguise.
Are you saying?
I am. It was all a cleverly wicked scheme, perpetrated by the accused. A scheme she sought to use the seance vision to mislead us. This can't be happening. What a face you are making, defense. I'm surprised you are taking this so hard. After all, did I not clearly state a while back that you are chasing after naught but a deluded fantasy? You're telling me he knew this is how it would turn out from all the way back then? That he was just waiting for the most effective moment to spring it on me? Do you understand now? I have had you dancing in the palm of my hand this entire time. It can't be.
This is an outrage! You took our royal priestess's sacred divination seance and used it to commit this most foul and despicable murder!
No, I did nothing of the sort.
Maya,
Nick, this is not true. I
Objection!
cease this ugly display. Your fate is sealed now that the facts have been exposed. Your Majesty, the time has come to convict this criminal who only seeks to taint the sacred hall.
Indeed. It seems this trial is over.
Hold it! Hold on!
Does the defense wish to offer yet another counter-argument or something?
The accused is not the killer. And here's why. Now what do? I have nothing.
It would appear that the defense has run out of arguments to make. We're sure that the rebel was the killer.
The only person with a possible motive, the one dressed as Lady Kira, has vanished. And I've got nothing to use against Prosecutor Sadmani's argument. Damn it, I can't lose now. Not like this.
Very well, then. I shall now render my verdict.
Wait! Please wait! I'm begging you! It is time to let it go and move on.
This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty.
Ah, crap! Crap, we're gonna die. Your Majesty, please forgive this interruption, but...
What is the meaning of this?
A body has been found. In the Plaza of Devotion, Your Majesty. What's this? A body. What's happened now? And we found this sticking out of the victim.
Why, that's Lady Kira's warband dagger.
Lady Kira has returned to the Twilight Realm once more. It will come to defeat the rebels.
Peace.
Well, it would seem the dagger that was once lost has now been found. I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sadmati. Yeah. This dagger. It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey.
What?
But why would Maya's prints be on it? I cannot believe it, yet it must be true.
Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sadmati?
This trial has run its course, and the accused guild has been firmly established. However, it would seem that the defense was right about one thing. I was? Your claim that this murder at the inner sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as Lady Kira. I did say something to that effect, but what of it?
Prosecutor Sadmati, are you suggesting what I think you are?
I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who has been masquerading as Lady Kira is none other than the accused Miss Maya Fey.
What?
Me?
What?
Okay, what the hell is going on? I realize how shocking this must seem. Looking back, however, I now realize that there was much that pointed to this fact. The rebel hunting Lady Kira was first sighted about 2 years ago. And the accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well.
Why? The timing matches perfectly.
But there's more. That warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom 3 days before the crimes. Despite his house being around the pipe.
Objection!
How does that prove anything?
Objection!
It is difficult to believe an intruder could have found a way to enter such a secure house. However, the accused was known to come and go freely there, mainly to prepare for the purification rite. Oh no. The accused could have easily left the house, unlocked for herself, without anyone noticing. No! If we assume that the accused was Lady Kira, that more than establishes her motive for killing the High Priest.
Yes. The victim was secretly an insurgent, bent on helping Dot, a rebel, escape after all.
Precisely. That made him a target of Lady Kira's wrath. And after killing the High Priest, she then unleashed her divine justice on another rebel. So, it seems the scope of this case is expanded. We now have 2 murders perpetrated by Miss Maya Fey, masquerading as Lady Kira.
If Miss Fey is indeed a serial killer, it would affect the severity of her punishment. In light of this, I believe a second murder must be investigated before we can proceed.
As you wish, Your Majesty. Maya Fey, I hereby charge you with this second murder. May your defiled soul feel the weight of your sins. A new murder charge on top of a guilty verdict?
It seems that the defense will live to see one more day.
Talk about hanging on by a thread. Come tomorrow, a far more terrible punishment awaits you.
I hereby suspend these proceedings so that the second murder may be investigated. Until the conclusion of this new investigation, this court is adjourned.
Well, that sucks. That sucks very badly. This sucks very badly. Screw it, why not? May 11th, 1:03 p.m., Temple. We're screwed. What do I do now? I can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. Mr. Wright? Albie. I saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Miss Maya now? Worried about that too. Right now. Right now, I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Alkalite Zealot, right? At least the jury is still out on that one, so to speak. The two murders are most likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of Alkalite Zealot's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about a murder. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. You have a point there. I know what to do. Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rafa? Huh? Oh, it's you again. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murder under the Defense Culpability Act. She hasn't. See it? I see that she hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. Huh. I am in no mood to take joy in your suffering. For I was unable to defeat you, and I had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess. Guess that answers my question. All I did was defend my client. I'm here to see her looking so sad like this, though. Your benevolence. Your benevolence! Huh? Oh, Barbed Head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do. For tomorrow's trial. What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove Maya innocent tomorrow. But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacity. Investigate all you want. I don't care. You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer, backed into a corner by the DC Act, might do something desperate like forge evidence? What is this? If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know. We are totally getting her on our side. Okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Yes, I see your point, Barbed Head. Yes. I know what happened yesterday.
You perpetuated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching. That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course, that is the only explanation.
Just trying to cheer her up. Now she thinks even less of me.
I will not allow you to sully our sacred Hall of Justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today I will be monitoring your every move once more. And I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with the foreign devil. But your benevolence...
It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. First, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me?
Of course not. I'm always glad to help. For... May the Holy Mother's blessings be upon you.
Now then, the scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Looks like the police already finished their investigation. I think someone would be killed here. A place devoted to prayer. Body outline and flowers? Someone leaving them here in memory of the deceased? There's something different about the prayer flags today.
As the High Priest's disciple, Alkalite Zealot was utterly devoted to his training. First a High Priest and now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this.
As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has done nothing to do with this.
And you can prove this how?
What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial?
You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your loyally ilk are so reviled. Hey, Mr. Wright.
Emma.
It's that detective from your country again. It's the princess. You seem displeased that I am here. Oh, no, don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry about what happened to Maya.
Not your fault, Emma. You were just doing your job. If I had just done mine...
Mr. Wright...
But it's no use crying over spilled milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally this time.
Gladly. I'll help you out any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not. You're talking to a professional here.
These flowers were left here in memory of Acolyte Zealots? What are they called?
They are known as Namanda. They are given to express sorrow when a life is lost.
It seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is universal practice. Acolyte Zealot died bent over in prayer. There's no trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there's so little bleeding could mean that it was a single stab to a vital point. Not that it would have been very difficult considering the position he was in. Albie said these are called prayer flags. The prayers written on them are carried throughout the kingdom by the wind. Now, I would have prayed for something. It would be for me to not get dragged into any more trouble than I've already been. This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence? What does this one say here?
The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these here prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude. But you must know, it says, at the usual spot, bring grub. The key too. That is one of the more direct and practical prayers I've ever seen.
I wonder if it's even a prayer.
To think I would witness a lawyer being allowed to pass through this sacred gate.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't unless I had to. Those stairs were brutal to climb.
What's this? Do you even know how many monks would give up their lives to pass through that gate? Be thankful for the great honor you've been given.
Yes, your benevolence. Acolyte Zealot was killed in a prayer pose. With his head bent over like that, the last thing he saw must have been this rug.
It's a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul.
Strange that there are no bloodstains, though.
Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze. Perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment.
It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. Not possible. Alright, let's see. How about starting with an overview of what's happened?
Sure. The victim is Perez-a-lot. He was the high priest's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up.
So during the high priest's murder trial.
That's right. Apparently he had been here praying since the day before the rite even started. Talk about serious devotion.
Yeah, I barely lasted a few minutes.
This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body.
That dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach-shaped?
Everyone started leaving when the prayer was finally done. The victim remained bent over in prayer, and when they went over to check on him,
They discovered he was dead, right?
yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the high priest's body. In other words, we believe this crime took place during the purification rite, and the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the high priest. The prosecution believes Naya came down the stairs after killing the high priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger.
Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death?
He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was thrust into his upper back. Here's that autopsy report. Estimated time of death, you say? How do you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, Barbed Head, out with it. Oh, so the Princess of the Spirit Medium Kingdom is interested in forensic science? I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. There's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor Saad Mahdi holds forensics in high regard. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination seance. She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body, does she?
Emma, I think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her?
I guess I have to now. Okay, there are many ways to estimate the time of death, but the most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Interesting. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment the person dies. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbhead, present your forehead now.
What? Why?
You feel just a little over 95 degrees. Seems you are not dead yet.
Of course I'm not!
Was it but a jest? After all, you're still a dead lawyer walking.
I fail to see the humor in any of this. Are there any witnesses? So many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? We haven't got a single witness.
How is that even possible?
Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally.
Oh, right, the back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something.
I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer, they didn't see or hear anything.
I can't believe this.
What you choose to believe is your own choice, but the fact remains that there were no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence. The dagger. Sadly, yes.
Could you tell me about the murder weapon?
The killer used the Warbad dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused's fingerprints were found on the murder weapon, were they not? Yes, they were. With such irrefutable evidence, there's no questioning the accused's guilt.
Not so fast. What about a motive? I had no reason to kill Alkalite zealots.
What do the police think about this matter?
Maya had no reason to kill Alkalite zealot.
So you say. But that's not what to hear what the police think about the matter. Police believe Maya is Lady Kira figure who's been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zealot was a disciple of the High Priest who turned out to be a rebel, he too was likely a rebel, and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher. Yes, that is how the police currently view the crime.
There's no way Maya is that Lady Kira vigilante.
I agree on a personal level, but the police are just going to with what today's trial has concluded.
I'm fluid in court today. Okay, just that message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here.
You have not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up?
No, I'm not calling it quits yet.
Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright?
Emma, I can't really say at this point. All I know is that I have to keep going.
What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you're done here, Detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Sadmati for dereliction of duty. I'm going. See you guys later, Mr. Wright, and good luck.
I should really pay a visit to everyone, every place connected with the case. Which means... back up we go. I'm sorry, Phoenix. May 11th, High Priest's house. Hello. I'm sorry to bother you again, but...
Oh, it's you. Barbhead! You are not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Believe, are you? She lost her beloved husband, and now Acolyte Zealot, who is like a son to her.
Of course I'm not. But since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say.
Very well.
And then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Mrs. Inme. That probably means she isn't a rebel.
Is this about poor Pere? Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can talk about that right now.
But what about Maya? She's innocent.
Maya? I heard she was found guilty. First my dear husband, and now Pere?
Miss Inme. You don't really believe that Maya is the killer, do you?
I don't know. But that was the verdict, so what else can I believe? What am I to do?
The verdict was already reached your husband's case. But the truth of the matter is yet to be found.
How can you be so sure?
Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That is all I have right now. My faith in her. So please, help me understand what's happened.
So you're defending her based solely on your faith? Even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused?
That's correct.
All right then. Your faith has moved me. I will tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Believe?
My lovely wife is also a devout follower of kurah'in.
As such, she is not one to make light of another's faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith in Maya Fey's innocence, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations.
Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy! Leave those two out of this. They're not even here.
Did you leave these? Excuse me. That's... It's a strap that Maya received. Would you happen to know anything about it? It's for the Punisher action hero. Of course she knows, Bardhead. It's only the most popular show of all, kurah'in. It would seem the royal priestess is more familiar with the matter than I. What? No, I was simply advocating on behalf of the show's fans. You got called out. How did Acolyte Zella end up living here as your husband's disciple? About 2 years ago, while my husband was in a spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across Parade and collapsed on the ground. That's when he brought him here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, dear? Yeah, and leave Trucy out of this too! And he'd been living here ever since? About 2 years ago. That's around the same time Maya arrived in kurah'in. Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as his disciple. But not only as a disciple, he was like a member of our family too. I see. If this is where Acolyte Zella lived, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. This picture is new. A photo of the High Priest, his wife, Acolyte Zealot, and Maya. His Maya's in it. It must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Miss Indy about it. Hang on. Hold on a moment. To think that this would be their final family photo. That no-good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is posing with the 2 men whom she would soon kill. I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof that she didn't kill them. That smile of hers does not fool me. There's a deep and abiding malice behind it. I'll prove my smile is the real deal, you rats. I don't believe this. Look at the watch on her wrist! Pictures of the Queen and her husband, Justice Minister of kurah'in. Yes, my mother and my father. What do you think? Did it not possess an awe-inspiring air? Terrifying is the word that I would use. Well? Yes, a very awe-inspiring. Bardhead, it appears you are quite fond of rummaging through the garbage. I just thought there might be some other important piece of evidence in here. Oh, is that right? Look, I'm not doing this for fun, really. Looks like there's anything interesting here. This looks like a shrine of some sort. What a magnificent altar. Of course it's magnificent. It's for the Holy Mother, after all. Holy Mother. See that faceless figure that's there? Such insolence! How do you not know who Her Holiness is on sight? Do you seek to cross over into the Twilight Realm right this instant? Oi, remember, dumbass foreigner. Shut your yap. Sorry, it won't happen again. This is why lawyers are so despised. Now listen well. Depicting Her Holiness's face is the greatest taboo in all of kurah'inism. There are none alive today who know what the face really looks like, and that includes the members of the royal family. Okay, wow, that is an unusual custom. It's gotta be one heck of a secret if even the royal family can't know what she looks like.
can I ask you about this photo?
It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held.
Feast of Blessings? Would you mind telling me a little bit more about it?
This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings.
The Feast of Blessings?
Yes, it is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite, so the day before it's performed, we enjoyed dishes full of gingi, an herb known to strengthen the body and mind. You loved the gingi-based dishes I made, didn't you, dear?
I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some.
Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rite, and only between noon and 3 p.m.
That's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong?
A very good guess indeed. It is to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcomed the next day.
Wow, it's really that strong? Think of it, the evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was like a cross between garlic and mint.
After the Feast of Blessings, Ray went over to the plaza to make his supplication. I never thought this would be the last time I would see him.
What was Maya doing at this time?
Shortly after Ray left, he went to the temple to prepare for her rite. I don't know what she did after that.
So Acolyte Zealot went out to pray at the afternoon before the rite? According to the newspaper, the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the whole place is iced over.
Ray always prayed a lot, far more than anyone I have ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others.
I don't know why, but that's kind of intimidating to me. I thought I'd have made some progress by now. I haven't come across any particularly insightful information, even here.
You seem disappointed.
Miss in me. Is there anything else you could tell me?
Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer...
Barbed head. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
We have paid a visit to all of the people and places connected with this case. I think it is about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you?
Hey, Amaya. Maya sure looks tired. I am so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today.
I'm sorry too, Nick. I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too. You were convinced under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do.
I could not abandon you like that. Never. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow.
It's not like I don't believe in you. It's just...
Don't worry. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see.
Okay.
You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence.
It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you to a good talk before you depart from this world.
Sorry, but we're not giving up yet. And we won't till the bitter end.
There is no need to put on a brave face. Your face was sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of Maya Fey. The Twilight Realm will cleanse this taint from that neophyte practitioner's soul. And perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her.
Wait. Is that her attempt at comforting me?
Barbhead, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that has been passed down upon you.
He obviously doesn't know me very well.
Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted, and Hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that?
Maya, what are you?
What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come to... No, it won't. Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to do. He is defending his client no matter what. Enough! There's no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. For what we have the divination seance, but your insights were wrong.
Uh-oh. Ooh, boy. That's gonna sting.
Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victim's souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge the people in error? Oh, you dare bring Her Holiness's name into this? You know nothing, you phony!
Please, you two, enough already.
Sorry, Nick. I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh?
No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner.
How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this! I was a fool to show you compassion, and I think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts just as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you.
See straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things. It's just the way she was raised, I guess.
So I got a question. Explain this, please. We took this picture during the Feast of Blessings, before all these unthinkable, tragic things happened. Unthinkable? I doubt that. You were surely plotting your murderous rampage at the time. I was thinking of nothing of the sort, especially not during the meal. The smell of Ginji was so strong, I could hardly think of anything else. Yes, well, it is rather intense.
Wow, do I even want to know how strong the smell of Ginjil is up close?
I can't believe a sacred dagger was used in a murder. Only a truly irreverent individual would dare do such a thing. And it was your fingerprints that were found on the weapon. How do you explain that? I used the dagger during our rehearsals. That's why it has my fingerprints on it. And how do I know you're not lying? Why won't you believe me?
Let it go, Maya. There's no changing her mind right now. Did you try to remember what happened one more time?
I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the night onward.
Oh, right. You suddenly felt sleepy and everything after that is a blank?
Even so, I didn't kill anyone. And I'm not the one going around dressed as Lady Kira. Oh, it is kind of cool to think that there's a mysterious female vigilante out there.
Right. Were you close to Acolyte Zealot?
We met several times during the meetings about the rite, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet.
Did you eat together the day before the rite?
Yeah, we ate this one super sticky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Like, you know the salty noodles at Eldune's Noodles? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that, and then let it simmer for a really long time.
Sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point.
Now I miss ramen too.
So what was Acolyte Zealot like while you were eating?
He seemed to be enjoying the food. As soon as we were done, he left to go pray.
What did you do?
I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite.
That coincides with Miss Invi's description of events. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira?
When the rite started, it was just me and Abbot Invi.
But the seance mission showed a third figure who looked a lot like Lady Kira.
I know. Lady Kira, I wish I could have seen her in the flesh.
Yeah, let's stay focused on the case now, shall we? It's supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum.
Ah, but what if she came from the sky? You know, like the bushy bearded paratrooper? Then not only would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings.
That's from the Plumed Punisher TV show, right?
How did you know?
Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings.
Oh, I got it this time. There must be a secret room with a secret door to the inner sanctum. You know that there are 88 secret Plumed Punisher bases here in kurah'in?
Please, stop talking about the Plumed Punisher for a second, Maya.
Guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks.
Well, I should get going now.
Sorry, I wasn't any help.
Don't worry. I've got this. We'll beat the charges tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at El Dunes. Or your favorite burger joint. You pick.
Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large hamburg steak topping up my salty bowl. Best of both worlds.
You can have whatever you like. But first, I have to beat the charges.
Ah, I almost forgot.
What is it?
I have a favor to ask.
Okay, but why are we whispering?
I forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting it and holding on to it for me?
Sure. So what's this super important thing?
It's my bag. You'll find the folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. So it's called the Tome of Secrets.
That does sound important. Don't you leave something like that just lying around? Explains all the whispering. If Rafa found out, all hell would break loose.
Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written on it, so... Oops! Don't tell anyone I told you that! I just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret!
Tome of Secrets contain secrets? Imagine that.
Hmm? What are you two whispering about?
Nothing. Just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it.
You aren't up to something. I just know it. Thanks, Nick. Counting on you.
Back to the house. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. Miss Emmy's probably out right now. Well, I'll just get what I came here for.
I am watching you like a warbot, Barbed Head.
Better not steal anything. I would never do something like that. I'm just here to get what Maya asked for.
Then get on with it.
I would if you'd stop interrupting me. It's probably in here. Ah, here's Maya's bag.
Why is that strange patch on her bag?
It's the Steel Samurai. He's the hero of an action hero show back in my country. Oh, Lord. It's actually Maya's favorite TV show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it.
I see. Looks strictly similar to the Plumed Punisher.
They are similar, but the Steel Samurai definitely came out first.
I see. How interesting.
Rafa seems genuinely intrigued. Must be a common thread between the Plumed Punisher and the Steel Samurai fans. To think of it. Didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Plumed Punisher fan? But I digress. I better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be that Tome of Secrets that Maya was talking about.
Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now?
Hold on a second. The string around it is coming undone. Whoop! Oh.
You fool! Do not lay eyes upon it! Put it away, quick! Quickly, before we go blind!
Relax. My hand just slipped.
This is the Tome of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out.
Oh, right. This book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Her benevolence. Would you mind if I asked you some questions? Son. Okay.
This is not something I would normally speak about to an outsider such as you.
Well, can you make an exception?
If you insist. Dana! What of this folding book? Yes. I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestesses in the purification rite.
very important? What's written inside?
Yes, I see. Really? Is it alright to reveal that?
Your benevolence?
Patience, patience. The book contains Lady Kira's true name.
Her true name? Is the name really that important of a secret?
To a Kiranist priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know.
What's so important about a name?
Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without a recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's face and name.
Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize but don't know their name. It makes it impossible to get their attention.
Indeed. You must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. It's the same for kurah'in's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use.
The queen has a secret art?
It is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to unguess.
I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to just tell me all about it. Fair enough. Could you tell me about this secret art of the queen you spoke of?
Come again?
Oh, sorry. Maybe you shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right?
It is the secret art of spirit channeling. But I suppose those words mean nothing to you.
I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it.
A third-rate lawyer cannot channel spirits simply by learning of the technique.
Third rate is a bit harsh. Didn't even settle for second. How?
What is it? You have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face.
What the hell is a tentacled hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body to return to our world, right?
Well now, I see you've done your homework.
Oh, I guess I studied a bit.
With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It's quite a magnificent power, is it not?
Never seen her eyes light up like this before. I imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times.
Indeed. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of their death.
So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled?
Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have used this power to help our rulers in neighboring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded, and how we have maintained our unique culture.
So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics.
It is indeed, and that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. Fools come seeking the same great power as my mother.
Illegal immigrants?
Yes, it is becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life and look to kurah'in for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature who have been driven from their own lands.
Dubious nature, driven from their own land. Gasp and Pain definitely fit that bill. They sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Can you channel spirits, your benevolence?
I am but the royal priestess. There's so much that I must learn. As of now, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability.
Spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's.
You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you?
Don't be ridiculous.
It is written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop. The divination seance was once one of the most important roles fulfilled by the queen. That is why my mother taught me when I was little.
The queen can perform the dance of devotion? That'd be a sight to see.
Someday, I will be a powerful priestess and queen just like my mother. And the divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day.
Forgive my ignorance, your benevolence.
You shall see. It will not be long before I too master the secret art of the spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen who unifies her kingdom for the greater good of kurah'in.
Now I see. spirit channeling is something she really aspires to. Looks like she actually has something in common with Maya.
Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than to stand here and talk about spirit channeling.
That's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the Queen is a spirit medium...
Are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira?
I guess you saw that one coming.
Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the rite, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace.
Of course.
My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of kurah'in would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you third-rate.
Ow. Another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... What is all that racket?
What? An escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town?
Escaped prisoner? You mean rebel?
There is no reason to panic. The police are on his trail.
He's no longer a suspect, but he might know something, considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look.
Wait!
May 11th, kurah'in Bazaar. My aching back. Forgot how badly I injured it. Ow, 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 ow. I need to do some stretching and exercise more when I get back home.
Ah, Mr. Wright!
Hey, Albie. That's horrible. Have you seen him? Ow!
Are you alright, sir?
1 second. Have you seen an escaped prisoner around here?
Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area.
He disappeared? In this area? Couldn't have taken to the air again, could he?
Bardhead! I told you to wait!
It's too dangerous for you to be around here, Your Majesty. Mr. Ribal could be lurking nearby.
What sort of princess would be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me?
He's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. One of them here, though. I might as well search the area myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? Moo. Hey, Albie. What's this cow-like animal?
It's a yak! They carry heavy loads and provide milk. They're indispensable partners in our daily lives.
Interesting. Hey, they're kind of cute up close.
Oh, they also prize for their meat. You know, the meat you enjoyed so much last night.
Oh! Partner must mean something else here. Rip. Burb.
Allow me to explain. This bird is known as a warbird. It's only found here in kurah'in.
Oh, right. The bird Lady Kira based herself on. Really beautiful bird. Tourists must love it.
They usually do. There's just one thing about it that's just kind of hit or miss. Its unusual cry drives children to tears. It can make some adults collapse in fear.
Maybe they should keep such a fearsome creature in a less crowded area. Can't read the sign, but this looks like a souvenir shop. Too bad I don't have time to do some shopping right now. But I'll have to stop by here before I go back home. I'm sure everyone's expecting something. Especially Trucy.
There's a really popular bunch up here in the kurah'in.
Oh, they even sell Magataman. Let's see. 1 Magataman, 15 damas. Wait a second. Albie, weren't you selling them for 20 damas apiece?
The extra 5 damas is a service fee.
Quite the shrewd businessman. Look at all these vegetables.
Let's see, there's yapam, Coconuro, and Zabaz. And they're all freshly picked this morning.
Never heard of any of them. Maybe I'll buy some to see what they taste like. Want some too, Albie? My treat.
Really? Thank you, sir. I'll take some of this, and this. Oh, and this too.
Albie, that's quite a lot you've got there already, don't you think?
But this is barely enough for a side dish.
Hope I brought enough money.
Hello, hello. That manhole cover, it's open.
Bark! Bark!
Whoa! What is it, Shadow?
You sniff out someone or something in the manhole? I wonder, could Shadow track Mr. Everyball if he had something with the rebel scent on it?
I don't know.
I think I got something with Mr. Everyball's scent on it. Something he might have touched. In that case...
That's the dagger that was used in the fight. It's said that Lady Kira once wielded it. In addition to that dagger, there are many other items that are said to have been hers.
Yes, the dog is barking. Really? What?
There's some obvious stuff like swords, spears, and other weapons. There are other, more interesting items, like her favorite hat and her favorite pillow.
Her pillow?
Yes, it's if you use it, Lady Kira will ensure that you have restful slumbers.
As long as it's not eternal. Here, Shadow. How about this? I hope it works. I think he's picked up a scent.
Boing.
You mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit?
By all means. Bark. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy.
Bark, bark, bark. Your benevolence. I'm heading down the manhole now. It can be dangerous, so please, wait here.
Wait!
Don't worry. I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about.
This is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent looking down there.
Oh, are you worried about me?
No. I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths for your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence.
I'm doing this to prove Maya innocent.
But how can you be so sure of the accused innocence? She's already been found guilty.
You could never understand. The hell we've been through together. I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust in their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do.
You lame brain. Do what you will.
Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadow. Bark! Bark!
Be careful.
Bark!
This way, loser.
Wait, you can talk? Come back here! It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Ow! Ow! Ugh, ow, ow, and more ow. What happened? I went down into the manhole and then... Oh, you finally came to. Ah! I remember that face anywhere. And that dragon symbol on his armband. That's the mark of the rebels. There can be no mistake. It's him. That's a rebel. Yikes! Sorry, I got a little rough back there. Thought you were the cops. Why are you making that face? Hey, want an apple? I thought he was gonna kill me. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I'll mind a good apple. Not right now. What is this place? This is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk. Right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a sec.
What kind of office is this exactly? A law office. What else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep, just like you. Kurah'in's public enemy #1 is an ex-lawyer. Didn't see that one coming. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out the rebel business. Tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. So I came by today to pick up the last of my stuff. Really? I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice, and then slip out of Kurah'in. Wait a second. You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will ya? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Taurus and me and his acolytes, Praise Zalot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. I don't know if it'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... I wonder how true that really is. Ugh, finally! Tell me everything you know about the High Priest murder, please. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about them. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. So when I told you I had nothing to do with the murder, I meant it. Okay, then where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already dawn. I must have been out cold the whole time. You didn't see the crime happen at all. You got that right. Then why did you say you did when you testified? Oh, about that. Since I didn't remember a thing, I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. I didn't even realize how much trouble this big fat lie has caused me. Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad. Doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is you were at the scene of the crime, but you weren't involved in it. Got it. So, Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep. He was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law, and as mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror into a prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called his dragon glare. He even got criminals to confess and pass out in a well-placed glare. You've got to be kidding me. But most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused no matter how the odds were stacked against him. Is that what you mean by the will of the dragon? Yep, that'd be it, actually. Your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive, too. You didn't give up, no matter how hard of a beat you took. Unlike the Dirk, I might add. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Let's have a look around this place. You guys get electricity? Yeah, but the power goes out occasionally. Pretty inconvenient. You're telling me. Sometimes it goes out for the entire day. What about the stuff in the refrigerator? Why don't you see for yourself? Forget I asked. I'm afraid of what I might find. This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. And here's one that looks really old. Wow, this was taken about 20 years ago. Those are Dirk's sons. Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center? Doesn't look so evil. And both of his sons look kind of familiar. The one on the left is Yudi. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Sadmati. Prosecutor Sadmati is Dirk's son? That he is. Yudi was once a rebel too. He used to really respect his old man, both as a father and as a lawyer. And why did he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. Like kind of being your Defense Culpability Act, right? Yeah, that's why Yudi decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den. Never guessed it, looking at him now. You can say that again. Dirk is battling to change Kurah'in's legal system. The will of the dragon to spur his on. We all thought Yudi was taking up the mantle to carry on that will too. We were sure he'd help overthrow Kurah'in one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do our bid. Dirk's been beside himself. He no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son to come to this. And here's the other boy. What about this other child in this photo? That's Dirk's adopted son. He's gone back overseas. His name's Apollo. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Apollo? Wait a damn minute. That bracelet. He really is Apollo. He was a rascal, that one. And his voice could shake the entire room. I imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Yes, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Ribal's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Pun. Apollo. He's a respectable and responsible young man now. He never lost that loud voice, though. What a twist! Incense and white flowers. Flowers are still fresh. They must have been put here maybe today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. Ribal? Something wrong with flowers? Oh, no. It's a traditional thing here in kurah'in. They don't mind. There's a knife driven deep into a photo of the queen. I guess the rebels really hate her. They remember to stay on their good side. What are these hanging there? Lizards? So they're pretty big. Those sewer lizards. We call them that because they live here in the sewer. They grow bigger than your average lizard, which makes them fine eating. Wait, you eat these? What else would you do with it? Oh, here, try one. Pass, I will definitely pass. But you're not on a fine treat, my man. Somehow, I think I'll live without it. There's bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm, as if this was all recently prepared. You must have had a pretty big appetite, Mr. Ball. Guys as big and strong as me, you get even bigger appetites, you know? You just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that exercise. Sorry if I offended you. First, let's start with an appetizer. Where's he getting all those apples from? Or join me, Mr. Lawyer Man. Come to your shoe lizard too. Thanks, but I already ate. What's this book? Is this a law book? A dragon mark's been branded on the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Really? The leader of the rebels. That Dirk. That's right. That mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages of this one section are really dirty. Must be the section of the Defense Culpability Act. Must have done a ton of research into the Defense Culpability Act. It's practically worn out the entire section. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they'll might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please, wait, I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the inner sanctum in the first place? Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. You should have tried hightailing it out of kurah'in like I'm doing. Cyclocks? 4 of them! Ah, Cyclocks. Mr. Ribble is hiding something. But I want to know exactly what until I can undo the locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Ribble? Huh? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. Just have to use my Megatama on him then. Take that! I'm gonna ask you again. Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? You keep asking, but the answer's still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. That high priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. Why do you say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him? Nope, I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the kurah'in regime. Hang on, do you really believe what you're saying? Did the high priest's death really hurt you in the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing.
I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in the room if you didn't feel a thing.
Take that!
I heard these flowers were offered in memory of the dead here in Kurah'in. The High Priest's death hit you so hard that you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well, yeah. Those flowers don't mean anything. It's just a Kurah'in's way of saying goodbye. The fact that you're mourning his death. You're reading into this too much. I told you, I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for days. Tomorrow, I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. And how exactly do you plan on proving that? This piece of evidence ties you to the rebels. Ta-da!
Take that!
I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left behind it for your fellow rebels, didn't you? Good. They bought this food for you at your request. So you're really lying about leaving the rebels, huh? You're still involved with Dark and the rest of them, aren't you? You ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. Boy Man. I admit it. I requested the grub. But I was just taking advantage of him, that's all. What do you mean? With my paste splattered all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. So I just took advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a place to hide. I was gonna kiss this king goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. I can tell just by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn on inside you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flames are still burning on inside of you. I'm guessing it's the law book?
Take that!
Dirk's law book? I am no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This mark that stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It's Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah? So what of it? You have that same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Hoo-ha! Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in.
Take that!
When a person's back is against the wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you will always have the will of the dragon in you. And would you risk your life on your beliefs? No, I wouldn't. No, because I wouldn't be much for use for my client's dead. Now admit it. You never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? Now look in your eyes. It's just like Dirk's. Looks like you got the will of the dragon inside you, too. Tell me everything. I had planned to take you out if you turn out to be on the side of the Royals. But I think I can trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like you said, I had no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner and a lawyer who's been charged with evading a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned after weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm gonna keep fighting. Till the end, at least. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So what are you doing here, anyways? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. A secret hideout? Yep. I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. The town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? I'm gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low waiting for a chance to make a contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face?
I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder.
Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this.
What is it?
This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps.
This orb.
Yep. Plus, the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. And being that it's super secret, we couldn't have just any ordinary key.
I see.
I bet I know where this goes.
Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind the case. Thanks. Don't mention it. Besides, our fellow brother-in-arms fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately.
Oh, my friend Maya suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised Lady Kira.
You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Beats me. Whoever she is, she's bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops. She's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes.
What, you watching you like a hawk? Framing you for crimes? How would anyone go through all the trouble?
Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you for just sympathizing with the rebellion. So they resort to framing people for things they didn't do. That Lady Kira figure is... Yep, she's just some lick-spittle worker for the kurah'in regime. Okay, wow.
Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies, our days are numbered.
So he was talking about Lady Kira then? Best combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. He's no amateur if you ask me.
So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels?
Exactly. The kurah'in regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think.
Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that?
Fortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. I know the feeling.
If I bring this up in court, they probably dismiss it out of hand. Ask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere.
Our goal? To get rid of that evil, no-good Defense Culpability Act.
I can tell just by looking at Dirk's law book.
The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool. The false charges are overlooked, and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted.
What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law?
The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began.
Oh yeah, we heard about this.
Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but...
Official line?
Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling you.
He was.
Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought a lawyer killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. That's how the DC Act was first passed.
So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in kurah'in.
Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance.
The significance of the seance? They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act?
You bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of the seance.
You mean like what I've been doing?
Right. It's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess' insights are just another piece of evidence.
Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing.
Yep. The insights became the only truth, and arguing against them was bad.
I've seen, Rafa would agree with that.
This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals use the fears of trumped-up charges to rule.
And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against?
Yep, all we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. So that's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the fangs of the Defiant Dragon. Don't do the stupid pose. Das arriba. You're not gonna do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See you when I see you. Why did he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here.
May 11th. Kurah'in Bazaar.
Bleh. Bright light. It burns.
Ugh. Finally got out of there.
Mr. Wright! I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you.
Sad dog noises. Shadow. What happened to him anyway? He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry he wasn't much help.
Oh. Well, did you find anything of worth?
Oh, I tripped and fell down there. Must have been out cold for a while. Better keep things to myself for now.
I figured as much.
To find that secret hideout Mr. Ribal was talking about. I should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest.
I know where to go, and Phoenix is gonna hate me. To the Inner Sanctum! Why? Why, Shackle? Why so many goddamn stairs? Barbed Head, you already searched here, did you not?
Oh, I just thought I'd look around again. In case I missed something. Probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret Rebel hideout. They have a saying back home, leave no stone unturned.
Oh, yes. You cannot stump me. I know that one.
Actually, I don't have clues written all over your face. Anyways, let's explore. Statue of a bird.
What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason.
Sorry. That shape. I wonder.
Take that! Boop.
I knew it. That is quite the hideout.
What?
She must be at a loss for words. That doesn't happen too often.
What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barbed Head.
I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. I'm shocked there's a secret door here. I imagine that goes double for Wraith.
A rebel hideout? In the Inner Sanctum? Somebody will pay for this.
Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around.
Wait, you must not enter before the police.
Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. At least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see...
Fine, just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much loyally drivel. I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police.
Of course. Now, shall we?
I will go no further.
Oh, right. You're not supposed to come in contact with the pain of Lady Kira's battles.
Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering.
Oh, well, thank you. Oh, why am I thanking her?
I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I'll be watching you like a wabad from the entrance here.
I told you I'm not going to do anything. Before she changes her mind. May 11th. Secret hideout.
I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water.
That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. But what about that warbod revolving door? I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect the sacred space.
To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred space. It is a desecration upon kurah'in itself. The defiant dragon shall pay for this.
I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset. But the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of the place. Thinking about my camera. Snap.
Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission.
Ava's really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it will go. Guess she won't be as tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Now, to search every nook and cranny.
Barbed head, just because it is hard for me to see your every move, don't use that as an excuse to touch and break things.
I heard you the first time. Sheesh. Now then, I'm gonna touch everything. Starting with this. There's a plumed plunderer calendar in here.
Ah, now I understand. The villains in the Plumed Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Kira.
I doubt that's it. Look.
What is it, Barbed Head?
It's a Plumed Punisher clock.
Why, I believe it's a limited edition promotional item given to the 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays a Plumed Punisher theme song every hour. Get over now, Barbed Head.
He snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Rafa is definitely a huge fan.
What a fine item. And the Switch, if I'm right...
It's the Plumed Punisher theme song.
Yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this plume must be Plumed Punisher fans.
That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. So this is the water source that supplies the inner Sankum spring. It flows through the channel built into the floor before heading outside.
Lady Kira uses this sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body. It's also not red like the water in the spring. Don't copy me. It's weird.
I know. I did that by accident. Weapons, and a lot of them too.
We are lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barbed Head.
Thanks. If a million ever happens, I hope it's bloodless. Crossbows, pitchforks, shovels, scythes, guns. Look at all this. Looks like an order from Dirk.
What is this? Let me see that.
I thought you're not supposed to touch anything in here.
This is an exception. Now hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, Holy Mother.
What? What does it say?
It is an order intended for that rebel named Daz. It reads, after the rite, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira costume. And search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk.
23 years ago? It must mean the assassination attempt. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand.
This will not do. I must warn my mother at once.
No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbot Envy is no longer able to help the rebels.
I knew that. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred space? Barbed Head, you must burn it at once.
Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything?
This is an exception. Very well, if you will not do it, then I will.
But your benevolence. I thought you're not supposed to come in here. Womp womp. Once, the strange customs of this kingdom are working in your favor. Something under the banner. Her phone? What's this doing here? Is someone trying to record something with it? A large stone slab, which is shaped like a magatama. It looks rather unstable. I bet it'd tip over in an earthquake. What's that earthly, grass-like smell?
It is the smell of the moss that covers the stone.
Oh, so this shaggy green stuff is moss. Looks like some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. I wonder what that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa! The slab's starting to wobble.
What is happening? What have you done to the sacred space?
Nothing, nothing! I did was nudge it a little. I knew it was unstable. Probably best not to touch it again. What's this? Bloodstain? Probably try to figure out what happened here.
Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive.
Police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for times like these. Luminol! Oh, God, Emma, I could kiss you right now!
I completely forgot about this. Oh, Stimpy, I could kiss you!
So it can even detect where areas where blood has been wiped up. Might help us figure out what's happening here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. First, let me put on these red-tinted glasses to see the luminol's glow. Then I just press space wherever I want to spray some of the luminol. Areas where the blood will react when turning. It'll just glow. Okay, where's the blood? Ah, here we go. This is a huge blood stain. Something big must have happened here.
Perhaps the high priest's blood flowed in there from under this Warbad statue. There was definitely a lot of blood here.
But it's impossible to say much else at this point. Let's just take a picture for now. Oh, right. Luminol reactions don't show up in photos. Let's have to take some notes. That should do it. I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because the Warbod's revolving door passed over it? Well, I think that about covers everything here.
What are you doing here? Mr. Wright, you shouldn't have come in here before the police.
Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Her benevolence can attest to that.
It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently. Sorry. Well, Bardhead, have you not already seen enough?
I guess it's about time that I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Oh, I can't talk to Maya. Boo! 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 May 11th. Temple.
Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go?
Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive.
No way. I don't understand, Bardhead.
Why don't you understand?
Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation? After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through the illicit means and methods.
What? Who told you this?
My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right on my nose.
If that was so, she wasted her whole day following me around.
What is it? Prosecutor Sadmani has need of me.
What's going on?
I must go perform a divination seance for Pere Zalat. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins.
I see.
The third time will be the charm.
My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow, and I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson. Well, Croesus is back with a vengeance. He's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. But in that case, I look forward to seeing you in court, your benevolence. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow. Bring it on, bitch. Actually, I'm not looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. Especially without any solid evidence. Why don't we go over everything you know so far? Alright. Let's see here. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger. And Maya's fingerprints were found on it.
That doesn't sound very good.
I know. Very definition of being an up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. I also learned about spirit channeling here in kurah'in.
And that sounds very helpful.
Oh, but I did hear something interesting. That the rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Ministry.
What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. You can't allow the people to be controlled by fear and violence.
I'll be. That sounds like something a rebel might say.
It does? But that Lady Kira really is one of the Minister Inga's subordinates. That would exonerate Miss Maya.
Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout that we found in the Inner Sanctum. There was a blood stain inside. I don't know if or how it's connected to the base, though.
Wow, a secret room in the Inner Sanctum? That would be a huge hit with the tourists.
It really is an entrepreneur at heart.
What I mean is that hideout could be important to your case.
Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Ugh. Looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence.
Just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial.
Princess Rafa's divination seance may be my only hope. There'll be some new information in it that might help.
The divination seance? But I thought it always works against the accused.
Not always.
Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir.
Divination seances work both ways before the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of kurah'in find it strange.
Mr. Wright, I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow.
Thanks. I can't afford to lose this next one. No one can. I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots yet. If I could do that, I might have a shot at winning this. Rafa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. Alright, we might as well keep going. But first, I'm gonna go take a little break. I'll be back in a bit. Oh, it's only been 6 hours? Alright, let's see how farther we can go. I want to finish this today. Alright, let's do this. It's do or die time.
May 12th, 9:34 a.m. High Court of kurah'in. Accused lobby.
Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her.
Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I've never probably asked you to defend me, did I?
It doesn't matter. I'm on this case till the bitter end.
I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help.
You got it, Maya. Let's do this. You gotta wrap this up and get back home so that you can make your dream show come true. The Steel Samurai versus the Plumed Punisher, right?
You bet. Also, you slipped up there.
Alliteration is hard, Maya.
You look as if you did not sleep last night, barbed head. It's written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that?
I'm all fired up and raring to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Though I did down 6 cups of Death Wish.
What's a death wish?
Wanna find out? Reva doesn't seem to be in the best spirits herself.
Huh. Go ahead. Feign confidence now while you are still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day.
I guess it was just my imagination.
Ready, Nick?
Okay, Maya. Let's head on in. Showtime, huh? Alright. May 12th. High Court of kurah'in. Court is now in session. All rise. Now then, if everyone is ready. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let's begin without further delay. Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Shadamari. I already offered my prayers for the last victim during my visit to the crime scene. Being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder, let us hasten this trial so that we may put an end to this dead lawyer walking out of his misery. I could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the high priest. And today she will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Perezalak. Now then, Prosecutor Shadmari, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly. The accused has now slain 2 of the most devout clergymen in kurah'in. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, would not be punishment enough. Then, what terrible fates awaits her? Balgilpo Hell, a realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Galam of Polopen. Furthermore... Enough! Enough! Oh, my blood runs cold at the mere thought that such a terrible place exists. I was gonna ask for translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue, minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused. As you wish. The victim of this ancient crime was the high priest's disciple, Perezal. He had been training under the high priest while living at the priest's home. I had met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful eating prayer. Sorry, I had to do something. The Wabad dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. Ah, the Wabad dagger. Lady Kira's weapon of choice. We have already established that the accused prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself.
No, I can do this.
hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused Maya Fey is a serial killer, the prosecution believes the death penalty is the only possible sentence.
Will the defense care to respond?
The accused is innocent, and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed the murder without a single witness? The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. But
Well, once her benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all of us to see.
Your Majesty, might I have a word?
Huh? Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sadmati?
It's about the divination seance.
That's enough!
Your benevolence.
Stop right there, Prosecutor Sadmati. As you wish, forgive me for overstepping my bounds.
What was that all about?
Barbhead, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees.
I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The problem is I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is what we can glean from the seance vision and Rafa's insights.
Very well. The definition seance, if you please, your benevolence.
Yes, let us begin. Nanya!
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
All right, let's see what we got here. Rafa, where's the picture? Oh god, it broke. Oh no. I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see?
Your benevolence. What in the world?
I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail.
What? Just as I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I sought to confirm the content of today's divination seance. Well, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify beforehand. To think of it. To stop her benevolence from performing it. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice.
It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties.
I am not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I do not know why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance.
What are we to do without a divination seance?
I suppose I shall have to look at the last right. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for the day. I am fully capable of proving the accused guilt, with or without the seance.
You never fail to impress, Prosecutor Sharmati.
This is bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence said that she isn't tired. So shouldn't we try to find out why the seance failed?
How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance?
Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on the accused crimes. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it.
I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through the careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent.
The truth is you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick?
Maya,
Please, you're not helping.
How dare you! The voice of a Mitama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you!
seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter-arguments without the seance? No, of course not. It's all through us. Find some way to make the divination seance happen, or we're toast.
Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let's proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Sharmati suggested.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Why, you... I will not forget this, Bardhead. This will not be the last you see of me.
Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand.
Very well. If the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin.
More dots. Sorry, Mr. Wright.
Detective Sky, I understand how you wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all. But you must let them go and move on. But there is only one way to save them now, by giving their souls the chance to burn away the taint of their sins in the infernal flames.
I can't do this.
Ah, no eating in the Sacred Hall of Justice.
Miss Sky? Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out, eventually. Right. Thanks, Miss Fey.
How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed.
Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of the case. The latest victim was Perez Zalat. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest.
I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? Despite any inconsistencies in their testimony so far, I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now? What is it, Maya?
I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Alkalite Zealot. Because this might prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed.
What are you getting at?
Well, it's just a hunch.
Wait a minute. During my investigation, Rafa told me about how the divination seance works. I could figure out why it failed. Maybe she could try it again. Alright, time to press for some more information.
Alright, let's keep on pressing.
Hold it! What kind of person was the Alkalite? Stop doing that, Shackle. Sorry.
According to the neighbors and others who knew him, he was a deeply devout youth.
I too have heard his name mentioned as one who was a fervent practitioner. I suppose you might say he was the High Priest's star disciple.
Furthermore, he had been training under the High Priest and living in his house for the past 2 years.
Hold it! 2 years? Are you sure about this?
He took statements from his neighbors and his fellow monks. They all corroborate our initial findings.
What about you, Maya?
Well, when Ivers came here, I saw Zealot praying under the High Priest's instructions.
I see. The results of the police investigation seem to check out. Hold it! Was Mrs. Inme's positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim?
Huh? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. But
what?
his personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced.
Maybe that's why the divination seance failed.
I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright.
Here's what I'm thinking. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess uses a deceased face and true name to summon their spirits.
Why, yes, that is indeed true.
If he was using a forged ID, there's no mention of him in public records. And he was likely an illegal immigrant. They're not uncommon here in kurah'in. An illegal immigrant? Think of it. Rafa mentioned something about the immigrants yesterday.
But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time.
I had always thought that the Alkalite Zealot was kurah'in. Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Do we add this to the testimony?
Yes, duh.
This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, Detective Sky, please add to what you just said to your testimony.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Ow, I just kicked my desk. Ow.
He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name.
Crap.
I don't know.
Hold it!
I really don't know. Isn't there some way to track down his real name? No. Not if he was an illegal immigrant. Have you actually confirmed that he was in Korea illegally? Well, we don't have any conclusive evidence. There's also no evidence of him being a citizen of Korea either. Oh boy. Now what do we do? What if there was a clue in the evidence you gathered? That's probably our only hope at this point. If it really was an illegal immigrant, our proverbial goose is probably cooked.
Hold it!
Think, Shackle. Think! I'm trying to, Phoenix. Maya isn't that Kira who's been going around capturing rebels. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but...
Objection!
That verdict was already handed down in the previous trial. It is no longer appointed to speak. I will not allow you to make it so. But no ifs, ands, and most of all, no buts. The accused was posing as Lady Kira, and she killed Acolyte Zealot because she mistakenly believed her to be a rebel. That's not true! Sorry. The verdict has already been read in that case. I have to assume that it's a fact now. Now what do we do? I know why the divination seance failed, but... nothing's really changed. Yeah, which means we're in a big trouble. If he really was an illegal immigrant, it's going to be really hard to find out his real name. Because our only choice is to give up on the whole divination seance thing. If only there was some way to find out the victim's real name. Maybe this?
Objection!
Sorry, Detective Sky. But the police missed something important in their investigation. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Kuranese native. And this crime scene photo proves it.
It does.
It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof the victim was Kuranese. Where? I don't see anything that would prove that.
Take that!
Wondering about this stupid tattoo.
Why, that's a tattoo of a peach.
I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. Oh, the victim really like peaches?
Well, peaches are our favorite delicacy here at kurah'in.
A favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their peach-white flesh. They're a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Nick, I suddenly got a craving for peaches. After the trial, Maya. Right now we have the bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. It is not a peach, you say. Then what is it? Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely, the tattoo on the High Priest's brow.
Oh my!
What? This mark is only borne by members of the Kuranese clergy.
Objection!
So that is what you mean. But are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark that the Kuranese clergy bear. Hey, you're right.
Until about 20-some-odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right, but
that is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark at the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hits. That will not be necessary. If you seek information on the clergy, I have it all right.
oh my! You never cease to amaze. So tell us, is there anybody who fits the bill?
just one, and his name is Real Nem. Real Nem. Real name? Real name! Game! He became a monk 20 years ago. Well, would you look at that? And that must be the victim's real name.
But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one?
There must have been some reason.
Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name.
You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work.
A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented.
Well, but digging your own grave defense. We won't know until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope.
Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more.
Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, barbed head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise.
Bring it on, princess. Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights.
You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Here goes the dance again. All right. Now that we have your real name, let's see. Gingil. Oh. Uh-oh. That's not good.
Oh my. It's just as Mr. Wright surmised. Heraser Lot wasn't the victim's true name. And now at last we have seen the victim's final moments.
But all we could see was the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts? I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. You did?
A most surprising surprise attack. So tell us, Prosecutor Shadmati, what is this conclusive evidence that you have found?
The Plumed Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during their interrogation.
Hey, that's my Plume Punisher strap!
When you press the magatama on the Plumed Punisher's belt,
Uh-oh. Oh, crap.
it seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item. Is it not, Miss Faye?
You better not break it. It's the only one of those in the whole wide world. Maya, no!
I forgot how much of a dumbass she is sometimes.
It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you.
She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either.
It's time to accept the fact that divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused.
That is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objections...
Objection!
Slow down there, Your Majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument.
Watch this. You take issue with the divination seance.
Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. But there's never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly.
Yeah, you do not know when you are beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the one who speaks for the matama of the deceased. If you believe there to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it.
Here we go.
The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza ground was visible. Then someone was there, and the theme of the Plumed Punisher fills the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged their knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments.
Her benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true. I didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I just have to go over each and every one of the deceased sensations very carefully. Crap. The feast, which starts at noon on the day before the rite. If it's the night of the rite, then there shouldn't be any Ginji. Select Ginji. Oh, right, I gotta...
Objection!
Was it really the night of the rite? Also, forgive Shackle, he's eating cookies. Oi!
What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the High Priest during the purification rite.
The only problem is the deceased spirit does not corroborate that.
What is this?
Take a good look at what the victim smelled. You see how it says Ginjil. Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any Ginjil on the night of the rite.
What do you mean?
Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This explains it.
Take that!
You see, the High Priest's wife, Believe in Me, told me this about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of Gingil-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time the day before the rite.
Why? I believe you're right. I'd completely forgotten about that.
During the feast, the unique smell of Ginjil pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rite.
That's enough!
I'm not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite.
Oh, right. I taught her about that yesterday. Forgive me your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change.
What?
Like, if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes death seem more recent.
Why, I believe I've heard something of the sort before. Or if it is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised.
Barbed head, you blinded me with science!
Sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for?
No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused's prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. Nick?
A change in the time of death is bound to cause some sort of inconsistency. It's something that showed what it was like on that day. It could really help. It's actually the day before the rite. Okay. Let's look at the court record and look for any evidence.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about this. Oh, she's gonna hate me for this one.
The very fact that he could see the green pattern here, the pattern on the plaza's ground, is impossible.
Objection!
The ground was frozen solid. There's no way he could have seen shit. The change in the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface.
What is this? You are making an irritating face again. Cease that at once!
Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now, let's focus on what's important. What the victim saw in his final moments.
You have the bats in the belfry, Barbed Head. There's nothing to see. The ground of the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes.
That's what I find so strange. On the day before the rite, it should have been impossible to see the pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain.
Take that!
This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size, but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the rite.
What? But
The victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground.
Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments?
if you have something to say, then say it.
The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere.
What?
What?
What? What? And where do you propose the victim was actually killed?
Yes, tell us where. Otherwise, your argument is worthless.
About that. I hadn't gotten to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya?
Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right?
Right. But where could that be?
What is it, Barbed Head? Giving up already?
Not at all. Now, where have I seen something green and shaggy? This shows where the victim was killed. Duh, we almost knocked it over ourselves.
Take that!
Behold! The secret hideout the rebels were using.
The rebel hideout? There was no such place anywhere on the floor in that chamber.
You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor anywhere.
And what did the victim see in his final moments, if not the floor of the rebel hideout?
Take that!
The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. You can even see his handprints. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection!
That does not agree with the seance vision. However, one... Hold on. That does agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitively declare they are one and the same.
I concur. There's no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout.
Indeed. What evidence do you have of this?
I've already shown you the evidence.
What do you mean?
Please take a look at the second version of the photo I just showed you. As you can see, the results of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of the stone slab.
Is this true?
This information has already been provided to the police.
Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong?
We thought it was the high priest blood that flowed into the room from the outside. So we haven't tested it yet.
Then you must do so at once.
Yes, Your Majesty. Give me 5 minutes.
You have 3. It appears that the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please.
The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Perez Zalat, just like the defense claims.
Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has just done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There, I will deliver a joyous sermon onto you for 8 hours straight.
I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for.
Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but...
Go for it! It's full speed ahead.
The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then, his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead! That throws up And that's not all. If he was killed at the inner sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be how the time of death was made to look later than it actually was. Good proof of which was left behind at the sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. The dagger, maybe? Oh, that's right. Hold on.
Take that! Why, these are photos of the inner sanctum.
I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. You see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed.
The time was mistaken, and the place too. And just what do you believe that proves?
That my client is innocent.
What of her fingerprints on the dagger? And the Plume Punisher theme from the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence.
I see your point.
Isn't this your big chance, Nick?
I'm really hoping the difference in the location can validate either the weapon or the theme song being used as evidence against you.
Actually, that might be possible. At least for one of them.
Really?
What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well, let us see you try. Here, take a good look at the Rebel Hideout photo.
Oh! The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence.
The Plumed Punisher theme? And how do you intend to support such a claim?
Since the murder happened in the Rebel Hideout. There's something that played the theme song other than my client's strap.
It wasn't the strap. Is this true?
The item that played the Plumed Punisher theme song was the clock.
Take that!
This is a Plumed Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off.
What proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song?
Do not twist the facts with your lawyerly wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here's what really happened. Now, there have been some twists and turns. That is the truth of what happened.
I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger.
Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere with the prosecution's case.
No, there is one.
What's this? You still claim there to be an inconsistency.
Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same.
Heavy, huh? He wasn't stood up with his hand up there.
Objection!
He was holding it up. It was falling on him. The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from?
Yes, I see your point.
Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down.
Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim?
What caused the heavy sensation the lot felt? Any thoughts, Maya?
I agree. That sense of heaviness seems important, but it's also the matter of Zillet's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there?
Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation?
Well, Mr. Wright, you have an answer for us.
Of course. I just envisioned the state Zalat was in when he was killed. The cause of the heaviness the victim felt was... The only conceivable cause is that the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath.
What?
Oh, the stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath.
Right. That was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt.
Objection!
While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death, rather he was stabbed. Oh yeah.
Would you claim that the dagger was
Plunged in after the slab had fallen on him. Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together.
Well, would you care to explain?
Sure, I'd love to. Doesn't mean I can. But the dagger had been plunged in after the slab fell on the victim. The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found in. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So what was the real murder weapon then? I need to think of something.
The murder weapon wasn't the dagger. And the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice. But the autopsy doesn't mention that.
And he must have been stabbed at the same spot with something shaped like the dagger. Is there such a thing? Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Something that had the shape similar to the Warbod dagger.
Present your evidence this time, Mr. Wright.
This shows what really killed the victim. I got it figured out, I think. I think it's this one?
Take that!
Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest's murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein?
This is what really took Perez Zalot's life. You know, something has been bothering us for quite some time. That's a lot of blood, don't you think?
Take that!
But that is the
Warbad statue?
Exactly. The Warbad statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life.
Objection!
Imbecilic fool. The statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impaled someone who was inside? Haven't you heard? The Warbot statue also functions as the hideout's door. What do you mean? It's a statue that can pull a complete switcheroo. Switcheroo? To put it simply, it's a revolving door. It goes all the way around.
a revolving door. Why, that makes perfect sense.
Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling down towards him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbot statue was right behind him.
This cannot be!
Look at that! I think I just beat your seance again.
That's enough!
But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger!
She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it.
This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbod statue was what killed the victim.
Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really meant his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime.
Nice work, Nick! How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth!
No, your benevolence. It is not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth.
Yeah.
You understand now. Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights.
But that means that I've been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time?
Your benevolence. Are you unwell? All the color is drained from your face.
I will be fine.
You gotta remember this. This 14-year-old girl. How many? How many do you think she sent to their deaths? How many do you think have passed because of her falsehoods? She's only 14.
Continue your proceedings without me.
As you wish.
I feel kind of bad for her.
Now then, I would have the defense continue. Please, explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim really died.
Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbod dagger was thrust into him. To make it look like the murder weapon.
That does seem to agree with what we now know. But why would the real killer go to such lengths?
I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with a dagger and moving it to the plaza was... It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right. The real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case.
They did.
That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away.
Someone Japanese, please translate that. Your reasoning has more holes in it than the cheese you foreigners so enjoy. What? Like those putrid hole-riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. Your reasoning, much like your putrid hole-riddled brain, has putrefied. What's his deal with things going putrid? You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kurah'in, Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout a day before the rite, but Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab towards him, and we know the rest.
I've never been to a rebel hideout in my life.
When the High Priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. When the accused murdered him, he orders to silence him.
I believe Prosecutor Shadmati has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Objection!
Why would my client move Alkalite Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into the dead body? She had no reason to do any of these things. The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of Lady Kira was slayed to fight a dragon.
So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see.
Now is the judge convinced too?
Thought I finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not?
Groan of distress? It kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya.
Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace.
A dead lawyer walking. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in kurah'in? But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I said the defense's reasoning had about a putrid cheese-like smell. I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the rite? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum?
Only those involved with the rite can enter the sanctum, so...
Wait a second. Only a rebel would know about the secret hideout. And the only person who was involved with the rite, had access to the sanctum, and was suspected of being a rebel is... Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Did somebody come to mind?
Yes. Except there's one huge problem.
A huge problem?
What are you two going on about? Upon your escape from the Sacred Hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objections. I'll do something. Prosecutor Sadmati will have us one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Perez Zealot's murder.
Objection!
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything.
Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be?
I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is... There's only one person that fits. Trust in me. This is just going out the fucking loony bin, isn't it? Let's go!
Take that!
It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum and knew of the hideout. And that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the rite. You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you shame? Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. Only the High Priest can tell his side of the story.
What? Do I have something on my face?
Wait a second. Did this actually work?
Oh no. Don't tell me I have some of my breakfast caught in between my teeth.
No. If there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony.
His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify?
There is a way for the dead to testify. It's known as... channeling. Oh, Maya's gonna freaking kill us. Summon him here by means of spirit channeling.
What did you just say?
Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane? That is sacrilege!
Peace. Peace. Uh-oh. I think I just broke the gavel. Nope, we're good. Peace. I am frankly astonished that you even know of such a thing. A spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen kurah'in can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other beauties to perform it at our pleasure.
I suspected as much. That means our only hope is...
It's okay, Nick. You can tell them.
But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in kurah'in.
Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precept, so I don't think we'll be punished. At least I hope not.
But this is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become a master of kurah'in.
We don't have any other choice now, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming a master of kurah'in.
Alright. Thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits.
Talk to them!
But even her benevolence Princess Rafa finds a divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen?
That would be me.
Is this some sort of a joke? A foreigner could not possibly have such power. Even the royal princess isn't capable of such a feat.
Peace. I will have peace in my courtroom. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling?
Well, yes. Yes, I can.
Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin. Hi, Rafa. Your benevolence.
This is an outrage! An outrage, I say! First you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling?
They're gonna flip when they see the truth, aren't they?
Still your voices! Barbed Head, spirit channeling is a most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose?
Yes, I am.
Your benevolence. Are you saying that you approve of their use of spirit channeling?
I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot.
Very well, then. Your benevolence. What if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit?
Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits at all?
Oh, no. But I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all that is present.
Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear. I have a Magatama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power.
That is a relief indeed.
These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sadmari?
Perfectly, Your Benevolence.
Very well. The accused may channel the High Priest spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned.
They're gonna lose their minds. This should be fun. Let's finish this. We've got to be getting close to the end by now. Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. Sure you're up for this?
Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet.
Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. I hope she can. So, are you sure you're ready?
Yep, at least I think so.
You don't sound so confident. What about all your training?
Training's one thing. Actually doing it is far worse.
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead.
Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be a moment you never forget.
All right. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way.
Once we hear the Abbot and me story, I'm sure the truth will come to light.
I hope so. He was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as all that. They're all ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya. I'm counting on you.
You got it. Here we go.
This should be good.
We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Fey, please proceed.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you.
I have been studying here in kurah'in for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of kurah'in, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom.
Wow, she seems really confident.
A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Okay, Your Benevolence. How about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well. If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. O spirit of trust in me, return now to the world of the living.
What is this place?
Oh my!
No! This cannot be!
Oh, Kunka! My priest!
Suckers!
Go, Maya!
I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself.
She's gonna go have a mental breakdown.
How about it, me?
This be no? One of this luxurious maid of hair. Perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service.
Ah, how about it, me?
My, but if it isn't His Majesty, V2 is shuffled off that mortal coil.
Please, do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today.
Why? Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling? I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks.
When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair.
Though it is for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for this splendid gift. Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my taste. If you would excuse me. No. There. That is better. Can we get to his testimony now? And I wish he kept his top on. Why, with a lawyer, people speak of us at late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here?
Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. But you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf?
Murder? That is troubling indeed.
What is with that crazy pose?
Is this really cause for such great astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such body control without trading. Oh, I wonder if Albie will be able to do that someday. Ugh.
Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest?
I'd be happy to. Your disciple, Perez Zelat, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite, and the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zealot! He has been killed. Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbott, and me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I really hope he doesn't break something.
High Priest is amazing. I think he had mastered such an advanced prayer pose.
Oh my. My verbal allegiance has been exposed. Not even my wife knew that. It seems to rest in my peace is not my fault. Why did you, a devout priest of kurah'inism, join the
Objection!
The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, defense. Can we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Oh, right. Apologies. Abbott and me. The prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Faye, who have been playing the role of Lady Kira in the rite. Being that I was dead until just a moment ago. Wrong button, Shackle. Shut up. My memory is still a bit hazy. Would you please do your best to—
Objection!
The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It is all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Sadmadi concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Faye. Crap! The High Priest's statement has proven my assertion with regard to the murder correct. No! But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not about my disciples. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously?
It seems the testimony of the defense have been hoping for is working against him. Now, Abbott and me, your testimony, if you please.
Yes. Yes, of course. I have an iron-clad alibi for the time during which my murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the riot, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. Okay. You had guests? Just past noon. That's right about the time the Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Think of it. Raven told me about a spirit's memory.
Spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death.
Even a spirit that's brought back after centuries doesn't seem to sense any gap in time. Alright. The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? This isn't good. Well, time to press everything and hope for the best. Hold it! You use the word alibi as if it were second nature. Are you perhaps lying? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of kurah'in itself he was just gonna do.
Peace, I say. Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement?
Please, don't take that the wrong way. It's just, alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you, I know how to use the term. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so today. I suppose that even I, High Priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments. Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he prepped himself for something like this. Hold it! Guests, and you were entertaining them personally. That time was, we gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. Any guest can corroborate his alibi. That can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you've misremembered. You knocked out my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry. Pretty thin skin. I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. Ah, that makes sense. There's nothing better than enjoying Gunga cuisine with my dear friend. That way, everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous. Right. Hold it! And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me that they were rebels, so that they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than his magistrate, along with his family. He couldn't attend the rite due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second.
Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot Inby. Lady Inby's cooking simply cannot be beat.
So there you have it. When exactly was his majesty at your home? He was there from 2 to 3 p.m. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zealot was slain.
Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Katsu Demal.
But
I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home.
Hold it! Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate?
As sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it was to finally have my actions be admissible in evidence as court. It's evidence in court.
His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off, or you misread the time?
There was a clock right near the table. It had the exact time, same as my watch.
Now, you understand, lawyer? As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot? Ugh. His Majesty is a witness? Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbot Inby's alibi. I give up now, it's over. Now hold on a second. Anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? Anything at all?
I hope you've been paying attention, because I have. There's something he said that bothers me. Bothers me a lot.
There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony. There is. Well then, perhaps you can explain what that might be.
This is what was wrong with his testimony. We never told him what the time of the crime was, and there's no way he could have known because he was dead. Unless he did it.
After Abbot in me was channeled, no one has ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered. Now that you mention it, despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead. And when you knew that when you were still alive. Wait, I think I just saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. I hope. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? About that. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Purge your mind of greed and biases. I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems to think little of the power of the kurah'inist prayer. Abbot in me was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened in the hideout. I believe this can be explained thus. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout with his home. What? Amaze me, prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels have been using this as a top secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout, there's a microphone behind the banner flag. Starts recording whenever it detects it. And I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and his family left. If you look in the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. All right then. Bailiff! Yes, Your Majesty. Go retrieve this tape in question from the High Priest's home. At once, Your Majesty. The power of kurah'inist prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. Like the contradiction really did just vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot in me to continue with his testimony. Very well. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like the altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise followed by a haunting silence.
to find some way to attack his alibi. Only Maya were here. She has a way of putting me at ease. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Ugh. Well, the High Priest was a rebel. He was still a Kurinist holy. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth.
Hold it!
Alright. You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime. Indeed. My wife Believe was treating them to a wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day. Why, yes. She was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time.
Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day.
She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. So the judge never saw Miss in me? Do I have that added to his testimony?
Yeah, sure.
Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish.
Hold it!
What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured Hottin Surprise and Melton Mott. They're both traditional Kuranese dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are.
Ah, yes. The exquisite zest of Hottin Surprise. Supreme texture of melted mouth. Lady Amy's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable.
Thank you. It brings me great joy to know that you enjoyed your meal. Now, once His Majesty and his family had left,
Hold it!
you heard everything from a recording. Indeed. Each night, I would secretly check what listening device I recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of aesthetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing Kuranism improves your hearing. Hearing is but one of the senses that can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace,
All 5 senses can be sharpened.
I am trying so hard to not give him an Arnold Schwarzenegger voice. Schwarzenegger, apologies, I keep doing that. Why, the war band over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break.
Hold it!
Hold on. Are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zalat and Miss Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under these circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove. I'm afraid not. Then I suggest you make like a Nollusk and clam up. Now, I will continue my testimony if I may.
Hold it!
A loud noise? I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealot. It must have felt so heavy. It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Yeah, let's add it. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zealot. It must have felt so heavy.
Hold it!
You believe that terrible crash is connected to the Acolyte's death?
Yes, the sound, no doubt, was poor Zealot's death knell. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. I had high hopes for all that young man's future. Why do I feel like I'm being such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now? Mr. Wright, do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight as can be. This isn't going well. Better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbott, in me. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left? Yes. I thought it would be wise to assess the situation, but as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body? It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it and anything else incriminating. So when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo. Yes, I would say that is how it appears that day. The stone slab had been put back in place. Mr. Wright, is it not time to concede defeat? No, wait, I just need a little more time. If you insist. I doubt there's much more testimony I can bring out of him by progressing. I can tell the judge is growing impatient. There has to have been some changes in both the testimony and the evidence. I had to find it now before he returns to the Twilight Realm. What do you mean it must have felt so heavy? Hold on. It says, just as Abbott and me saw after the end. Okay.
Objection!
He's lying. Abbott and me, you said, and I quote, poor Zealot, it must have felt so heavy. Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked just like it did in this photo. So there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the Warbud statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim really died. Why? And that is information only the real killer could have known. I definitely saw it that time. I've got the High Priest's spirit shaking in his boots. Or should I say sand. Need I remind you that Abbott Indy was with His Majesty at the time of the crime? Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed, something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. It's time to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because... Impossible. No. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer. That makes perfect sense. I want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. So tell us, who is this real killer? It's
Gotta be someone close to the High Priest. Someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be a zealot's killer is... I just realized something. Damn it. I know what I have to do here. It's the only person in his testimony that wasn't given an alibi. I'm sorry, Believe.
Take that!
Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Miss Inmi at all, did you?
No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything?
Did the High Priest ever leave your sight?
No, we were talking the entire time, and the food was brought right to the room's entryway.
So the High Priest has an ironclad alibi, but his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Miss Inmi might have been the one who killed the acolyte Zealot.
They're gonna kill me.
Objection!
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill the acolyte. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inmi could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection!
Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill acolyte Zealot, though he was not a rebel?
Objection!
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too.
Are you suggesting that Miss Inmi killed her husband as well?
As sad as it is to think that she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out.
Yikes.
You claim my wife is that rebel-hunting Lady Kira, and that she slew both Zealot and myself, my lovely wife.
That is utterly impossible! I have never seen the High Priest so angry.
It is as Abbot Inmi stated. And the accused has already been found guilty of this murder. It is far too late to overturn it.
That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now.
No, I'm not going to apologize.
The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece in this trial's puzzle.
Admit it, Abbot Inmi. Your wife, Lady Inmi, killed you. Yet even now, you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd. It appears a lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira.
For we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with child.
Praise be to the Holy Mother.
I forgot she's with child. Damn it.
Okay, she's with child, so that rules her out completely. But what does that mean? I know I'm on the right track here. That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and acolyte Zealot is the accused. It's bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my clan doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak, young woman like her possibly... You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as the Lady Inmi. What? Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels. What are you talking about? My good prosecutor, I see you've come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight. You have figured it out as well, Abbot.
ask him to explain to this putrid brain boy? Certainly, but I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife of murder. Foreign devil! Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how Maya faced that murderous Lady Kira. Well, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify. Acolyte Fate channeled Lady Kira's spirit. Oh, they're using the channeling against her! Clever bastards! She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. But do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. There's the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am living, or shall I say dead, proof of her terrible power. Oh, crap. Maya's ability to channel spirits. It's come back to haunt her. Now, is it not time to let go and move on, defense? Never. I will never give up. But now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? Hold it! My client channeled Lady Kira? Isn't that a little far-fetched? Oop. Far-fetched, you say? Why, the very fact that I am here proves that she has the power to channel spirits. But you've no proof that she actually channeled Lady Kira. Oh, but I do. Hold it! While it's true she may be capable of channeling Lady Kira, I doubt there's any proof she actually did. We are talking about the infamous rebel hunter here. That modern-day Lady Kira has captured many a rebel all by herself, and among them have been more than a few great warriors. Who but the real Lady Kira could have done such a task? It would be difficult for a mere mortal. That leaves the real Lady Kira of legend as the only likely answer. Indeed. Is this not proof enough that the real Lady Kira of legend has been channeled? Real Lady Kira of legend? That's an oxymoron if I've ever heard one. How can the people of kurah'in believe legend to be true? So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. Hold it! I am not playing the me. Lady Kira is an actual person? Do you really believe there ever was a woman that powerful? One capable of battling rebels, much bigger and stronger than herself. There is no way to prove that, but to doubt the existence of Lady Kira is to doubt the kurah'in itself. It is not for us to question. We must simply believe. Right. I'll get anywhere until I can refute their claims with some evidence. Hold it! A strength far beyond any mortal woman? And just how strong would that be? You need but look at the wound she'd inflicted upon my body. Though I had hoped to never have to think about that again. Your wound? It was pretty deep, and there was a tremendous amount of blood. And while Acolyte Zalot was rather small in stature, he was strong. Nevertheless, he was no match for the sheer strength of Lady Kira. Maya's spirit channeling is proof that she's Lady Kira? This is not good. That's a proof that she didn't channel the original Lady Kira. Ah! That's only half the story. You see, you need to know their name and their face to do it.
I don't think you can get away with a mask. The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira?
Yes, indeed. What contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within.
Abbott in me? I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira.
What nonsense! Mr. Wright, would you care to explain, please?
This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. The mask.
Take that!
Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit.
It can't be!
Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira.
Oh my!
Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false.
God.
And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder.
But then, who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper?
Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let's hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think. The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Miss Amy was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running entirely. Think. That and Mr. Revel is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with what?
Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is.
It's my chance to really turn up the heat. I just have to stir the pot until something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira.
You do? Are you sure about this?
Yes, completely.
I sense that I may regret this, but please, go on and explain.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Yeah, right. That would commit her for murder.
No.
Absolutely not. He's a rebel. No. He did show up 2 years ago.
Take that!
The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is... praise a lot.
Oh, what is this? The High Priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace, I say peace. The defense will continue.
Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one.
Objection!
But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim. Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least I hope so. I wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Mrs. Imi or any of the other possibilities. That leaves a lot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zalat was posing as Lady Kira is this. The fucking dagger?
Take that! I fail to see your point. Well, here is your answer. Prep. Now then, I will ask the defense once more. What proof do you have that the victim himself was Lady Kira?
Oh! Take that, motherfucker! This is what proves that Acolyte Zalat was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd! What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor said Mari. You stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira, and the reason you gave us was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Ah.
Therefore, Acolyte Zalat could have delivered the warning letter anytime he wanted.
What is he talking about? It's just not possible. You're saying that Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial is proceeded on the assumption that Lady Kira was behind the serial killing. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer? And what was their motive?
The only suspect left is Mrs. Inme, and there's only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Inme is a rebel?
What? Fiend, you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife. Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrusted in your soul.
Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's print on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zalat. And the plundered Punisher theme that he heard could have been the alarm clock. That means all the evidence linking to her in the crime scene have been called into question.
Was Lady Inme a rebel? And did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zalat? Or was Acolyte Zalat the rebel? And was he the accused Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now?
The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one that the rebel hideouts? Yes, but what of it? So that's it. What's gone into him?
Abbott Inme, just what is so comical?
Forgive my outbursts. That simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The theme song came from the plumed Punisher clock, you say? That alarm clock could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head for a change.
Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off?
Wait, you don't mean... Indeed, we leave the alarm switched off at all times.
No! Yeah, in that case, I'm sad to say that the defense's claim does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright?
This can't be happening. Not now. We were so close! Damn it! This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song that was from the accused's strap, just as we suspected. For the accused is the rebel-hunting Lady Kira and the victim's killer. I need an opening, something I can raise an objection to, anything. That Bloom Punisher theme song Acolyte Zalat heard in his final moments. I too heard it by the way of the listening device. But did you really? If you had just heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute.
Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott Inme was channeled.
Oh, right. Well then, but he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off.
Miserable wretch! That would be a pointless lie. One easily disprove it.
Check the clock. You will see that the alarm is switched off. Come to think of it. What a fine item. We set the switch back to the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are echoed in my mind. They went. Dun 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 dun. Distinctive taiko drums in the intro.
This trial has gone on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now?
By all means. And let us also return Abbot Inmi's spirit to the Twilight Realm.
Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
Now hold on just one more minute. Your Majesty. Yes. The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is. Still, by the defiance of your fate, the very sight that reminds me of a tortured soul writhing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence.
Now, all I have to do is pick the right one.
That's right. The plumed Punisher doesn't have taiko drums. That's a Steel Samurai. Behold the contradiction.
Take that!
This is what is inconsistent with his statement. My client's plumed Punisher strap.
What does this have to do with anything?
It plays the plumed Punisher theme song. And here it is. The theme to the plumed Punisher. Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the plumed Punisher theme song.
Huh? I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it if not the plumed Punisher theme?
In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard the Steel Samurai theme song. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the plumed Punisher theme. So what if Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo?
Peace, 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 peace. I say, Mr. Wright, what is this Steel Samurai of which you speak?
The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo, is an action hero show from America. The Plumed Punisher theme is a total very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two.
But the fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout.
Actually, no. You have it backwards.
Backwards?
That's right. Miss Faye met an avid Plumed Punisher fan here in kurah'in. And as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Plumed Punisher strap.
Huh? And this avid Plumed Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot.
Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife. Believe in me.
Objection!
Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as a Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dosing of base slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face her holiness and wrath. Oh, I'm prepared. To turn this entire case upside down, that is.
Very well, then. Please, present your evidence if you would, defense.
The evidence that proves Mrs. Inmi was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is the family photo.
Take that!
This! It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Inmi and Maya Fey traded items featuring their favorite characters.
Objection!
A family photo. And what exactly should we be looking at here? The proof that they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right here. Behold!
Take that!
The wristwatch! Look at Mrs. Inmi's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Ugh. Nope, back in.
Why? I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbotin me. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zalot was murdered. By that point, my clan had the Punisher strap, and Miss Inmi had the Samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Inmi was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe you, your mastery. Be not deceived by the defense's loyally chicanery. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve now? There's a big gaping hole in his flimsy chain. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid there is, alright. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes, and I am not a zombie. Now tell me, says the dead lawyer walking. He who has narrow vision focuses on what's before him, never seeing the big picture. Well, as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. For if it is as you said, that Lady Inma, the rebels slew Acolyte Zalot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the rebel hunter would have been dead before the High Priest was slain. Ah, that means the High Priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira. How could I miss that? So tell me, who are you going to say killed the High Priest now? No! Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the High Priest's murder. Mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey in the Twilight Realm long ago. Let go and move on. No, never. I will never give up. I need to think things through and figure out who really killed the High Priest. Think. Okay, if Acolyte Zalot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the High Priest. The question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the evidence in the case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Maya's testimony, of course. Alright. Spring was already stained red before. Okay, so Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red before the High Priest's murder because of Zealot's blood. Zealot was already dead by the point that it began. That's right. Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout but the day before the rite. And his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second. The High Priest knew that the Zealot had been killed in the hideout. So why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right there? Duh, to keep the hideout hidden. It would have been terrible if they found it. Okay. If you reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he's worried about. By going through with the rite, the High Priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the rite? Want to kill Maya? But he had any number of reasons and any other number of chances to do that. The fact that she's still alive must mean he wasn't out to kill her. So he was setting up a scene. The rite! Oh, he was using the divination thing he was setting up the crime scene to conceal the hideout.
But how is he planning on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? He couldn't have emptied the spring. Maya wasn't bleeding, so it was only his own blood. Stain the spring with his own blood. He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. All starting to fall into place now. That means it was himself. I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the real Bull hideout a secret. They are gonna lose their shit. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. Whoa. 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 Watch this! The High Priest committed suicide. I have never heard anything more absurd. The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his own putrid brain. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the tree. You claim the High Priest took his own life. Have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused, Maya Fey, could have done that. It is as Prosecutor Shadmati says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. You're right. The dagger was impaled in the Zealot's body, but his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite. What if the dagger was also already in him at the time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. Of course, that's it. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger itself wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life. No weapon was ever found in the inner sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist that you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe was the real murder weapon. The real weapon? I've got nothing, but I know there had to be something. Maybe if I think back on the trial this far, it's not the clue I need. Well, will the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what really killed the High Priest. That damn statue again. It's the only way. Take that! What really killed him has been at the inner sanctum all this time. And its length valley has already been proven, demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealots. That's right, it was the Warbat statue. Take that! Punka! You believe that the statue claimed both victims' lives. Would you care to chime in, Abbot Idmi? No, he lies! Pay him no heed! Why, it's... Lady Idmi. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Believe, no! Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing! Please, Abbot Idmi, let your wife speak for herself. Now, Lady Idmi, please, continue if you would.
It's that time again.
And what time would that be?
2:30 in the afternoon. The time my husband conducted his daily prayers. And the time Pare was slain.
That sound! It's
The Steel Samurai alarm. You're still wearing the watch.
I, too, pray at the same time as my dear husband. So I set an alarm to remind me each day. But I had no idea what would come to this.
no. Stop! She knows not when she speaks!
Your Majesty, I am the one who slew acolytes a lot.
No!
Amazing scream that I can't do.
Average in me! Bailiff, summon a physician at once!
I guess he's done being channeled.
The physician is now attending the high priest, so there is no need to fear. Now, let us continue.
And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. In me, will you tell us everything you know?
The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare it for Death's escape.
And that's when Acolyte Zalat suddenly appeared.
Yes. Ray was shocked when he saw me there.
Acolyte Zalat, he did not know you were a rebel.
I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout.
And then he suddenly came face to face with his Mrs. In me. So the true identity of the rebel hunting lady, Kira, was Pare Zalat?
Yes. He was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice.
Secret police?
And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal with us rebels a heavy blow. The murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder.
Secret police force. This place wasn't a dictatorship beforehand. The trick up Minister Inka's sleeve was Lady Kira.
No! This can't be! My father would never—
This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rhea. This explains why Acolyte Zalat abandoned his real name.
Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Kurah'in clergy members received.
Lady Kira was a member of the secret police? That explains why no order was ever given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time.
But this cannot be!
That's true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder?
Peace! Now then, Lady Envy, please continue.
Ray suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab towards him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur.
Allow me to take it from here.
But in me, are you sure you're all right now?
Sorry you had to see that. But you need not worry about me. I'm already dead. Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zalat, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently. Then I later moved into the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at that time, for it was before the prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It is perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time, after all.
So then, you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey?
Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, but surely she would have tried to stop me.
How did you get Miss Fey's fingerprints on the dagger?
I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbot statue.
That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started.
Finally, I ended my own life. To ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Fade's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue?
After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. And as I did, I grabbed onto the robes, taking them with me as I fell back into the ground.
How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing?
We didn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused.
Prosecutor Sadmati.
As one well versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you, of all people, to understand. Understand what?
This kingdom's legal system.
Miss Inmi's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad.
Why? I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks.
Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life. Note the name and note the wording of the law. In the name of her eminence, those who would support criminals would be deemed just as guilty. It doesn't stop at lawyers. Anybody who helps is a target now.
Take that!
The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Miss Inmi's killing of Acolyte Zalat in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya. I failed to see what that has to do with his suicide. In kurah'in, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That's why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbot statue. I made it seem like Acolyte Faye was the rebel-hunting Lady Kira.
But are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence?
Forgive me your benevolence, but it was the only way I could help my... It was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proven that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps. I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel. Foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense. And when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under that Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself if she had been convicted because of that fiendish man.
This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been...
Poor Rafa. She's really taking this hard. I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it's time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course. I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you and Acolyte Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty.
Yes.
I ask that you please look after my wife.
You have my word. Your benevolence. It is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama of parting, if you please.
Very well. Your benevolence. Please, allow me the honor. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way.
Miss Zinmi.
Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything.
I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love.
Now you can watch over me from the world beyond.
Yes, always and forever.
And with every breath I take, my darling, I will be thinking of you. Farewell, my darling Taras.
Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry.
The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm.
Maya!
I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh, but what about the trial, Nick?
It's over. It was a sad reality born of love, and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix Wright. I owe a debt to you. One that I will pay back in court someday. Now, to deliver today's verdict, and overturn that of yesterday's trial, with respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused, Maya Fey, and her defense, Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Court is adjourned.
Oh god, I was gonna cry. Oh my god. Oh, I cannot wait to smack that Justice Minister upside his skull. Also, hi again, Meowly. Yes, it's Maya again. The first time we see her in almost 10 years, and she shows up in trial. Naturally. Anyways, May 12th, 4:20 p.m. High Court of Kurah'in accused lobby. So I was thinking, Nick, the legal system in here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah. It even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. Just so sad. Protect the status quo and join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Ah, and speaking of royalty, hello, Reva. Your benevolence. Huh? What? I was, just wondering. Are you alright? Quiet, you! How can I possibly be alright? Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are? Suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insides underfoot, and plunging the Hall of Justice into utter chaos! You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel!
Cool. Okay, that was a bit more extreme than usual.
What am I to do? I'd always believed that communing with its victim's Mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support the false charges rather than truth. And I am left now with my heavy truth in my heart.
Sorry, Raipa.
Perhaps I'm not worthy of hearing the voices of the Mitama.
That's where you're wrong, your benevolence.
What?
Maya?
How dare you! Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama into our world. If you didn't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey! It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light! How dare an outsider like you employ my queen's secret art? But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours! Isn't that a cruel joke? The royal priestess, bested by a lowly outsider?
Don't be so hard on yourself.
Why not? Is it worth at least a laugh or two? You shouldn't talk like that. Listen, your benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestesses is not something to abandon lightly. The station of a royal priestess? The people of your kingdom believe in you. But if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak! Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become a master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I didn't know. Seems I owe you an apology. For even today I called you a neophyte practitioner. Alright, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me.
A future queen and a future village master? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Considering that they have a common ancestor. Maya's right, your benevolence.
Bardhead?
Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You've played an important role in assuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all.
But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel! Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom to one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how you can keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable.
I never heard Maya talk like this before. She really has come a long way. Where's my snarky? What was that? It came from the hallway! Smoke! We better go check it out! Fast! Mrs. Inme.
Mr. Wright, Acolyte Faye, I'm so sorry for what has transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband.
Lady Inme, we gotta hurry. That voice. Is that Mr. Overball?
I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under the odious Leasey Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges us all fairly.
Hey there, PW. I wish we had more time to talk, but, Dirk, everything's ready. It's go time.
Dirk. Well, look who it is! Wait, was that the rebel leader, Dirk?
More explosions!
After him! Don't let him get away! The power to forge a society in which law judges all of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution.
Hey, Nick. Hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea.
What is it?
A Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'd make for another awesome TV show. And if we threw in the painted Punisher, the Plume Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it.
I will never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. At last! Let's save our progress! Alright. I think I'm gonna leave things here. Thank you all so much for watching. Be sure to make an impact in someone's life today. Make it a great one. I'll catch you guys next time, whenever that is. See you guys then.